Hello and welcome to next chapters of Necromancer of the Shadows. In trying different voices, comment please which is most likable. Now, make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. Chapter 51. Evan was unaware that someone tried to search for him because of his shadow energy, but wasn't able to find him. Evan was currently sitting on the bed while holding the C-rank core. He only absorbed 1/4 energy of the core before his prime core advanced to D rank. So there was still 3/4 of energy remaining in the core. Let's absorb it using Monarch Core. Evan muttered and popped the core inside his mouth. Now that his prime core also advances to D rank just like his Monarch Core, he can focus on his Monarch Core without worrying about destroying his prime core. Just as the core touched Evan's tongue, the core started to melt and turned into energy. His Monarch Core started to rotate, and the energy of the C-rank core rushed towards it. When the energy arrived near his Monarch Core, it sucked all the energy of the core like a black hole. Unlike his prime core, which took around 15 minutes to absorb little energy of the C-rank core, his Monarch Core absorbed all the energy in just 10 seconds. And Evan can't help but sigh when he felt his Monarch Core barely advance, after absorbing the 3/4 energy of a C-rank core. But before he can think of anything else, a notification appeared before him. You have received Dimensional Shadow Needle skill. Evan was taken aback when he saw the notification, but quickly understood that the 3% chance of getting a skill triggered when he absorbed that C-rank core. Evan burst into laughter and said, "Looks like the Lady of Luck fall in love with me. After seeing my handsome face, first my prime core mutated, and now I also got a skill." Evan quickly looked at the details of the skill, although from the name he can already guess. It is the skill that the wolf used during their fight, when many needles attacked him from the shadow. Dimensional Shadow Needles : You can use all shadows within 10 meters of your range as a medium to shoot up to 10 needles at a time. Evan read the details of the skill, and his eyes shined because this skill was perfect for a surprise and a sneak attack. Evan looked around the room, and after seeing the shadow of the mirror, he extended his hand and used his new skill. Just as Evan activated his skill, Evan felt a connection with the shadow of the mirror, and the next second 10 sharp needles, which were 3 centimeters in length, shot towards the ceiling of the room from the shadow of the mirror. Before the needles hit the ceiling of the room, Evan quickly cancelled his skill, and all needles disappeared just before hitting the ceiling. There is no way Evan will damage the ceiling of the hotel room. He doesn't want to pay extra money for the damage. Just as Evan cancelled his skill, his eyes opened wide because more notifications appeared before him. Shadow Bullet and Dimensional Shadow Needle skills are compatible with each other. Do you want to merge both skills into one? Yes/no. What the hell is going on? Evan was dumbfounded when he saw the notifications in front of him, because it was the first time he heard that someone can merge their skill. Is it also the effect of my Monarch Core? Evan wondered, but he quickly stopped thinking about useless things, and without hesitation pressed yes. Just as Evan pressed yes, he felt his Monarch Core start to spin faster, and the next second Evan was shocked when his Monarch Core started to suck his mana, and in just 5 seconds, it absorbed 30% of his total mana. The Monarch Core continued to absorb his mana for 10 more seconds, and when he only had 30% mana left, it finally stopped absorbing his mana. Just as Monarch Core stopped absorbing mana, more notifications appeared before him. Skills: Shadow Bullet and Dimensional Shadow Needles are being merged. Successfully merged both skills. You have received skill Dimensional Shadow Bullets. Dimensional Shadow Bullets : You can use all shadows within 20 meters of your range as a medium to shoot up to 5 shadow bullets at a time. The power of shadow bullets depends on the mana you used in creating them. There is a 5% chance that the defender will become blind for 3 seconds after being hit by shadow bullets. Evan tried to hold back his laughter, but in the end once again burst into laughter. Today is truly my lucky day. Good things are happening with me one after another. Evan was very happy with the new skill that he received after merging both Shadow Bullet and Dimensional Shadow Needles. Evan looked at the shadow of the mirror once again and tried his skill. He once again felt a connection with the shadow of the mirror, and suddenly 5 dark bullets shot out from the shadow towards the ceiling. Evan once again cancelled the skill before the bullets hit the ceiling and nodded his head. The range of the skill increased to 20 meters from the earlier 10 meters. and now he can shoot shadow bullets instead of needles, using shadows around him. Not only that, now the effect of the blindness will last for 3 seconds, instead of the previous 2 seconds, if the effect of the shadow bullet is activated. It will be a lot easier for me to hunt down high-rank monsters from now on, Evan muttered while thinking about the scene where he just snapped his fingers, and suddenly shadow bullets shot out from the shadow of the monster, killing it even before it can react. Just thinking about this scene made his blood boil. So what if I can't turn monsters into a meat paste with just a single punch? Now I can kill them with just a snap of my finger, Evan said while nodding his head. Chapter 52. 6 hours later. Evan can be seen walking toward the academy. Every person who saw Evan stepped aside and didn't dare to come near him. Wherever Evan went, people quickly walked away from there, not wanting to stand near him. People were avoiding Evan like he was a plague. Evan didn't care about people and continued to walk toward the academy. His face was lifeless, and he was releasing an extreme aura of depression and poverty. His depression aura was so strong that it was leaking out, and whoever saw him doesn't want to come near him. Remembering what happened to him a few hours ago, Evan felt his heart is about to burst, and he wanted to die. Evan's lifeless eyes were looking at his phone screen that was showing his bank balance. Just a few hours ago he had hundreds of thousands of credits, but currently his bank balance was showing just 3,000 credits. Why? Evan muttered in a depressed voice, why is this happening to me? After finding out that he can even merge skills with his Monic core as long as they are compatible, Evan thought about how he can get more skills. When Evan thought about this, he suddenly remembered the details of his Shadow Monic physique. He quickly opened his status window and looked at it once again to make sure he didn't remember wrong. Shadow Monic Physique - one of the forbidden physiques that exists in the world. It allows you to form a Monic core inside your heart. The Monic core can absorb 100 power of a core. While absorbing the core, there is a 3% chance that you will receive a skill of the monster from which the core was extracted. Evan's breathing turned heavy after reading the details, and he tried his best to calm down. I can get skills as long as I absorb the energy of a core through my Monic core, Evan muttered, and he wanted to beat down his past self for ignoring this important detail. Since I can get skills from any core, then I just have to buy F-rank cores, and I will be able to get many skills. With the current amount of money I have, I can easily buy F-rank cores. Evan quickly got up and left the hotel. Evan came to City Plaza and bought more than 100 F-rank cores. There is just a 3% chance of getting skills, so Evan wanted to get at least 3 skills if not more. After buying the codes, Evan found a hotel near the City Plaza and booked a room to absorb the core there. Although he was dirt poor after spending all the money he had on cores, he was so excited that instead of going back to the academy, he booked a room in the hotel. After booking the room, Evan quickly went in. His heart was filled with excitement, and he was wondering what kind of skills he will get. Suddenly 5 hours and 30 minutes later, everyone in the hotel felt a depressing and at the same time gloomy aura trying to engulf them. Some people were horrified when they felt the depressing aura. Just breathing inside that aura made them want to suicide. That aura was too sinister, even the hotel staff was horrified by what was happening. While the hotel staff and the guests were panicking, and were thinking about calling the Hunter Association for help, the door of Evan's room opened and he walked out. There was no emotion on Evan's face, and his eyes were lifeless like he lost everything in his life. Holy mother of fat buffalo, what the hell is wrong with this guy? The receptionist, who was about to call the Hunter Association to tell them they were under attack by an unknown hunter, stopped and exclaimed when he saw how Evan was walking with lifeless face, and aura of depression was overflowing from him. Evan didn't even glance at the receptionist and silently left the hotel. Failed. His plan of getting skills from F-rank core failed miserably. He didn't get even a single skill even after absorbing more than 100 cores. Evan don't know why, but now he was sure that he can't get skills from F-rank cores. Forget about F-rank cores, Evan had a feeling that even with E-rank core, he won't get any skill. Although Evan wasn't sure, he guessed that it has something to do with his Monic's core rank. Since the rank of his Monic core is already D rank, he can't get skills from the cores that are below D rank. There are many things he still doesn't know about his Monic core. Evan now understood that even though there are some details about his Shadow Monic physique on his status window, it doesn't tell him about everything. No information on his status window tells him that his Monarch core can merge skills. Thinking about the money he lost, Evan felt someone is squeezing his heart. Evan can't help but feel like poverty is his girlfriend that refuses to leave him because of how handsome he becomes. While walking back with a gloomy aura, Evan saw a general store and stopped. Seeing the general store, Evan remembered something and with heavy steps walked towards it. After earning the fortune, Evan thought that he will not eat the cup noodles for a long time, but remembering his current bank balance, Evan knew he can only rely on cup noodles once again. Seeing Evan coming towards his store, the store owner was scared **less and wanted to run away. But he sighed in relief when he found out that Evan just came there to buy cup noodles. Seeing the aura of depression and poverty around Evan, the store owner felt a little bad for Evan and wondered what happened to him. After buying the cup noodles, Evan once again started to walk towards the academy and promised to himself that next time he will surely break up with his all-time girlfriend Poverty. Chapter 53. Evan came back to the academy and proceeded to walk toward his room. How much you are going to bet? While walking towards his room, Evan heard some students talking among themselves. I am going to bet 10,000 credits on Mike. Why are you betting on Mike? I heard that trash Evan became quite powerful recently, and he even threatened Rio during the class. It's just a rumor that some people created in order to hype things. Do you really think that trash who was at F rank last week can beat Mike? The student said while shaking his head. At first, Evan was confused as to what they were talking about, but then he remembered he challenged Mike to a match next Friday. When Evan remembered this, his dim eyes suddenly lit up, and he remembered when students fight among themselves, they can bet on who will win and can win credits. Evan already knew that he is going to win, so he can easily bet all of his money on himself and can earn a big reward. But just as Evan remembered this, his heart once again ached when he thought he just had 3,000 credits in his bank account. Even if he bet all of those credits, he will not earn much. Looks like I will have to borrow money from someone. Evan started to think from whom he can borrow money to bet on himself, and when he thought about it, his mouth started to twitch. No one, Evan said in his mind. There was no one from whom Evan can borrow money. After all, during these 2 years he never talked to anyone, so he naturally doesn't have any friends. Should I ask James? Evan thought about James since he recently completed a mission with him. He thought he can ask for some money from him, but Evan dismissed that thought after thinking about it for some time. Although he completed a mission with James, they didn't talk much during their mission, and it will be awkward for him to ask for money. Forget about it. I will think about this issue later. There is something more important that I need to do before my match against Mike, Evan said as he arrived in his room. After Evan's Prime Core mutated and he advanced to D rank with his Prime Core, Evan's strength increased explosively. Evan himself doesn't know what is his current power level after his recent level up. Evan was afraid that if he fought against Mike without understanding his full strength, he might slap him to death accidentally. So he wanted to know what his current power level is. If it was before, Evan would have gone to a dungeon to test his power, but Professor Elena warned him not to go into dungeons because of the outbreaks. Evan can go into the wilderness, but he knew, if he wants to test his full strength, he will have to find a C-rank monster, and Evan doesn't want to go too deep into the wildernesses to find a C-rank monster. What if he encounters more than one C-rank monster? He nearly died yesterday, while fighting against that C-rank wolf. Although his strength increased quite a bit after his Prime Core mutated and advanced to D rank, he doesn't want to go there before understanding his current power level. Looks like I can only use that thing in this situation, Evan muttered to himself and lay down on his bed. There are many training facilities for students in the Hunter Academy that they can use to train themselves. Although most of the facilities were free, there are some facilities that you can only use by paying mission points. In the past, since Evan never completed a mission, he wasn't able to use those facilities. But now that he just completed a mission recently, and has some mission points, Evan was thinking about using one of the facilities that he thinks was perfect for his current situation. Since it was already nighttime, Evan decided to use that facility tomorrow. When Evan was done thinking, he felt hungry and with a heavy heart, took out a box of cup noodles from his storage ring. While the noodles were being cooked, Evan remembered how just yesterday he was thinking about cooking cup noodles, using an invisibility potion instead of water. When he drank the invisibility potion some days ago, Evan liked its taste quite a bit, so he was thinking about using it to cook his cup noodles. why he was thinking something like this. Of course, because he became a first-generation rich orphan after selling all the items that he got from bandits. As a first-generation rich orphan, he wanted to try something expensive and different at the same time. And when Evan thought about something expensive, the first thought that came into his mind was the premium box of cup noodles that he used to eat only once a month. And when he thought what he can do different with it, he thought about using an invisibility potion to cook it instead of water. Although it was strange and at the same time weird, it was an expensive and different idea. So Evan was thinking about trying it. Evan was thinking about trying this expensive idea after returning from the wilderness. But now seeing how he was cooking regular cup noodles using tap water, he felt like an invisible arrow pierced through his heart. One day I will definitely reach at the pinnacle of life, and will use an invisibility potion to cook my cup noodles. Evan motivated himself as he silently ate his cup noodles. After eating cup noodles, Evan went to sleep since he was tired because of the events that happened to him today. Evan woke up early the morning next day, and after eating breakfast, made his way towards the training facilities of the academy. It did not take Evan to reach there, and in just 10 minutes he arrived at his destination. Chapter 54. Evan came to the area where the training facilities of the academy were located. In this area, there were many training rooms where you can train your archery, swordsmanship, spear arts, and many other things. Evan ignored these rooms and went deeper into the training facility. After walking for 5 minutes, Evan finally reached his destination. Evan looked around him and saw many closed rooms. Some rooms had green lights shining above them, while some had red lights shining above them. Green light means that the room was not being used by anyone, and he can enter in it, while red light means that someone is currently using that room. Evan came before a room that had green light shining above it, and took out his hunter card. Evan placed his card on the door, and a holographic screen appeared before him showing his current mission points. Evan had 20 mission points that he earned after completing the mission recently. Evan saw in order to use the room for 24 hours, he has to pay 5 points. But he didn't care much about it, and paid it without hesitation. Just as Evan paid the 5 points, the door of the room opened and he entered in it. After entering in room, Evan closed it, and the green light above the room turned red outside. There was only one thing inside the room, and when Evan saw this, his lips curled upwards. Finally, I can use it again, Evan muttered in an emotional tone, and wiped out the invisible tears from his eyes. In front of Evan was a silver color VR pod that he is going to use for his training. As a nerd gamer in his past life, Evan always used to play different kinds of games. But since the moment he was transmigrated into Aurora World, Evan didn't get a chance to play any games. The VR pod in front of him is actually connected to the Hunter Network, where hunters from all over the world can fight against each other. Evan is going to use this VR pod to fight against a C-rank hunter, so he can understand what is his current level of power. After Evan was done being emotional, he put on VR headset and lay down inside the pod. After Evan lay down, the VR pod closed automatically, and he felt his eyes' retinas were being scanned. Swish! Just as Evan was thinking, his visions turned dark, and he found himself standing in a dark place. Evan wasn't surprised by this since he played many VR games in his past life, and he knew that he first has to create his avatar and enter his username. While creating your avatar for VR, you can't change your appearance much. You can modify your hair color and some minor things, but you can't change anything major. Evan didn't change his appearance, but he wore a black skull mask in order to hide his face, since he doesn't want to show his face to anyone. The clothes he chose were also black in color, and in just 10 seconds he created his avatar that was standing wearing all black clothes with a black skull mask that was hiding his face. When Evan saw his appearance, he nodded his head in satisfaction and pressed confirm. Please enter your username. Username. Huh? Evan mumbled and rubbed his chin. After a minute, Evan entered his username and pressed OK. Just as Evan pressed OK, the dark room in front of him started to crumble, and a colorful screen appeared before him. Evan looked at the screen in front of him and saw 2 options there. Random match and play with a friend. Evan chose random match, and another screen appeared before him. Please select the difficulty. F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank. There were 5 difficulties, and Evan chose C rank, since he wanted to fight someone who has the power of C rank hunter. C rank or C plus rank. Since there are 2 ranks in each stage, another screen appeared before Evan and he chose C rank. Please wait, you are being matched. It didn't take long for Evan to get matched with an opponent. You are entering in sparring arena, good luck Shadow Monarch. Evan saw the notification, his vision blurred once again, and the next second he found himself standing in the middle of a big square-shaped arena. Before Evan can look around, a white light flashed and a young man appeared in front of him. The man had light brown hair, black eyes, and a handsome face over his shoulders. And unlike Evan, who was clad in black clothes, the young man was wearing golden armor and looks like a holy warrior. What caught Evan's attention was the name and the number floating above the head of the man. David, 58 wins, 3 losses. Evan read the name and the winning record of the man in front of him and was stunned. 58 wins and just 3 losses. He must be quite strong even among C-rank hunters, Evan thought to himself, and instead of feeling nervous, he was feeling more excited, since he will be able to test his current power level accurately against him. In this match, Evan does not want to use any of his skills. He first wanted to test his physical strength, because he can feel after the mutation of his prime core, the thing that improved the most is his physical strength. Even when he fought against the C-rank wolf in the wilderness, his physical strength was higher than that wolf, and now he himself doesn't know what is the current level of his physical strength. Just like how Evan saw the name and the winning record of David, David also saw Evan's name and record. Shadow Monarch, 0 wins, 0 loss. When David read this, the first thought that came into his mind was, this dude sure knows how to choose a cool name. And the second thought that came into his mind was, he is a noob because of Evan's record. David can guess that it is the first time Evan was using the VR. That's why he thought Evan is a noob. Chapter 55. Why hello, David said to Evan after he was done looking at him. Evan raised an eyebrow, wondering what this holy knight wants from him, but he nodded his head nonetheless. Actually, some of my friends want to see my match, but they can't see it unless both parties who are sparring allow other people to watch their match. Can you allow other people to watch the match so they can watch it? When David saw Evan nodding his head, he cuckily said to him. Evan had no problem with that, so he nodded his head and changed his settings to allow other people to spect his match. Just as Evan changed his settings, white lights flashed one after another in the specters area, and people started to appear. Evan watched with dazed expressions as more than 50 people appeared in less than 5 seconds. Although Evan wasn't able to hear their voice since he didn't turn on the sound function, he can still see that all of them were cheering enthusiastically. Is this guy a celebrity or something? Evan looked at David in front of him, who was waving his hand at the audience. When Evan saw David waving his hands, he also understood that they were not his friends but fans. Thanks, David said to Evan after he was done waving at people. I am David from Clear Sky Academy. Let's have a good match. Clear Sky Academy. Evan was stunned for a moment after hearing David. Clear Sky Academy is also an academy just like a straight academy, and last year in the All Hunter Academy tournament they came into 2nd place. Professor Elena just told him about the tournament a few days ago, and now he is facing someone who may also participate in the tournament 4 months later. Looking at David's winning record, Evan can guess that he is quite strong, and there is a high chance that he will be one of the representatives of the Clear Sky Academy in the tournament this year. It's better this way since I can confirm my power level against the people who will participate in the tournament this year, Evan thought, and looked at David, who already took his fighting stance. Evan never fought against a human who reached at C rank and unlocked his job class, so he wasn't sure how strong David is. But Evan had confidence that even without his job class, he will be able to give a good fight to David, just by using his physical strength. I bet David will win in less than 5 minutes. A boy who was watching the match said, You are underestimating David, he is the 2nd strongest student in the Clear Sky Academy. I bet he will win in less than a minute. A girl who was sitting beside the boy said, Yes, he will defeat that ugly black skeleton in less than a minute, another girl said after hearing them. Look, they are finally starting. Someone yelled and everyone looked at them. Are you ready? David asked Evan after taking his fighting stance. Evan took a deep breath and said, Let's begin. When both parties were ready, a countdown appeared before them. 3, 2, 1, begin. Boom. Just as the countdown ended, a booming sound echoed out as the ground beneath Evan's feet shattered, and he charged toward David like a bullet. David wasn't even able to see clearly as Evan, who was 20 meters away from him just a moment ago, appeared before him in just 1 second. After coming before David, Evan clenched his fist and punched David using his full strength. The air in front of David exploded because of the sheer force of the fist, and he felt like a raging bull is coming toward him. When David saw how fast Evan was, he knew he won't be able to dodge the punch, so he crossed his hands in front of him as a form of protection. And just before Evan's punch hit him, David's eyes shined in light brownish color, and his arms were covered in thick earth armor. Boom! Evan's punch hit the hands of David, and he slid backward for more than 10 meters because of the impact. A painful expression appeared on David's face, and he felt his hands started to shake. Although Evan was surprised by his own agility and David's hands that were protected by earth armor, he didn't stop his attack and followed David. What kind of physical strength is this? David was shocked because he was still feeling the pain even after covering his hands in earth armor. But David did not think too much about it, because he saw Evan once again coming towards him. Evan was very fast just like last time, but this time David was prepared. Just when Evan appeared in front of him once again, the ground around David sank a little as David used his earth skill. Because of the sudden change in terrain, Evan lost his balance for a moment, and David didn't miss that chance. Earth bomb, David muttered, and awe Harris on Evan's body stood up to no end. Feeling the danger, Evan pressed his feet on the ground and propelled himself upwards. Boom! Just as Evan jumped upwards, a loud explosion happened at the place where Evan was standing just a moment ago, and the earth debris flew everywhere. Although Evan jumped up at the last moment avoiding the explosion, he was still thrown away by the shockwaves. Evan landed 10 meters away from the place where the explosion happened and saw a 3 meters tall earth wall at the place where David was standing. He protected himself from explosion using earth wall, Evan thought, and was impressed by how fast David was able to use his skills. His job class must be something that is related to earth element. Just as Evan was looking at the earth wall, it started to crumble, and David, who was now covered in earth armor from head to toe, appeared before him. Chapter 56. Evan looked at David, who was now covered in earth armor from head to toe, and just from a single glance, Evan can see that the earth armor is quite tough. What is this now? Golem transformation, Evan thought jokingly, and wasn't worried about the armor David was wearing. After all, it is not like that crude-looking earth armor is indestructible as long as that earth armor can be destroyed. I am going to turn it into bits, Evan said, and cracked his neck. The next second, a faint blue layer of mana appeared all around his body. David, who saw the faint blue layer of mana around Evan, was stunned and looked at him with a shocked expression. The thing Evan just used is called mana reinforcement, and is a normal technique that anyone who has mana can use to strengthen their body. In past, Evan only used his mana to strengthen his attacks while using his sword. He never used mana reinforcement to strengthen his body. The reason for it was quite simple. If you use mana reinforcement to strengthen your body, you won't be able to use any of your skills. Either you use your skills or you strengthen your body using mana. You can't use both of the things at the same time. Although you can still use your skill if instead of strengthening your body you are reinforcing weapons. Evan doesn't know the exact reason for this, nor does he care. After all, he is not a researcher. But in past, he never used mana reinforcement to strengthen his body, because he always fought using his skills, and didn't care about strengthening his body. Now that Evan wanted to use only his physical strength in this fight, and doesn't want to use his skill, he decided to use mana reinforcement to know the true limit of his physical strength. David, on the other hand, was shocked because earlier he thought that Evan must be using a skill to improve his physical strength this much. David was sure that the agility and strength Evan showed earlier was way too much for a C-rank hunter, and the body of a C-rank hunter can't be that strong. But now David is seeing Evan using mana reinforcement. Doesn't that mean Evan was not using any skill earlier, and that was his pure physical strength? But how is this possible? There is no way the body of C-rank hunter can have this kind of strength, David thought, and looked at his arms, which were still aching because of the earlier attack of Evan. How can that skeleton use mana reinforcement? Isn't he using a skill to improve his physical strength? The girl who said David will beat Evan in less than a minute asked with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Is that guy hacking? The girl who supported her earlier said with a doubtful tone. I think that guy is not a C-rank hunter, maybe a high-level hunter chose C-rank difficulty to bully the weak hunters. Although there are very few people who will waste their time doing things like this. It is not like something like this has not happened before. The boy sitting beside them said with a thoughtful expression. Hearing what the boy said, an understanding look appeared on the girls' faces. You are right, that bastard must be a high-level hunter. That is why his physical strength is too high, the girl said furiously, and started to curse Evan. Other people who were watching also thought the same thing, and cursed the black skeleton for being so shameless. Who knows what kind of reaction they will give if they knew Evan is just a D-rank hunter. David also thought the same thing like others and was very dissatisfied. Earlier he thought he will give a good show to his fans. He will beat Evan in an overwhelming manner, and his fans will cheer for him. They will praise him to no end, and he will try to act humble, saying it was not much. After beating Evan in an overwhelming manner while his fans were cheering for him, he will look at this black skeleton and will say, "Don't be sad, as a hunter you should thrive to become the best. Don't let this single defeat discourage you. Try to become someone who is not even afraid of heaven. When I became the hunter in the past, I promised myself that I will not stop until I become the best hunter. If heaven tries to stop me from becoming the best hunter, I will exterminate the heavens. So don't be down just because of a single loss. You can still become the second strongest hunter in this world after all. The first place is already reserved for me." When the black skeleton will hear this, he will also become his fan, and will cheer for him with his other fans. After saying all those things, he will log out and disappear from the arena, while his fans were cheering for him. He will come out from the VR pod, will take a good bath, enjoy a good meal, go to bed with a beautiful girl. End of the celebrity complex quota for the day. The next day he will wake up and will do the same thing with a different hunter. Everything was perfect. Then why? How can the person he thought is a noob turn into a final level boss? He is just a small C-rank hunter with a celebrity complex, why bully him? He was really dissatisfied and wanted to protest, but suddenly Evan, who was standing 10 meters away from him, appeared before his face like a ghost. David's heart sank when he realized this time he wasn't even able to see how Evan moved. After using mana reinforcement, Evan's agility was even greater than before. David felt like a mountain-crushing force coming towards him when Evan once again threw a punch after coming in front of him. Feeling the power behind the punch, David gritted his teeth and threw his own punch. Boom! A loud explosion happened when both of their fists clashed, as the shockwaves swept all over the arena. The ground around them broke apart, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over it. Ugh! Amid the explosion, a painful cry rang out as a body that was covered in crude earth armor flew backward like a broken kite. Boom! David's body crashed 20 meters away, creating a 3 meters wide and 1 meter deep crater. Evan didn't stop his assault and appeared before the crater. Just as Evan appeared before the crater, he felt the ground around him tremble a bit. When Evan felt the trembling of the ground, he once again disappeared from his place. Just as Evan disappeared, tens of earth spikes emerged from the ground where he was standing a moment ago. Evan, who disappeared a moment ago, appeared on the other end of the crater. After using mana reinforcement, his agility was too high. When Evan arrived on the other end of the crater and saw how David's earth armor was still fine, a cruel smile appeared on his face that was hidden by the black skeleton mask. Suddenly David, who was trying to stand up, felt a chill run down his spine, as an act that was loved by few men and despised by many women who were present in the arena took place. Chapter 57. Seeing David's crude earth armor was still fine, Ethan grinned and gave a kick right at David's face, who was trying to stand up. Because of the kick, David once again dropped to the ground facing the blue sky. Let's see how hard your earth armor is. David, who was still dazed because of the earlier kick, heard Evan's voice, and the next second, boom, a mountain-crushing punch landed right at his face, which was also covered in the earth armor. Ugh! A painful scream escaped from David's mouth as he felt his mind buzz because of the impact. But Evan was surprised when he saw the earth armor was still fine and only cracked a little. You are quite durable, you know, Evan said to David, and a light blue aura erupted from his body. Suddenly the faint blue layer of mana around him turned dark blue, as he used more mana to strengthen his body. But it doesn't matter today, I am going to turn your earth armor into bits, Evan said, and once again punched at the face of David. Boom! An explosion that was louder than before happened, and the armor around David's face almost broke apart. Although the armor didn't break, the impact of the punch still caused David to feel like someone put up a stone on his face and was hammering it. You bastard, don't attack on his face. Can you take responsibility if his handsome face gets ruined because of your punches? A girl shouted with a furious expression on her face. She was looking at Evan like he was murdering her parents right before her eyes. She was not the only one. Many girls who were die-hard fans of David were doing the same thing. Do you really need to be this furious? It is not like his face will be ruined in real life. The boy who said Evan may be a high-rank hunter said to the girl who was trying to jump inside the arena. You bastard, don't attack on his face. The girl ignored the boy and bared her teeth and tried to go into the arena. But how can she enter into the arena when it is not even real? Seriously, why is she acting like this? The boy thought, and for some reason felt happy that Evan was punching the face of David. He was also a fan of David, but he is still a man. He also felt jealous when he sees a man who is way more handsome than him. The boy was not the only one who thought like this. Many men thought the same thing. So a strange scene where many women were cursing the 7 generations of the black skeleton, and a few men were grinning secretly took place in the audience area. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out as Evan once again punched David right in the face, and this time his earth armor finally broke apart. When the earth armor around David's face broke apart, Evan saw David's body was turning illusionary slowly. Even though David's armor just broke apart, he already started to lose consciousness. Because of the severe pain that was transmitted to his brain, because of the high VR technology. All this time when Evan punched David, David felt like he was wearing a bulletproof vest that protected him from the bullet. But because of the impact of the bullet, his internal organs are in complete disarray. When Evan saw David's body was turning illusionary, he knew he already won. But since he finally broke the armor, he did not want to let David go like this. So while David's body was truing illusory, Evan once again lifted his hand once again. Motheif*, I am already ascending to heaven. Can't you let me go in peace? David, whose vision already turned blurry, saw Evan lifting his hand once again, and he can't help but curse him in his mind. David wanted to curse Evan loudly, but he knew his fans are here, and as a perfect celebrity, he can't curse out loud. Boom! A booming sound echoed out as David's teeth and the hearts of many girls who were present in the arena shattered. From a handsome-looking holy knight to teethless monkey with a broken nose and shattered jaw, the transformation was so fast and unreal that if people look at the current appearance of David, they won't be able to recognize him. With that last punch, David's body finally disappeared from the sparring arena, and a new message appeared before Evan's eyes. You have successfully defeated your opponent. Congratulations on winning your first match. Evan happily nodded his head seeing the message. He was very satisfied with his current strength. Even though he didn't use any skill, he still defeated David without any problems. After fighting against David, Evan guessed his current physical strength should be around C+ level. Even Evan himself felt this is completely absurd for him to have the physical strength of a C+ level when he is just D-rank hunter. The gap between a C-rank hunter and a D-rank hunter is very big. After all, you get a job class after reaching at C-rank, and all of your abilities improved greatly because of this. And here Evan, who is just a D-rank hunter, can beat C-rank hunters with just his physical strength. After Evan gauged his strength, he looked at David's fans in the audience stand, and was startled when he saw what was happening. Evan felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw tens of females glaring at him like they were out for blood. Evan also noticed some of the male guys who were looking at him with admiration and secretly showing him thumbs up. What the hell is going on here? Evan was dumbfounded and didn't understand why these females were looking at him like this. Although he can understand they are upset since he defeated David, he still felt it is wrong for them to look at him like this. Evan can see they were shouting something, but since his sound function was off, he wasn't able to hear them. Although Evan can't hear them from their expressions, he can understand they all are cursing him. Even though they were cursing him, Evan still lifted his hands and waved at them. When people saw Evan waving at them, they were lost for words. They wanted to curse the seamlessness of the skeleton, but remembered they were already cursing him for the past 5 minutes. Evan did not care why they were cursing him, and after waving at them disappeared from the arena. Chapter 58. Why die? A woman shouted in a furious voice and slashed with her sword at the person who was standing in front of her. The person was clad in completely black clothes and was wearing a black skeleton mask. To slow, the woman heard the demonic voice of the black skeleton, and the next second, the sword she was slashing was snatched away by her. Even before she can react, she felt her head spinning and a headless body fell to the ground and disappeared from the sparring arena. You have successfully defeated your opponent. Congratulations on winning 20 matches in a row. A light flashed as a new number appeared above Evan's head. Shadow Monarch 20 wins, 0 losses. After seeing the number, Evan nodded his head, and his body also started to turn illusionary as he also disappeared from the sparring arena. The VR pod opened and Evan came out from it. After coming out, Evan stretched his body a little since he was feeling stiff. After laying in the same position for around 6 hours. After defeating David, Evan fought against many others people, and confirmed that he can fight against C-rank hunters without much difficulty. After fighting, Evan also found out he definitely needs a defensive type skill. During the fight, he encountered some opponents who were able to use AoE, area of effect, skills that can cover a large area. Even though with his agility Evan was able to dodge their attacks, he still find it hard to counterattack against those people. His Shadow Walk skill is good for escaping, but it doesn't give him any defensive power. While using this skill he will turn into shadow form, but he will still receive damage from skills. I hope I will get a good defensive skill when I will absorb more cores in the future. Evan muttered and left the VR room. Evan used 5 mission points earlier to use the VR room for 24 hours, but since he just used it for around 6 hours, he will be able to use the VR room for 18 hours in the future without paying. Evan walked out from the training facility and went towards his room. While going back he thought about what should he do next. I can't go to the dungeon because of the outbreaks. I guess I will just look for another mission that can allow me to get some chorus. I will do another mission after dealing with Mike. Evan decided to go for another mission after his match against Mike. Although it is a waste of time, Evan didn't mind it, because he already thought about earning money by betting on himself. While going back, Evan heard the conversation of some free students, who were talking about his match against Mike. Hearing them, Evan just shook his head. With his current strength, Evan can defeat Mike with just a single attack. I wonder how much money I will be able to make with this match. Soon Evan reached his room. After coming back to his room, Evan cooked his signature cup noodles to fill his stomach. In order to make the cup noodles a little different from his last night's dinner, Evan added extra salt into the cup noodles while they were being cooked. After 3 minutes the cup noodles were ready. Evan tasted the cup noodles and nodded his head in satisfaction. The cup noodles were definitely different from the noodles he cooked last night. The cup noodles he is currently eating contain 0.0001 grams of extra iodine when compared to the noodles he ate last night. The taste of both of the cup noodles was completely different. It was so different that Evan wasn't even able to tell what was the difference. I will add a spoon of red chili powder in the cup noodles for dinner. Evan soon finished his cup noodles and patted his stomach, which still looks the same. After eating, Evan thought about what he should do and find out he doesn't have anything to do. He was free after a long period of time. Evan thought about absorbing the 2 cores that he got from the Black Ogres, but after thinking about it for some time he decided against it. Evan felt like he used most of his luck when his prime core was mutated, and he got a skill from the C-rank core that later merged with the Shadow Bullet skill and turned into a new skill. Evan really wanted to get the skills of the Black Ogre. Devourer and Regeneration, both of its skills are quite useful for him. He at least wanted to get one of the skills of the Black Ogre, so he decided to use it later. Yes, I will just rest then, Evan muttered and threw himself on the bed. Evan felt quite relaxed and closed his eyes. It's been 2 years since he was transmigrated into this world, and during these 2 years, he never gets free time to relax like this. Most of his time was spent in earning money, so he felt very relaxed when he lay down and eventually fall asleep. The day ended just like this, and when Evan woke up when it was already nighttime, Evan cooked his pre-decided menu of special 1-spoon red chili cup noodles. This batch of cup noodles contains 0.001 gram extra capsaicin than the cup noodles he cooked in the afternoon. The next day Evan went to the theory class of Professor Elena. The class was pretty boring for Evan, since he already knew most of the things that Elena was teaching. After the class ended, Evan once again decided to go into the VR room. But just as Evan left the classroom, someone called him. When Evan turned around, he saw Valerie, who was coming towards him. What does she want from me? Evan wondered when he saw Valerie coming toward him. I want to talk to you about something. Are you free now? Chapter 59. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Evan asked the light blue hair beauty who was sitting in front of him with a serious expression. After Evan agreed to talk to Valerie, they came into the cafe not far away from the academy, so they can talk without any problem. Valerie looked at Evan, who was looking at her without any expression on his face. This guy is really antisocial, Valerie thought when she saw Evan's expressionless face. I won't beat around the bush. I need your help, Valerie said, and created a mana barrier around them, so that no one will be able to hear them. There is a C+ rank dungeon that I want to conquer, and I can't do it alone, so I want you to come with me there, Valerie said in a serious tone. Evan blinked a few times when he heard what Valerie said, then his face turned strange, and he looked at Valerie like she has grown a second head. Miss, I think you are asking the wrong person for help. You are already a C+ rank hunter. How can I help you? Evan said and shook his head. You should know I am Evan, the trash of the academy. How can I go to a C+ rank dungeon? Valerie's expression didn't change when she heard what Evan said, and she continued to look at him. 100,000 credits after a minute, Valerie said. I will give you 100,000 credits. Plus you will be allowed to take all the things you get from the dungeon without paying anything. Normally when someone enters into a dungeon that is above D+ rank, they will have to pay 20% of things that they got inside the dungeon as fees to the controller of the dungeon. Dungeons that are above D+ rank are controlled by large guilds or hunter association, so they take 20% of things that you earn into the dungeon as fees. 100,000 credits plus the things I will get from a C+ rank dungeon. Evan was stunned when he heard Valerie's offer, and was really tempted to accept it immediately, but he still didn't agree, because this situation is too fishy. You should know I am still not a C rank hunter. Then why do you want to bring me with you? There are many C+ rank hunters who will happily go with you if you gave the same offer to them, Evan said and narrowed his eyes. Then why do you want to bring me with you? Evan was finding this whole situation quite fishy. Although he showed some of his strength in the past few days, he never went overboard with it, so he doesn't understand why a C+ rank hunter like Valerie is asking him for help to conquer a dungeon. Isn't it clear why I want to bring you? Valerie said and rolled her eyes when she saw Evan was looking at her with narrowed eyes, like she is some kind of criminal. Evan didn't say anything and continued to look at her with narrowed eyes. Stop looking at me like I am some kind of criminal. I want to bring you with me, because I know you are strong. And how do you know I am strong? Evan asked with a raised eyebrow after hearing Valerie. I have a skill that alerts me about the strength of my opponent if the difference between us is not so great, and because of this skill, I know you are strong. I don't know why you are hiding your strength, and honestly, I don't care. I just want to clear this C+ rank dungeon, since there is something that I need. That's why I need your help. Evan was silent after hearing Valerie. He didn't expect Valerie to possess a skill that can allow her to get an idea about her opponent's strength. But Evan was still not convinced. I understand why you asked me for help, but why not ask other C+ rank hunters for help? Is there a special reason you are asking me for help? Yes, there is a special reason why I am asking for your help. Valerie nodded her head and did not deny him. Oh, what is the reason? My instincts are telling me you are the best candidate to bring there, and guess what, my instincts are never wrong, Valerie said, and showed a smug expression on her face. Evan's mouth twitched when he heard Valerie. He thought there will be an important reason why she asked him for help, but he never expected that it was just because of her instincts. All right, my last question. Evan nodded his head and asked his last question. With the money and condition you are offering me, I am sure you can easily hire 2 or 3 C+ rank hunters to go with you there. Then why you are bringing me there? I am sure your chances of clearing the dungeon will be high. If you hire more than 1 C+ rank hunter, than bringing me with you. Valerie sighed when she heard Evna and said in a dejected tone, "That dungeon is special, only 2 people can enter into it at the same time. That's why I can't do what you are saying." "There is a restriction on that dungeon?" Evan asked in a surprised tone. "Yes, that's why only 2 people can enter into it at the same time." Valerie nodded her head and once again asked Evan in a serious tone, "So tell me, what is your answer?" Evan thought about all the things that Valerie told him, and honestly, he did not find any reason to reject her. Along with the money, he will also get the things that he will find in the dungeon. More importantly, I will be able to get many C rank cores that will help me. But there was still one thing that was bothering him. "By the way, are you sure that dungeon is safe? Professor Elena warned me not to go into dungeons because of the breakouts that are happening recently." Chapter 60. "Why, don't worry, that dungeon is completely safe. There won't be any problem." Valerie nodded her head confidently. Evan closed his eyes for a moment, and after thinking about everything that Valerie said, he found no reason to reject her offer. He also wants to reach C rank as soon as possible, so that he can get his job class, and since it will be a C+ rank dungeon, he will be able to get many cores that will help him. "Tell me about this C+ rank dungeon," Evan said after a minute of consideration. Valerie smiled when she heard this, and started to tell Evan about the dungeon she wanted to clear. The dungeon Valerie wanted clear was called Frost World, and is filled with the ice types of monsters. This dungeon is different from the Shadow Kingdom dungeon Evan entered before. In Shadow Kingdom dungeon there is only one floor in the dungeon, and the monsters will get more powerful the deeper you go into the floor. You can fight against the boss monster of the dungeon after reaching at the end of this floor, and clear it after killing the boss monster. But the Frozen World dungeon has 10 floors, and there are 2 boss monsters in this dungeon. The first is on the 5th floor, and the second is on the 10th floor. Of course, the boss monster of the 10th floor will be more powerful than the monster of the 5th floor. According to Valerie, this dungeon is very hard to clear, and since only 2 people can enter at the same time, not many people were able to clear it. Valerie needs a flower called Ice Heart Flower that grows on the 10th floor, and will be one of the rewards for clearing the dungeon. That's why she wanted to clear this dungeon. "Alright, I will go with you," Evan said to Valerie after hearing her. "Great. I am sure we will be able to clear that dungeon," Valerie said happily. But then her expression turned sour, and she muttered, "It's a pity high-rank hunters can't enter into dungeons that are lower level than them, or I would have hired a B-rank hunter to get that flower for me." Evan just rolled his eyes when he heard Valerie, and didn't comment on it. A hunter can only enter into a dungeon that is similar or of higher rank than him. A hunter can't enter a dungeon that is of lower rank than him. For example, a C-rank hunter can only enter in dungeons that are C rank or higher. He can't enter in dungeons that are below C rank. And Evan found it quite fair, because the resources of dungeons are not endless. When you clear a dungeon, it will take some time before monsters will once again spawn in it. If high-rank hunters also enter in the low-rank dungeon, there won't be enough resources for low-rank hunters. "So when are you free to leave?" Valerie asked Evan after he agreed to go with her. "Let's leave after my match against Mike," Evan said, and suddenly he got an idea. He was thinking about from whom he should borrow money to bet on himself. But now that Valerie said she will give him 100,000 credits if he help her clear the dungeon. Should I ask for advance payment? Evan thought and looked at Valerie doubtfully. He was wondering whether she will agree or not to give him his advance payment. After all, 100,000 credits are a lot, and what if she thinks he is trying to scam her, and will refuse to go with her after taking her money? "Oh, I completely forgot about your match against Mike. I am sure you will be able to win without any problems," Valerie said, since she can feel Evan is definitely much stronger than a D-rank hunter. There is no chance for Mike, who is a D-rank hunter, to beat Evan. "I am going to bet a huge amount of credits on you. I think I will be able to earn back my 100,000 credits that I will be giving you," Valerie said and grinned. Evan's mouth twitched when he heard Valerie, and for some reason, he felt like he is being scammed. "It's like she is giving me my own money to do her bidding. Is there a problem?" Valerie asked Evan when she saw his expression wasn't looking good. Evan took a deep breath and shook his head. "Nothing, I was just thinking about something." Although Valerie found Evan's expression wasn't right, she didn't ask further. "Since that's all you wanted to talk, I will leave first," Evan said and stood up. Wait, Valerie stopped Evan, who stood up to left. Is there anything else? Evan asked with a raised eyebrow. Nothing, just tell me your bank account number. I will transfer the money into it. Evan was surprised when he heard her and didn't understand why she is giving him money in advance. If you are worried about I will refuse to go with you later, you don't have to. I will not back down later, Evan said, and thought Valerie was giving him money because she thought he will refuse to go with her later. Evan has no reason to refuse her. Even if Valerie doesn't give him 100,000 credits, he would have still agreed to go with her. After all, he needs C rank cores to advance his Monarch core to the next rank quickly. What are you talking about? I am giving you money because I will have to give it to you sooner or later, Valerie said with a confused expression on her face. And even if you refuse to go with me later, it is not like I can't take back my money from you. When Evan heard her, he just shrugged his shoulders and told her his account details. I will be leaving first. After telling her his account details, Evan said to her and left the cafe. Ding. While going back, Evan received a message. When he took out his phone and looked at the messages, he smiled, because Valerie already sent him 100,000 credits. Chapter 61. Evan came back to his room and sat down on the bed. C+ rank dungeon, huh? Evan muttered and thought about the cause of the Black Ogre. If I can get the Devour skill of the Black Ogre before entering this dungeon, it will help me greatly. Evan muttered and looked at his shadow on the room's floor. I didn't sell the body of that C rank wolf, because I was thinking about using Devour skill on it, if I get that skill by chance. But what if I get the skill before entering the dungeon? I am sure with that skill I will be able to reach C rank much faster. Evan really needs the skill of Black Ogre, because he still remember when he absorbed the C rank core of the wolf. With the help of his Monarch core, he didn't feel any improvement in it. Although there was only 3/4 energy left in that C rank core, it was still a very low improvement in his Monarch core. If Evan guessed it right and he just used C rank cores to improve his Monarch core, he will need more than 100 C rank cores in order to improve his Monarch core to C rank. If a normal hunter wants to improve his prime core rank from D to C, and he uses C rank cores, he will need around 50 C rank cores, and he will be able to improve his core rank from D to C. But here Evan needs more than double the amount of the cores just to improve his Monarch core. This doesn't include his prime core that also mutated recently. And if Evan is right, because of the mutation, his prime core will also need more cores to improve its rank compared to the prime core of the other hunters. Because of the mutation, his prime core gives him excellent physical strength, which is very high when compared to the prime core of the other hunters. Just thinking about the cores he needs, Evan felt a massive headache. You have to understand that Evan's Monarch core is currently only at D rank, and it needs more than 100 C rank cores in order to improve its rank. Then what about the future when it will reach its C rank and B rank? How will he get that many high rank cores? Monsters are not unlimited in the Aurora world. Even if he decided to rely on the dungeons, he will not be able to get that many cores. After all, he will not receive cores from every monster he will kill. But what if he gets a skill that will allow him to improve his core rank by devouring the corpses of the monsters? Other people can't get this skill, but Evan, who can get the skills of monsters by absorbing their core, is different. Looks like I will have to search for more Black Ogre in the future. Evan muttered to himself because he knew the chances of him getting the skill of Black Ogre just by absorbing the 2 cores is close to 0. That's why he decided to look for more Black Ogres in the future. I will absorb both of these cores before entering the dungeon. Who knows, I might really luck out and get the skill of Black Ogre. Evan knew that if he doesn't get the Devour skill, he will have to kill thousands of C-rank monsters in order to gather Nasakari cores for the improvement of his Monarch core, and it will definitely take a very long time. To Evan, who wanted to reach C rank as soon as possible in order to get his job class, this is a big no. Although the devouring skill won't improve his power, it will still give him an excellent boost in terms of growth. 2 days later, Mike, are you prepared for your match against him tomorrow? Lucas asked Mike, who was drinking alcohol non-stop. What is there to prepare? I will just go there and show him his place, Mike said in a hate-filled voice and gulped down alcohol from the glass. Lucas sighed when he heard Mike and said, we all know he changed recently. I don't know what happened with him, but you also know even you are not his match. Bam! Mike smashed the glass of alcohol on the table and looked at Lucas threateningly. Are you saying I can't even beat a trash who is afraid of entering dungeons? Look, Mike, I know what I said might be hurtful, but you also saw what happened to Rio in the class, Lucas said and stood up. I am saying because of your own good. I don't know if you understand it or not, but if you think he is still the same trash that we used to play with, you will regret it later. Lucas said one final time and left Mike alone. That bastard. Mike gritted his teeth and drank the remaining alcohol. He also knew what Lucas said was right. After all, he is not blind and saw with his own eyes what happened to Rio. Not only that, with just a single slap Evan finished Lucas, who is not much weaker than him. Mike took a deep breath to calm down, and a cold gleam passed through his eyes. It doesn't matter how he became this strong. With the help of that thing I will be able to defeat him. So what, he is stronger than me? I will just use other things to make up for my weakness, Mike said, and a cold smile appeared on his face. I wanted to save more money and buy something even better than that thing, but just because of that trash I had to change my plan. I will make sure he will regret ruining my plans. Mike lifted the bottle of alcohol and took a large sip from it. I can't wait to crush him tomorrow in front of everyone. Chapter 62. The day of the match finally arrived, and most of the students were talking about this match, since many people were surprised that Evan, who got the title of the weakest hunter of the academy, is going to fight against Mike. Have you made any bet yet? There are a lot of people who are betting in this match. Yes, I have betted on Mike. Me too. How much are you betting? 2,500 credits. What about you? 1,000 on Evan and 5,000 on Mike. You betted on both of them. Well, the chances of Evans winning are not very high. But what if the rumors about him are true and he won the match? That's why I betted 1,000 credits on him. Rumors are just rumors. You are wasting your money by betting it on that trash. The academy has its own betting system where students can bet on the matches. When Evan arrived at the betting station and saw the odds of the match, his mouth can't help but twitch. The odds for betting on Evan were 1/5, while for Mike it was just 1.3. This means if someone bets 1,000 credits on Evan, and Evan won the match, that person will win 5 times of the betting amount, which is 5,000 credits. On the other hand, the odds for Mike were very low, because most of the people were thinking Mike will win the match easily. They are underestimating me too much, Evan thought, and his lips curled upwards. But it is not like I'm complaining. The more they underestimate him, the more money he is going to earn. So he wasn't upset about what people were thinking. Evan went to the counter and betted the entire balance of his bank account. After receiving 100,000 credits from Valerie, Evan had 102,048 credits. Evan betted all of his credits. Even the receptionist who was accepting the bets looked at Evan with a dazed look. Obviously, he recognized Evan, and seeing how much Evan was betting on himself, he wondered if he should also place a bet on Evan. After placing the bet, Evan walked away from the betting counter and made his way toward the sparring arena where the students of the academy spar with each other. Hey Evan, I betted 5 credits on you, don't let me down. You rich tycoon, you betted 5 credits. I am very poor. I was just able to bet 1 credit on Evan. While Evan was going towards the arena, some students said to him while laughing. Evan just gave them a sidelong glance, and did not bother himself with them. Good luck for your match. Beat that orc. There was still some students who betted on Evan and cheered for him. Soon Evan arrived at the sparring arena, which was actually a large stadium that looks like a football stadium. The only difference was that instead of grass, the field of the stadium was made from the concrete. No matter how many times I see this arena, it is definitely unnecessarily big, Evan thought when he saw the size of the arena, which was around 5 football stadiums combined. When Evan entered the arena, he was stunned for a moment and looked at the audience stand with a dazed look. Although he knew many students will come to see his match because of his popularity, in a negative way, he never expected to see this many people. Even though the stadium was far from full, Evan can see there were definitely more than 1,000 students. Well, it's not like it is going to change anything, even if there are 100,000 students. Watching Evan soon came out from his shock and proceed forward and entered the arena field. When students saw Evan entering an arena field, some started to cheer for him, while many started to mock him just like usual. Don't lose, I betted 5,000 credits on you. If you lose, I will also challenge you. and will beat you down. I hope your face will be ruined. I love you, Evan, let's go on a date. You gigolo, I hope you lose your third leg during the fight. Some spiteful males sent vicious curses as a present for Evan that he completely ignored. I think someone asked me for a date. People usually only hear things that they want to hear. Evan was the same. So the only thing that he heard during the gift-sending session was the cheers of females. Wait, I think I forget something. Suddenly Evan felt he forgets something important, but can't seem to remember what it was. Evan arrived at the center of the arena field and stopped. Just as Evan stopped, he finally remembered what he forgot. I just asked Mike to fight me on Friday. I never told him specify time. What if that guy came after dinner while I stood here like an idiot? Evan wasn't feeling good now, and was thinking about going back. But just as Evan thought about going back, he heard the cheers of the crowd once again, and looked in front of him. From the other end of the arena, a bulky male was coming towards him with a cold expression on his face. Well, look like I don't need to go back. Evan smiled when he saw Mike coming towards him. But when Evan saw what Mike was wearing, he raised an eyebrow, and his expression turned weird. The people who came to watch the match also looked at Mike with shocked-filled expressions. Holy sh*t, what the hell is that thing? An E+ rank hunter shouted when he saw what Mike was wearing. Why is he wearing that thing? Do he really need to go that far? It's not like he is fighting a big boss. He doesn't need to bully that gigolo like this. A D+ rank hunter said, but the next second he burst into laughter. It's good I betted my money on Mike instead of that gigolo with that thing. There is no way he will be able to defeat Mike. Chapter 63. Emic stopped 10 meters away from Evan and looked at him with eyes filled with coldness. On the other hand, Evan looked at Mike with a weird face, to be precise. He was looking at the thing that Mike was wearing. Mike was wearing a crimson colorful leather armor that covered his body completely, leaving only his face unprotected. Just looking at the armor, Evan can feel that the armor was not normal, and its defense value is quite high. I think it is a C rank armor, Evan thought, and looked at Mike's cold eyes. Seeing how Mike was looking at him coldly but at the same time confident-filled face, Evan can't help but give him a weird look. Does this guy is thinking I won't be able to harm him because he is wearing a C rank armor? Evan wanted to laugh seeing that C rank armor. After all, from his fight in the VR, Evan knew his power is close to C+ rank hunter. Even if Mike is wearing a C rank armor, he has 100% confidence that he will be able to beat the hell out of him without any issue. While Evan didn't bother himself with the armor that Mike was wearing, the people who came to watch the match were stunned. But soon many people started to cheer out loud, while a minority of people started to curse. Ha ha ha. I already knew Mike will be the one who will win the match. I betted my entire fortune on him. A student laughed out loud and said in a joyful tone. At first, he was a little nervous because he betted all of his money on Mike, and after hearing rumors that Evan became very strong, he started to doubt whether he betted on the right person or not. But now that he saw what Mike was wearing, he felt happy that he betted all of his money on Mike. According to him, there is no way Evan's power reach at C rank, and since he is not C rank, there is no way he will be able to harm Mike, much less defeat him. He was not the only one who was thinking like this. Most of the people previously thought that Evan is probably around D rank. That's why he challenged Mike. But now that they saw Mike wearing a C rank armor, they have no hope for Evan. It's good I just betted 1,000 credits on Evan. That Mike is so shameless to use that kind of thing. Can't he fight fairly? What is wrong with fighting while wearing armor? Since he is wearing armor, it means those two didn't make any rule before the match that prohibited the use of armor. He is right. If you want to blame someone, blame that idiot who came to fight while wearing casual clothes, like he is out for a stroll. You didn't expect something like this, right? Mike smirked when he heard what the people were saying and asked Evan. Evan nodded his head when he heard Mike. He never expected that Mike will come here to fight him while wearing a C rank armor. This armor must have cost him a few 100,000 credits. Evan's mouth twitched when he saw the confident look of Mike because of the armor. Evan can't help but wonder what kind of expression Mike will make when he will realize his armor is just a piece of paper in front of him. When Mike saw the twitching face of Evan, he thought Evan was afraid of him, so he grinned and thought about giving him another surprise. Mike released his aura and people were once again surprised because Mike's aura was that of a D+ rank hunter. Evan also showed surprised expressions when he saw Mike become a D+ rank hunter. Don't tell me he used his money to buy cores in order to advance D+ rank, Evan thought, and now he really wanted to laugh. First, the armor and now cores. Evan doesn't know just how much money Mike must have used on these things. But one thing was clear to Evan. This guy will also live on cup noodles from now on. Even though Mike reached D+ rank, it changed nothing for Evan, since as long as Mike is not a C+ rank hunter, Evan had full confidence in beating him. Are you regretting now? Mike asked Evan after he released his D+ rank aura. Evan nodded his head when he heard Mike. He was indeed regretting that he wasn't able to bet 1 million credits because of the lack of money. It's too late to regret now. Seeing Evan nodding his head, Mike sneered and said in a cocky tone, "Sigh, after I saw how Evan almost crushed Rio in the class, I betted my money on him. Looks like I will have to live on cup noodles for a while now." A student who was in the class when Evan threatened Rio said in a bitter tone, "Don't worry brother, you are not the only one who will be living on cup noodles. I am with you." The guy who was sitting beside him patted his shoulder and said in an encouraging voice. While the people who betted on Evan were despairing, and people who betted on Mike were cheering, a man who looks in his mid-30s entered the sparring arena. Who could it be? None other than the referee. The referee was a B-rank hunter. Since there is a high chance someone may die during spar, the referee for the sparring match in the arena is always a high-rank hunter, so that no one will die during the sparring. Seeing the referee appearing, Mike showed a cold smile. He spent all of his money to buy this C-rank armor and cores. He was actually saving money to buy a C+ rank armor, so that he can enter in high-level dungeons. But because of Evan's challenge, he had to buy this C-rank armor and cores, since he still doesn't had enough money to buy a C+ rank armor. Since my plan of buying C+ rank armor is ruined by him, I will make sure he will pay for it, Mike thought, and his cold smile became even wider. Chapter 64. What are you doing here, Valerie? A male student asked in a surprised voice when he saw Valerie. Valerie gave the male student a sidelong glance and said, "We are inside the sparring arena, Leon, and a match is about to start. What do you think I am doing here?" Leon was stunned for about a moment, but then he smiled awkwardly and said, "So you are also here to watch the match? I didn't think I will see you here." Leon was 185 centimeters tall. He has black hair and black eyes, and with his perfect body build he looks quite dashing. Just like Valerie, the aura around him was also that of a C+ rank evolver. By the way, what do you think about my earlier offer? You just have to share 1/4 portion of the ice heart flower, and I can help you clear that dungeon. Leon sat beside Valerie and asked, "Sorry Leon, I can't accept your offer. I need a fully intact ice heart flower," Valerie said, and shook her head, "So forget about it." "Are you sure?" Leon asked with a frown on his face. "It will be very difficult for you to find another C+ rank hunter who is as capable as me." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Thanks for your concern." Hearing Valerie, Leon was about to say something, but in the end he closed his mouth and just nodded his head. "Let me tell you the rules," the referee said to Evan and Mike after arriving in the arena. "Even though you guys didn't make any rules regarding the usage of artifacts, you are not allowed to use any attack type artifacts like a sword, spears, and other weapons. If you are a weapon user, just take a weapon of your preference from the arena's weapon racks. They are special weapons created specifically for spar, so they are safe. Second, you are not allowed to purposely attack the vital areas of your opponent, such as eyes and crotch area. If you do that, I will immediately disqualify you. Third, the match will end when either one of you loses consciousness or surrender. Fourth and last rule, if I say you to stop, you should immediately stop fighting or it won't be good for you. Do you understand? Evan and Mike nodded their head after hearing the referee. How long do you think Evan will last? Don't know, maybe around 1 minute or something. I think the match will be over in a few seconds. After all, Mike can simply ignore all of Evan's attacks because of his armor and focus on attack. Seeing both of them nodding their head, the referee slashed his hand and shouted, "You may begin." When the referee gave the signal for the start of the match, both Evan and Mike didn't move. Evan didn't do anything because he wasn't worried about the match and wanted to see what Mike was planning to do. On the other hand, Mike didn't do anything because he wanted to see Evan try to break the defense of his armor. Why are you not attacking? Don't tell me you are not even going to try after challenging me arrogantly that day, Mike said to Evan in a mocking tone, and he continued, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I will let you off this time. Hearing Mike, Evan's interest to see what Mike was planning completely disappeared. A light blue layer of mana appeared around Evan as he used mana reinforcement. Even without using mana reinforcement, Evan can defeat Mike easily, but it will be too eye-catching if Evan defeats Mike with just his physical strength without anything else. So Evan decided to use mana reinforcement, so that people will think his physical strength is very high, because of mana reinforcement. Of course, after using mana reinforcement, Evan was not planning to use his full power, since his physical strength will reach C+ rank after using mana reinforcement. If Evan attack on Mike with his full strength even though he is wearing a C rank armor, Evan knew there is a high chance Mike will die. When other people saw Evan using mana reinforcement, they all were disappointed. At first, they still had a little hope that Evan may have a powerful skill that may be able to break the defense of Mike. But seeing him using the most basic technique, mana reinforcement, they lost all of their hope. But what happened next shocked everyone to their core, including Evan himself. Since Evan doesn't want to kill Mike, he decided to use around 80% of his strength. He thought it should be enough to break the C rank defense of Mike's armor. Evan pressed his feet on the ground, and the next second, even before most of the people who were watching the match can see what happened, he arrived before Mike. Evan felt something was wrong, since his agility was way higher than he imagined. He used 80% of his strength, so his agility shouldn't be this fast. But he didn't think too much about it, and after coming before Mike, he threw a punch toward him. Although the punch was casual, the air around Evan's fist exploded because of the sheer force of this punch. Evan's face changed when he saw even the power of his punch was much higher than he thought. At the last moment, Evan tried to lower the power of the fist, but because he didn't get enough time, he wasn't able to lower the power much. Mike, who was grinning just a moment ago, was stunned when Evan suddenly appeared before him, and even before he can move away, he saw Evan throw a punch toward his armor. Mike felt a mountain-crushing force coming towards him, and all the invisible hairs on his bald head stood up. But there was no way Mike, who wasn't prepared for Evan's attack, can do anything about it. Boom! Crunch! A loud booming sound along with bone breaking echoed out as Mike flew backward like a broken kite. Mike crashed 30 meters away, creating a 2 meters wide crater. The crimson color C rank armor he was wearing was tattered, and the chest area where Evan punched him earlier was caved in. Blood continues to flow out from his mouth as Mike stopped moving after his body crashed 30 meters away. The entire arena turned silent as people looked at Evan and then at Mike, wondering just what happened. Chapter 65. The arena was dead silent as people were looking at the heavily injured Mike and Evan, who was standing in the arena with dazed expression on his face. No one understand what happened. They all were mocking Evan when they saw him using mana reinforcement. But the next second he just threw a punch, and Mike, who was wearing a C rank armor, was blasted away with heavy injuries. Was he wearing a fake C rank armor? Everyone who were watching the match wondered, and when they came out from their shock, a commotion broke out in the entire arena. Holy sh*t, what the hell happened? How did he defeat Mike this easily? Damn, this match was fixed. That Mike was wearing fake armor. Give back the money that I betted on him. Just what kind of sorcery is this? Even Valerie and Leon were looking at Evan and the unconscious Mike with their mouth opened in an O shape. Since unlike others, Mike and Valerie are C+ rank hunters, they clearly saw how Evan moved, and just threw a casual punch. Although Evan was fast, his agility was still within C+ rank, so they were able to see Evan's attack without any problem. It is unknown whether they would have been able to see Evan if he used his 100% strength. The referee, who was still standing looking at dazed Evan with a dumbfounded expression, came out from his shock after hearing the commotion and quickly ran towards Mike. He came before Mike and quickly checked his condition. When the referee felt Mike was still alive, he sighed in relief. He was so shocked because of Evan's earlier attack that he completely forgot about Mike. The ribs of Mike were broken, and even his lungs were damaged pretty badly. Luckily, although Mike was on verge of death, he can still save him as long as he is still alive. A white light flashed on the referee's hand and entered in Mike's body. Under the effect of the white light, the injuries of Mike started to heal at a rapid speed. Soon the blood that was coming out from his mouth stopped, and his broken ribs also started to heal. The chest area of Mike that was caved in because of Evan's punch also started to return to normal. While the referee was healing Mike, Evan was looking at his fist with a frown on his face. He was sure he used 80% of his power, and according to what he understood about his power level after practicing in VR, his 80% strength shouldn't be able to injure Mike to this degree. Evan was sure that if he didn't dismiss the power of his punch at the last moment, Mike might have actually died here because of his attack. Just what the FU*K is going on? Evan was confused as to why his strength suddenly increased so much. He just went to the VR room yesterday, and his strength was normal. There was no improvement in his strength. Evan arched his eyebrows and thought about his earlier strength. Although he just used 80% of his strength, it was still on par with the 100% strength that he uses in VR. Why is there this difference here? But suddenly Evan remembered something and he rubbed his eyebrows. How can I forget about this? Evan thought and stopped using mana reinforcement that was still activated. The light blue layer of mana started to disappear from Evan's body. While the light blue layer was disappearing, Evan's mouth twitched when he saw along with the light blue layer of mana, there was also a very faint layer of black. Evan completely forget that his mana is different from others. There is shadow energy mix in his mana that VR can't replicate. Although VR can create a perfect version of his body using magic bullshit technology, it can't create shadow energy that is mixed in his mana. Evan still remembered he got the title The Rule Breaker, because he awakened shadow energy, which is a high-level energy, and may not exist in Aurora World. Since this energy doesn't exist in the Aurora World, then how can the technology of the Aurora World can create it? How can I forget my mana reinforcement will be much stronger than the VR? Because of the shadow energy. Evan sighed and looked at the referee who finished treating Mike. Evan wasn't worried about what happened to Mike. As long he doesn't kill him, it won't create any unnecessary trouble for him. Although the referee treated Mike using his skill, he was still unconscious, and it was unknown when he will wake up. After treating Mike, referee looked at Evan, who was now standing causally like nothing happened, and his mouth can't help but twitch. Just what kind of mana reinforcement was that? He thought and wondered whether all these years was he using fake mana reinforcement. Should I ask him to teach me mana reinforcement? I won right. When Evan saw the referee already treated Mike, he asked him since he wanted to leave now. The referee wanted to beat down Evan for asking such a stupid question, but he took some deep breaths to calm down, and nodded his head. When the referee nodded his head, Evan turned around and started to walk out of the arena. People who betted on Evan were cheering like crazy, since the odds on Evan were very high. So all of them naturally earned a fortune. Ha ha ha. I betted 10,000 credits on him, and now I will receive 5 times the amount. But the faces of most of the people in the arena were sullen because they betted on Mike and were cursing him. **T I should have betted 5,000 credits on Evan instead of 5 credits. You at least betted 5 credits. I just betted 1 credit on him. Evan didn't care about what people were shouting and quietly left the arena. Chapter 66. Evan left the sparring arena, and it was quite simple to guess what he did just after leaving the arena. Did he test his full power using mana reinforcement in the real life? Nope. The first thing he did was to take out his phone and open the calculator. Then he used the calculator to see how much money he is going to get. Since the odds were 1-5 and Evan betted his entire bank account, he earned quite a lot this time. Evan's eyes released a bright beam of light when he saw the number on the calculator. 510,240. I hope this time my breakup with poverty will last for the lifetime. Evan muttered and started to walk towards his room. While betting, he provided his bank account number so the winning amount will come into his bank account after some time. After arriving in his room, Evan sat down and once again used mana reinforcement. A light blue layer of the mana with a faint layer of black that was almost invisible appeared around his body. This time Evan didn't hold back and used mana reinforcement to its limit. Evan felt his body beaming with power, and he can easily feel the difference between his full power in VR and in the real life. Evan lowered the power of mana reinforcement to 80% and find his power level was the same as the VR. If he uses 80% power, he will reach at C+ rank. Evan once again used 100% power of the mana reinforcement and felt his power level. Soon Evan felt at 100% power he will be more powerful than a C+ rank hunter. Although he will still be far weaker when compared to a B rank hunter, Evan can feel he won't have any problem defeating a C+ rank hunter if he uses mana reinforcement to its full power. But soon Evan felt something and his eyes narrowed. Why am I feeling the pain all over my body? Evan thought and continued to maintain mana reinforcement to its 100% power. The pain was not too much at the beginning, but slowly it started to build up and get worse. After 5 minutes, Evan felt like his body is at its limits. Evan felt that if he continues to use mana reinforcement, his body will not be able to handle it. The power brought by the mana that has little shadow energy mixed in it was too much for his current body. Evan was very familiar with this feeling. It was the same as what happened when he fought against the C-rank wolf and used the 1 unit of shadow energy. After using 1 unit of shadow energy, Evan's body was at its limit, and even his bones started to crack at that time. Evan quickly stopped using mana reinforcement, but he still felt throbbing pain all over his body. Evan took out a healing potion that he brought when he went out to do mission, and quickly drank it. A refreshing feeling spread all over his body, and the pain he was feeling started to ease up. I can't use mana reinforcement to its full power with my current body, Evan muttered and lay down on the bed. When Evan used 80% power, he reached its C+ rank, and didn't feel any burden on his body. But just as he used 100% power, and his power exceeded the limit of C+ rank, Evan's body wasn't able to handle the power. I should just use mana reinforcement to 80%, since my body can't handle 100% currently. Evan wasn't someone who loves to harm himself for no reason, so he decided to not use mana reinforcement to 100% power before his body becomes strong enough to handle the burden of shadow energy. While laying, Evan closed his eyes and tried to sense his monarch core. A black drop that is actually shadow energy was spinning around his monarch core. Last time when his prime core evolved to D rank, it absorbed 1 unit of shadow energy and mutated. At that time, Evan thought he won't get that 1 unit back. But to his surprise, after 24 hours, that 1 unit of shadow energy regenerated itself and appeared around his monarch core. Evan looked at the pitch black drop of energy for some time, and then shook his head. Forget it. I shouldn't test it. What if my body can't handle the shadow energy like last time? I shouldn't take the unnecessary risk. Evan was thinking about using that 1 unit of shadow energy to see what will happen. But when he remembered what happened after his fight ended with the wolf, Evan just shook his head. He still remembered how his mana went chaotic, and his body started to break because of the power of shadow energy. Evan does not want to feel that kind of pain for no reason. After 30 minutes, the pain that he was feeling because of using mana reinforcement completely disappeared. Suddenly, Evan received a message on his phone. At first, he thought it will be a massage regarding the money he won after betting, so he excitedly opened the massage. But he was disappointed when he saw it was not the message regarding his winning amount. It was a message from an unknown number. Now that your match is over, let's leave on Sunday after 2 days. Although the number was unknown, Evan immediately recognized who sent him this message. How did she get my number? Evan muttered because he never gave her his number. But soon he just shrugged his shoulders and sent her a message that he has no problem about leaving on Sunday. After sending her a message, Evan put away his phone and thought about buying more potions and other necessary things. But more importantly, he thought about absorbing the cores of the Black Ogre. I will absorb them tomorrow. Let's hope my luck will not turn me down this time. Evan muttered and closed his eyes. Even though he didn't use mana reinforcement to 100% power for a long time, Evan still felt his body was drained, so he decided to sleep for some time. Chapter 67. After the match ended, Leon said goodbye to Valerie and left the arena. After leaving the arena, Leon went towards his room in the academy where he rarely visits. Leon is a C+ rank hunter, so he rarely stays in the academy, and spent most of his time outside doing different kinds of missions or clearing dungeons to gather resources for himself. The rules of the academy will be quite lax on you after you become a C rank hunter. Unlike other students who will have to attend classes if they are not doing a mission or have an emergency, You don't need to bother about these things after reaching C rank. You will be allowed to skip classes. Since they also knew there is very little a C rank hunter can gain after going into classes. But this thing is only limited to the students who reach the C rank, and it is not easy to reach C rank while you are still attending the academy. You can attend the academy for only 4 years, and reaching at C rank in 4 years is very hard. Unlike Evan, who doesn't need to worry about making his foundation unstable because of his monarch core, other people can't evolve their cores continuously without stabilizing it after they advance to the next stage. Read chapter 37 for more details. If they continue to advance using cores without stabilizing their foundation, it will be very hard for them to advance to the next stage in the future. While going back, when people saw Leon, they nodded toward him, since he is one of the students who reached at C+ rank just like Valerie. Leon also nodded at them and continued to walk toward his room. After 5 minutes of walking, he arrived at his room, which was clearly much better than Evan's room. After arriving in his room, the calm face of Leon completely crumbled and started to pace back and forth. Even though I won't be going with her, I will have to inform him, Leon mumbled, and after some hesitation took out his phone. Leon dialed a number and called on it. What is it this time, Leon? Don't tell me you once again failed. Soon the call was connected, and Leon heard a lazy voice of a male. Leon took a deep breath after hearing the voice and said, "She rejected the offer that you told me to make while offering the deal." There was no reply after Leon said that, but he didn't say anything else. That's quite unexpected. After a minute, Leon once again heard the voice. "Did you ask for more than 1/4 ice heart flower?" No, Leon instantly denied. "I just asked for 1/4 flower, just like how you asked me." At first, she didn't reject and said she will think about it. But today when I asked her, she rejected my offer. It is strange, she only needs half of the ice heart flower for the potion she wants to make. She should have agreed and let you come with her after hearing that offer, but looks like she found someone who is more capable than you, and that person doesn't ask for ice heart flower. I also think she found someone else. I already told you I should ask for money in return for helping her, that way she would not have rejected me, and I would have easily completed the mission. But you said to ask for that ice heart flower. That is no use for any of us. You are naive, Leon, if you think she would not have suspected you if you asked for money. Do you think she is stupid? She already know you don't need money, since you can easily earn it as a C+ rank hunter. We tried in the past but failed to capture her. If you go there and offer her your help while asking for money, do you really think she will not suspect you? The best choice was to ask for 1/4 portion of the flower, since you can say someone you know needs that flower, and you are helping her, so she can give you 1/4 portion of the flower. When Leon heard what the man said, he understood why he asked him to ask for flower instead of money. But what should I do now? I can't go to the dungeon with her and do what you told me to do. Forget about it. Just find out when she will be going to the dungeon. I will personally take care of this matter. Evan sat on the bed with a serious expression on his face, looking at his hand. In his hand, Evan was holding a black core. The black core was naturally the core of the black ogre that he got a few days ago. Because of his serious expression and handsome face, Evan was looking quite attractive, but as soon as he opened his mouth, that attractive image was completely ruined. "Oh, goddess of luck, bless this humble one. I will search for your temple and donate 1 million credits there if I get the skill that I want." If other people who know more about Aurora World hear what Evan just said, they will immediately understand Evan is trying to scam goddesses of luck. How? Because there is no temple of the goddess of luck in the Aurora World. Evan also knew there is no temple of the goddess of luck in the Aurora World. Just to make sure, he even checked it on the internet, and wasted 10 minutes to look for the temple of the goddess of luck. But the search results showed there is no temple of the goddess of luck in Aurora World. Only after confirming there is no temple of the goddess of luck in Aurora World did Evan dare to pray like this. Since there is no temple of the goddess of luck, he will not have to donate his money. During prayer, he said he will search for her temple and donate 1 million credits. He will search for that temple till the moment he will die. Did Evan think the goddess of luck is a mentality retard, and will not understand what he is thinking? Yes, he thought the goddess of luck is a retard. Why? He is a hopeful youth and can think of anything he wants that makes him happy. Does he need to explain everything that he thinks? After praying for one more minute, Evan was ready to absorb the first core of the Black Ogre. He opened his mouth and with a hopeful look, put the core inside his mouth. Like usual, the core started to melt and turned into energy that rushed towards his monarch core. When the energy arrived near his monarch core, it started to rotate a little faster and absorb the energy. In just a few seconds, the whole energy of the D+ rank core was absorbed by his monarch core. Although Evan already knew it, he was still surprised when his monarch core instantly absorbed all energy of the D+ rank. He knew if he tried to absorb the energy of the D+ rank core through his prime core, it will take him a few minutes to absorb it completely. Evan waited in anticipation to see if he get the skill. Time continues to pass, but there was no notification indicating him that he got a new skill. Looks like there is nothing, Evan muttered inside. After sighing, Evan took out the second core of the Black Ogre, and once again prayed just like last time. He was still hoping to get the skill. Evan once again popped the core inside his mouth, and it once again turned into energy. The energy rushed towards his monarch core and was absorbed by it. Evan's heart started to beat like a drum, and he looked at his status window with hopeful eyes. But when even after 3 seconds he did not get any notification, he once again sighed. Looks like the goddess of luck is not retarded, Evan thought when he didn't get the skill. Just as Evan was about to close his status window, a notification appeared on it. You have received the skill Devourer. Evan read the notifications and blinked a few times. Then he once again read the notification and the first emotion he felt was pride. Pride. Because he was right about the goddess of luck. She is really a retard and answered his prayer by giving him the skill he wanted the most. Don't worry, goddess of luck. Since you give me the skill that I wanted, I will definitely search for your temple. Evan said out loud and looked at the details of the skill with a big smile on his face. Devourer .. The skill is not compatible with the human body and can't be used by you. Evan's mind went blank like it was short-circuited, and he just looked at the status window with the same big smile plastered on his face. Chapter 68. Evan just looked at his status window without blinking his eyes like he had just seen a ghost. Devourer .. The skill is not compatible with the human body and can't be used by you. Coughed *****. Evan coughed out blood seeing what was in front of his eyes. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. It was too much for his fragile young heart. K. After 1 minute of silence, like a switch was turned on, Evan came out from his shock state and shouted out loud. What hell you mean I can't use this skill? Doesn't I have mana and I can use any skill as long as I have mana? What it has to do with me being a human? I want to file a complaint to Gramps. This script is wrong. Evan continued his rant for 1 more minute before calming down. Devourer .. The skill is not compatible with the human body and can't be used by you. I can't use it because this skill is not compatible with the human body. Evan read the notification again and took a deep breath. He took out his phone and searched about how the Devourer skill of the Black Ogre works. When Evan finished reading how the skill of the Black Ogre worked, he suddenly felt lucky that he can't use this skill. Black Ogres can eat any monster or human, and then turn it into energy to increase their level. This is an innate skill of Black Ogres. Because of this skill, the entire metabolism system of Black Ogres is completely different from humans. Whenever a Black Ogre eats a monster, its metabolism system will act with its Devourer skill, and will increase the level of its core, in accordance with the power of the monster it ate. This skill is quite formidable, but there is also a downbreak of this skill. Because of this skill, whenever a Black Ogre eats something, most of the energy that it got after eating will be used to increase the level of its core. Since most of the energy will be used to increase the level of its core, it will always feel hungry. No matter how much it eats, it will never be able to calm down its hunger, and will always be in constant need of food. That's why many people called Black Ogres cursed monsters who can never feel peace. There was even a video on the internet. When he saw the video, Evan felt a chill run down his spine and felt quite lucky he can't use this skill. In the video, a Black Ogre was trapped in a cage. For the first 2 days, the Black Ogre was fine, and just tried to break the cage and came out from it. But when it wasn't able to come out from the cage, it started to eat itself because of hunger. Shocking thing was that since the Black Ogre had regeneration skill, the part it ate will regenerate after some time, and it will eat it again. Evan felt this scene was quite eerie, like he was watching a horror movie. Although the Black Ogre still died later since it wasn't able to use the regeneration skill after it ran out of mana. Holy sh*t. After reading and watching the video, Evan stood up and ran out of his room. Evan came back to his room after 15 minutes while holding an X-ray in his hand. After reading how the Devourer skill work, Evan quickly went to the medical hall of the academy to take a look at his metabolism system. Although it already said he can't use the skill, he still wanted to make sure there is nothing wrong with his body. If I had known there are these kinds of side effects for a skill, I would have never tried to absorb the Black Ogre core using my Monarch core. Evan muttered and suddenly felt lucky that he can't use this skill. Who wants to feel hunger for all eternity? Yes, the skill is good and will have helped him greatly improve his speed of progress. But Evan doesn't want to always feel hungry, just because he wanted to improve the speed of his progress. It will be a torture for him. I thought with the help of this skill, I will not have to worry about cores, but looks like now I can only improve using cores. Evan sighed and massaged his temples. Just thinking about the cores he needs to improve gave him a massive headache. More than 100 C rank core just to improve the level of his Monarch core, then more cores to improve the level of his Prime core. Evan can't even think how long it will take him to gather this many cores. He knew he is being hasty after all. It's not even 1 month since the moment he got his Monarch core, and he is already at D rank. From F rank to D rank, it took him less than a month. Other hunters have to spend years for reaching this level, because they need to stabilize their foundation after the breakthrough. Compared to them, Evan doesn't need to do anything like this. Although he needs more than 2 times of the cores than a normal hunter, he can still progress faster than them. I should take it easy for some time. Let's try to reach C rank first, maybe with the help of my job class. It will be more easy for me to hunt high rank monsters, and I might be able to progress even faster. Evan muttered and closed his eyes. I never thought this damn skill will be a cursed skill. Evan cursed and tried to forget about what just happened. But suddenly Evan remembered something and he stood up abruptly. How? Evan said in disbelief, and then an elated expression appeared on his face. How can I forget about it? I am truly an idiot. Devourer --. The skill is not compatible with the human body, and can't be used by you. Evan once again looked at the skill and his lips curled upwards, forming a big smile. Although I can't use this skill currently, I can still try to. Chapter 69. Evan left his room with a smile on his face, and made his way toward the training facilities of the academy. Evan was quite disheartened after seeing how the skill Devourer turned out, but he found a way that might be able to solve the problem of this skill, and he may be able to use it. Although it will take quite some time before he can try the method, Evan was not in rush as long as the method he thought will work out. Since he is going to leave with Valerie tomorrow, Evan decided to use his remaining time of the VR room. Evan arrived at the VR room facility and entered an empty room using his hunter card. He still had around 2 hours of time left in the VR room. During these few days, Evan sparred with many C-rank hunters to hone his fighting skills, and was able to improve his fighting skill quite a bit. Just like the first time, Evan fought just by using his physical strength for the past few days. But 2 days ago, Evan fought against C-rank hunters using his skills to better understand them. And to his surprise, he finds out his Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill is quite different when compared to his Shadow Bullet skill. Dimensional Shadow Bullets You can use all shadows within 20 meters of your range as a medium to shoot up to 5 shadow bullets at a time. The power of shadow bullets depends on the mana you used in creating them. There is a 5% chance that the defender will become blind for 3 seconds after being hit by shadow bullets. Before merging his Shadow Bullet skill, Evan wasn't able to control the Shadow Bullet after shooting it. But after this skill merged with the Dimensional Shadow Needle skill, he can now control the bullets even after shooting them. As long as the bullets are within 20 meters range from him, he can change their direction in mid-air. On top of that, if there are no shadows around him to use as a medium, he can still shoot the bullets, just like how he used to shoot shadow bullets. Even though Evan can shoot 5 bullets at the same time, he was only able to control only 3 bullets after shooting them. It was very hard for him to pay attention to different bullets after shooting them and control all of them at the same time. When Evan fully understood how the dimensional shadow bullet skill works, he was easily able to defeat C-rank hunters without even breaking a sweat. Today Evan was once again thinking about fighting using his skills. But instead of fighting against a C-rank hunter, Evan decided to fight against a C+ rank hunter. Since the Frost World will be a C+ rank dungeon, he wanted to make sure he will be able to fight against them. Please select the difficulty: F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank. Evan chose C rank just like usual, and another screen appeared before him. C rank or C+ rank. But this time, instead of the C rank, Evan chose the C+ rank. Please wait, you are being matched. It didn't take long for Evan to get matched with an opponent. You are entering Inspiring Arena. Good luck, Shadow Monarch. The surrounding around Evan blurred, and he found himself standing in a grassy plain with some trees here and there. A white light flashed in front of Evan, and a man who looks in his mid-30s appeared before him. The male was wearing black clothes just like Evan, but his face was not covered. He was holding daggers in both of his hands, and was standing with a confident look on his face. Death Lord, 83 wins, 19 lose. He looks like an assassin, Evan thought when he saw the appearance of the Death Lord and the daggers in his hands. Just like how Evan was looking at him, the Death Lord also looked at Evan, and his eyes opened wide when he saw him. Shadow Monarch, 46 wins, 0 lose. You are the shameless black skeleton, the male shouted after seeing Evan and looked at him with a sneer on his face. Evan just rolled his eyes when he heard what Death Lord said, because it was not the first time something like this was happening. Why are you not saying anything? The male spoke once again. I saw many C-rank hunters complaining about a player named Shadow Monarch who is a high C+ rank hunter, but harassing C-rank hunters using low-level difficulty. Are you done? Evan can't waste his limited time chatting with the idiots, so he spoke casually. If you have a problem that I am harassing C-rank hunters, why don't you just take revenge for them? That's what I'm going to do. I saw one of your fights, and seeing your physical strength, I am sure you are a C+ rank hunter. And when it comes to C+ rank hunters, I am one of the strongest. Death Lord spoke and showed a toothy smile. Evan raised an eyebrow hearing the confident tone of the male, but the next second, he also smiled behind his mask. The stronger the opponent will be, the more fun he will have beating him. Are you ready to face your first defeat? Death Lord said and took his fighting stance. Evan didn't say anything and just nodded his head. When both parties were ready, a countdown appeared before them. I will finish this cocky bastard in less than 10 seconds, with my strongest skill, the Death Lord said, and his eyes shined with eerie black light. 3, 2, 1, begin. Eternal Night. Just as the match started, Death Lord shouted, and a dark aura erupted from his body, covering 100 meters area in less than a second. Evan was also swallowed by the black aura even before he can react. Now that you are in the territory of the Eternal Night, let's see how you are going to react when I will sever your neck with my dagger. Chapter 70. Eternal Night is a skill that will turn 100 meters of the area around its caster into a night. Inside the territory of the Eternal Night, your opponent won't be able to see, hear or sense anything for 10 seconds. Death Lord was 100% sure that by using this skill, he will be able to defeat the shameless black skeleton without any problems. Even B-rank hunters will get affected if they are trapped in Eternal Night. Death Lord saw the dark aura covering 100 meters area in less than a second, engulfing Evan along with it. Since he just had 10 seconds, Death Lord did not waste any time, and rushed towards Evan, who was looking around like a headless chicken. Death Lord smirked when he saw Evan looking around like a headless chicken. You had a very good time beating those weaker C-rank hunters. Let me show you what happened when you face someone who is at the same level as you, Death Lord thought, and he arrived behind Evan. The daggers he was holding shined in eerie black light, and he slashed them toward Evan's neck. After seeing his fight last time, I thought he will be a good opponent. But looks like I am just too strong. Sign the sorrow and the loneliness of being at the top, Death Lord thought as his daggers arrived before the neck of Evan, who was looking around like a headless chicken. But just when the daggers were about to slit Evan's neck, he formed a cunning smile behind his mask. Swish. Deathlord's expressions that were showing the sorrow and loneliness of being at the top changed when Evan, who was looking around like a headless chicken, suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared from his place. Instead of slitting the neck, his daggers just sliced through the air. Deathlord never thought that Evan will be able to evade his attack after all. He was sure that Evan won't be able to see, hear or sense anything because of his skill. Because of how Evan suddenly evaded his attack, he lost his balance. Even before Deathlord can regain his balance, he felt someone placing a finger on his head. Bang! Deathlord heard the sound of the shameless skeleton and a bullet pierced through his head. The body of Deathlord started to turn illusory, as his eyes opened wide by the sudden turn of events. How? Deathlord thought as half of his body already disappeared from the arena. He was at the top just a moment ago. How can that black skeleton evade his attack inside the Eternal Night? He clearly saw that guy was looking around like a headless chicken. This script is wrong. Wait, suddenly Deathlord thought something and his eyes that already disappeared from the arena opened wide because of the shock. Could it be that guy wasn't affected by the Eternal Night, and was acting from the beginning, so that he can catch me off guard? But how can a C+ rank hunter resist the effect of Eternal Night? Deathlord thought, and then another thing struck him. That guy never said he is a C+ rank hunter. Deathlord gritted his teeth when he finally understood what happened. That bastard is a B rank hunter and was just playing with me from the beginning. Evan tried his best not to laugh as he saw the body of the Deathlord disappear from the arena. Obviously, Evan is not a B rank hunter, like how Deathlord was thinking. He is still a D rank hunter. Eternal Night. Evan muttered and chuckled. When Deathlord used Eternal Night and Evan was engulfed by the black aura, he felt his vision turn black, his hearing disappeared, and his other senses like touch and smell also got restricted. But just after a second, although his other senses stayed restricted, his vision returned to normal, and he was able to see everything properly without any problems. Evan was confused just for a split second when he remembered after getting his Monarch core, he was able to see in the dark without any problem. At first, he thought this was similar to night vision, but after seeing even a skill like Eternal Night can't restrict his vision, Evan had a feeling that his vision is far greater than night vision. After recovering his vision, Evan still acted like someone who can't see or hear anything, and was affected by the Eternal Night. When Deathlord finally arrived near him, he used Shadow Walk to avoid the attack and finished him with a shadow bullet in a single motion. I thought I will have a good fight against a C+ rank hunter, but I never thought I will meet an idiot who just delivered himself to me on a silver platter. Evan muttered and was about to search for a different opponent when a message popped out in front of his eyes. You have received a friend request. Evan raised an eyebrow when he saw the message and checked who sent him a friend request. But when he saw the person who sent him friend request, his expression turned strange. Deathlord, what this fellow want from me? Evan wondered, and after pondering for a moment he accepted the friend request. Just as Evan accepted the friend request, another message popped out in front of him. Your friend Deathlord is challenging you for a match. Accept/reject. So this guy wants to challenge me again. Evan muttered and accepted the challenge. He also wanted to see real strength of Deathlord, since he said he is quite powerful. Evan knew he won the previous match because he caught him off guard. If instead of using Eternal Night he fought Evan with other skills, it would not have been this easy for him to win the match. When Evan accepted the challenge, a white light flashed in front of him, and Deathlord appeared once again. Chapter 71. Why, you bastard, you are a B rank hunter. Deathlord shouted the moment he appeared and saw Evan. Evan was taken aback when he heard what Deathlord shouted and looked at him with a blank expression on his face. B rank hunter, Evan thought, and looked behind him, wondering if a B rank hunter is standing there, but didn't find anyone. Are you talking to me? Evan asked Deathlord when he did not find anyone behind him. There are just two of us, so, of course, I am talking to you. Evan was speechless and he didn't know what to say. He is just a D rank hunter, and was already having a headache when people in VR were calling him a C+ rank hunter, who is harassing C rank hunters. Like this is not enough, now this guy is calling him a B rank hunter. Look, I don't know why you are calling me a B rank hunter, and honestly I don't care. But just for your information, I am a C+ rank hunter. If you want to fight against me, then fight. If not, just leave already. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Evan said and took his fighting stance. He called himself a C+ rank hunter, because he knew if he said he is a D rank hunter, there is no way Deathlord will believe in him. You are a C+ rank hunter. Deathlord sneered after hearing Evan. There is no way a C+ rank hunter will be able to avoid the effects of the eternal night. Evan didn't even bother to say anything, and just opened his settings and muted Deathlord. Deathlord, who was about to vent out his anger, received notification that his opponent muted him. Seeing the notification, Deathlord gritted his teeth. He challenged Evan just to vent out his anger, but he completely forget that his opponent can mute him. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A countdown appeared before Deathlord as Evan used the function of Force Match. If your opponent is inside the arena for more than 1 minute, you can use this function to start the match if your opponent is delaying the match. Deathlord took a deep breath and looked at Evan coldly. I know I won't be able to defeat him, since he is B rank hunter, but I still want to give him a good punch before the end of this match, Deathlord thought as the countdown reached 0 and the match started. Boom. Just as the match started, Evan pressed his feet on the grassy plain and used haste skill to charge toward Deathlord. Because of the force of Evan's strength, the ground beneath his feet shattered and a small crater appeared there. Deathlord saw Evan coming towards him, but he was surprised when he saw he can still keep track of Evan. Although Evan was fast, his agility was still within the range of a C+ rank hunter. Although Deathlord was surprised when he saw Evan was using the agility of a C+ rank hunter, he didn't sit idly and made his own move. Phantom Clonus. Deathlord used another one of his class skills. Just as the Deathlord used his skill, Evan arrived before him and threw a pouch toward him. The heavy punch landed straight at the face of Deathlord, but Evan was shocked when his fist passed through the body of Deathlord, and the next second the body of the Deathlord turned into black smoke and disappeared. Suddenly Evan felt something and looked to his right side, and saw Deathlord standing 10 meters away from him. Evan didn't understand what kind of skill Deathlord was using, but just as he was about to charge towards him once again, he felt something and looked to his left side, only to see another Deathlord standing there. Evan looked behind him and saw another Deathlord. There were a total of 3 of them, and all of them looked identical to each other. Evan didn't panic when he saw 3 of them, and shot 3 shadow bullets, 1 for each. But to Evan's surprise, all 3 of them moved at the same time and dodged the bullets. Although Evan was surprised seeing they can move, he just smirked and controlled the shadow bullets. Suddenly all 3 shadow bullets changed direction in mid-air at the same time, and once again went towards the 3 Deathlords, who just dodged the bullet. This time only 1 was able to dodge the bullet, and 2 fake Deathlords were destroyed by shadow bullets. Deathlord shouted something, but since Evan already muted him, he didn't hear what he said. When the real Deathlord saw his clones were destroyed, he cursed and looked at the bullet that was following him like homing missile. Damn, just what kind of skill is this? Deathlord cursed and lifted his dagger. A black light shined around his dagger, and he slashed toward the incoming bullet. Fury slash, Deathlord muttered, and his dagger collided against the bullet. Boom. A small explosion happened and Deathlord slid backward. Don't tell me that's all you have got. Suddenly Deathlord heard Evan's voice from behind him, and all hairs on his body stood up to no end. While Deathlord was dealing with the bullet, Evan used his shadow walk skill to appear behind him. Deathlord quickly turned around only to see a fist coming towards him like a raging bull. Deathlord knew it was too late for him to dodge the punch, so all he can do was to use his daggers to block the impact of the punch. Boom. A booming sound echoed out as Deathlord flew away because of the powerful impact. Deathlord felt his hands that were holding daggers shaking, and he almost dropped daggers from his hand. He crashed 10 meters away, and a wave of pain assaulted his entire body. But the worst thing that Deathlord felt was, this guy is just using the strength of a C+ rank hunter. Chapter 72. Deathlord, who just crashed 10 meters away, suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger and saw another black bullet coming towards him. He cursed when he saw the bullet and his body flashed with black light. Just when the shadow bullet was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared from the place where he crashed a moment ago. The shadow bullet struck the ground and created a deep hole there. Evan looked around him vigilantly when Deathlord suddenly disappeared. He extended his senses to all directions, but wasn't able to find him. Deathlord, who used his invisibility skill, was just standing 10 meters away from Evan and was about to attack him when he was startled because of Evan's next move. Evan used Dimensional Shadow Bullet and shot 3 bullets. Then he controlled those 3 bullets to circle around him within 3 meters of range. 1 bullet was circling at his head level, 1 was circling at his waist level, and the last one was around his ankle level. What is this sh*T? Deathlord was dumbfounded, and looked at 3 bullets that were circling around Evan. He was thinking about sneak attack on Evan after using his invisibility skill. But now he can't get close to Evan, or he will have to get past those 3 bullets that were completely covering him. If he decided to attack Evan, he will definitely get hit by those bullets. His only option was to attack from distance, but he doesn't have any long-range attack. What can he do? Deathlord looked at his daggers and thought about throwing them at Evan after going a little close to him. But remembering Evan's agility, he was sure that there is a high chance Evan will dodge that attack. While Deathlord was thinking, Evan was also trying to locate him because he can't control these 3 bullets for a long time. Continuously controlling 3 bullets at the same time put great pressure on his mind, and he also has to use mana to maintain the bullets. Evan was hoping that the effect of whatever skill Deathlord was using to hide from him will run out before he can't control the bullets anymore, or run out of mana. Evan was right, because as time passes, Deathlord was becoming restless, since his invisibility skill will only last for 30 seconds. When 20 seconds passed, Deathlord can't hold back anymore, and decided to attack Evan. From what Deathlord saw earlier, he knew once his invisibility skill run out, there will be very little chase for him to win the match, so he decided to take a gamble. He was very sad because his best skill, Eternal Night, that gave him an advantage, was useless against Evan, but there was no point thinking about it, and Deathlord also knew that. He took a deep breath and shot toward Evan using his full agility. Deathlord bent down his body while running to avoid the bullet that was spinning rapidly around Evan's head level. He didn't care about the bullets that were spinning around Evan's waist and ankle level, since he won't die even if he got hit by those bullets. He just wanted to avoid the bullet that was spinning around Evan's head level, so that it won't pierce through his head and kill him instantly. His eyes were full of determination. He knew although he won't die, it will be very painful when those bullets will hit him. But he was ready to endure the pain. He will endure the pain and won't slow down. He will definitely slit the throat of this shameless skeleton. He knew if he successfully land his attack and slit Evan's throat, he will win the match. At the beginning of the match, he just wanted to land a punch on Evan, but since that guy still didn't use the strength of B-rank hunter, now he wanted to win the match. Deathlord was 3 meters away when the bullet that was spinning at waist level hit him. He felt a heart-wrenching pain, and his invisibility skill also stopped because he received a attack, but the determination from his eyes didn't waver. But in less than a microsecond, he felt the same gut-wrenching pain from his ankle area, and his vision suddenly turned black. Deathlord. Because of suddenly losing his vision, Deathlord lost his balance and dropped to the ground face first while running. As soon as his shadow bullet hit Deathlord, Evan turned around, but was startled when he saw a person wearing black clothes sliding towards his direction, face first on the ground. Evan's face ached just by looking at how Deathlord's face was scuffing against the ground. What kind of painful entry is this? Evan thought and looked at Deathlord strangely, who was shouting something, while his body was shaking like he was in deep pain. Unknown to Evan, when Deathlord got hit by second shadow bullet, the 5% effect where your enemy will turn blind for 3 seconds activated, and Deathlord lost his balance. Deathlord was just too unlucky. Is he feeling pain because he got hit by shadow bullets? Evan thought and found it reasonable. Although he didn't know why Deathlord was sliding on the ground, he still decided to end the match so he won't feel pain anymore. Looking at the condition of Deathlord, Evan knew the match is already over, and since he just have 2 hours of time to use VR, he did not want to waste his time with Deathlord. He still wanted to fight against other C+ rank hunters. Evan pointed his finger towards Deathlord and shot a shadow bullet straight in his head. The shaking body of Deathlord soon started to turn illusory and disappeared from the arena. Deathlord was cursing and asking Evan why his vision suddenly turned black, but since Evan muted him earlier, he did not hear him and started another match with a different C+ rank hunter. Chapter 73. Yevon came out from the VR room with a satisfied expression on his face. His 2 hours of time in the VR room was over, so he left the room. After defeating Deathlord a second time, that guy once again challenged Evan, but Evan rejected his challenge without hesitation. He already defeated that guy 2 times, and was aware about most of his skills, so there was no point for Evan to fight against him. He won't get anything after fighting against Death Lord, so he rejected his challenge. Evan wanted to fight different C+ rank hunters, so that he can improve himself, not for his winning streak or anything. After rejecting Death Lord challenge, Evan fought against 3 more C+ rank hunters. Even though he won all 3 fights, those 3 fights were much harder than his fight against Death Lord. Evan even felt like that Death Lord was a fake C+ rank hunter. Naturally, Death Lord was not a fake C+ rank hunter, it was just that his main skill was useless against Evan. If Death Lord fought against other C+ rank hunters, his Eternal Night skill won't be ineffective, and he will have a high chance of winning the match. But I really need a defensive skill, Evan muttered and rubbed his chin. During his fight, he once again felt the need for a defensive type of skill. He has Dimensional Shadow Bullet for the attack, Haste for speed, and Shadow Walk for escape, but he doesn't have any skill for defense. I am going into Frost World Dungeon tomorrow with Valerie. There will be many ice types monsters. I might find a monster with good defensive ice type skill, and I might get its skill after absorbing its core. Evan muttered and arrived at his room. After arriving in his room, Evan took a long bath since he was drenched in sweat after laying in VR for 2 hours. Evan came out from the bathroom after 30 minutes, with just a towel around his waist. After coming out of the bathroom, Evan went towards the small kitchen area of the room that he wasn't able to use much during his life, since most of the time he just ate cup noodles. But today was different. Since he won a good amount of money, he is not going to eat cup noodles anymore. Today, before absorbing the cores of the Black Ogre, he went out to buy some potions and other necessary things that might come in handy when he is inside the dungeon. He also tried to buy an invisibility potion, since he wanted to cook cup noodles with it, but he was disappointed when the receptionist told him they don't have any invisibility potion currently. Although disappointed, Evan didn't take it to heart. He is rich now. There will be many other occasions where he will get the chance to try his unique cup noodles. When he wasn't able to buy cup noodles, he bought fish that he wasn't able to eat for a long time. But he didn't buy any normal fish, he bought blue star fish, which is an E+ rank fish. Evan never ate this fish in the past, but he heard from many people that this fish is very tasty. The fish cost him 3,500 credits, but Evan is rich now, so he can afford it. Evan came into the kitchen area and took out 15 centimeters long light blue color fish that he bought from the market a few hours ago. But just after taking out the fish, Evan realized there was a serious problem. A problem that he forgot in the past 2 years since he didn't need to use the kitchen. How do I cook fish? Evan was dazed. He completely forgot he don't know how to cook. But he suddenly remembered the true friend of the bachelors who don't know how to cook. Evan looked at his bed and saw his mobile phone there. He picked up his mobile and searched bachelorcooking.com, which is a famous website where many simple recipes that can be cooked by bachelors are available. After opening the website, Evan searched for the recipe for blue star fish and found tens of recipes available for it. Evan heard grilled star blue fish taste the best, so he looked for a grilled star fish recipe among them. Soon he found a good recipe that he found quite easy and decided to use that. Evan cleaned the fish and marinated it according to the recipe. The recipe was very simple, and Evan thought he will be able to make good grilled fish easily. After 2 hours of hard work, Evan was finally done with the cooking. A sweet aroma was drifting in Evan's small room, and he was drooling just by looking at the fish in front of him. After Evan was done with cooking, he did not immediately start eating. He first opened the bachelorcooking.com once again and searched for the recipe that he just cooked. After opening the recipe, he gave it 1 star out of 5. Why did Evan give the recipe just 1 star, even though he was drooling? The reason was simple. At the end of the recipe it was written that it will only take 30 minutes to cook the fish if he uses this recipe. But it took him a total of 2 hours to cook this fish. It was too much of a fraud. He can't support this kind of recipe. That's why he gave it just 1 star. After giving the recipe 1 star, Evan threw away his phone on the bed and picked up the plate of the fish. He sniffed in sweet aroma of the fish and wasn't able to hold back anymore. He tasted the fish and his eyes lit up. It is indeed the fish that cost me 3,500 credits. Evan muttered and slowly ate the fish. While he was eating, Evan received a massage. Meet me at the entrance of the academy at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Evan looked at the message, and after glancing at it for one time he once again focused on eating. Chapter 74. Next day after breakfast, Evan checked his shadow storage. He placed most of his important things inside his shadow storage instead of the storage ring. After Evan was sure he didn't forget anything, he looked at the clock and saw it was already 8:55. After seeing the time, Evan came out from his room, and after locking the door, he made his way towards the entrance of the academy, where Valerie asked him to meet her. This time when people of the academy saw Evan, they didn't mock him like usual, since most of the students know how Evan easily defeated Mike. Although Evan never cared about what people talked about him, he still felt great when he saw people were not talking sh*t about him anymore. Evan soon came out from the academy, but he didn't see Valerie anywhere. He took out his phone and saw there was still 1 minute left. Don't tell me she is also one of the perverts who always arrive on the fixed time, not a second late or earlier. Evan thought and put away his phone. Just like this, 5 minutes passed away. All right, she is not one of those righteous perverts, Evan muttered and thought about calling her. But just as he was about to call her, he saw a pink Lamborghini coming towards him. Soon the pink Lamborghini stopped in front of him, and he saw Valerie, who was sitting in it. Sorry for being late. Let's go, Valerie said to Evan and gestured him to sit inside. Evan didn't reply to her and just looked at the car with a dazed look. sh*t Evan cursed and looked at the pink color of the car and then at smiling Valerie. Hello, what are you thinking? Valerie asked Evan when he didn't say anything to her. Cough*. Evan coughed and said with a twitching mouth, nothing. I just felt your car is quite unique. Of course it is unique. There is no other car with the same color in the entire Straight City, Valerie said in a prideful tone. I think you won't find a car with this perverted color in the entire world, Evan thought, and after making sure no one was looking, he sat inside the car. Let's go, Evan said to Valerie as soon as he sat inside. He doesn't want anyone to see him sitting in a pink car. Valerie thought Evan was in a hurry because she came late, so she nodded her head and the car charged forward. If you have any questions about the dungeon, you can ask me, Valerie said to Evan and focused on driving. I do have some doubts, Evan said and asked. You told me I won't have to pay the 20% fees that people have to pay, but I searched about Frostworld Dungeon and found it is controlled by the Silver Star Guild, which is the platinum level guild of the Straight City. Are you sure I won't have to pay anything? Since I made a deal with you, I will naturally take care of it. You don't have to worry about that. There are 4 levels of the guilds. From lower to higher they are bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Just like 6 major hunters academics, there are 6 platinum level guilds. These platinum level guilds are situated in the same city as the other major academies. For example, in a Straight City, there is a Straight Academy and Silver Star Guild. In Naflium City there is Clear Sky Academy and White Shark Guild, which is a platinum level guild. All the guild masters of these 6 platinum rank guilds are S-rank hunters. The platinum level guilds and the academies are located in the same city, because these 6 cities are the main cities for the human race. Evan nodded after hearing Valerie, and didn't ask how she is going to take care of it. As long as he doesn't have to pay, he was fine with that. So he asked his second question. When I was looking for the information about the Frost World Dungeon, I find out the Ice Heart Flower that you talked about is actually not a regular reward for clearing the dungeon. Is that true? Yes, Valerie nodded after hearing Evan and said, Ice Heart Flower is a very rare flower that takes 10 years to bloom. There is an ice pond inside the Frost World Dungeon where this flower blooms every 10 years. Normally you don't receive the Ice Heart Flower as the reward for clearing the dungeon, but every 10 years when the flower blooms you can get it by clearing the dungeon. The Ice Heart Flower already bloomed 2 days ago, so as long as we clear the dungeon, we will definitely get the flower. Looks like that flower is quite rare, Evan thought, and felt he got scammed by Valerie. Since that flower is rare, he should have asked for more than 100,000 credits for helping her. But suddenly Evan thought about something and asked, you said that flower bloomed 2 days ago? Yes, Valerie nodded her head, and seeing the frown on Evan's face she said with a smile, you don't have to worry about other people clearing the dungeon and taking away the flower. Oh, Why is that? Evan asked with a curious expression because he indeed thought that someone might have already cleared the dungeon and taken away the flower. No one can take away the flower, because Silver Star Guild closed the Frost World dungeon 10 days ago, and no one is allowed to enter it. Then are you sure we can enter? Don't worry, there won't be any problem for us, Valerie said in a confident tone. Privilege of being rich, I guess, Evan thought after hearing Valerie's confident tone, and shrugged his shoulders. I have one last question, Evan said and looked outside the car. Go ahead. It is actually not related to the dungeon we are going, Evan said and looked at Valerie. Can you tell me about the Tower of Ascension? Chapter 75. Yevon got the title Rule Breaker, and with the help of this title, he can enter the Tower of Ascension without reaching S rank. Evan has very little information about the Tower of Ascension. He knew if someone clears the Tower of Ascension, they will be able to surpass S rank, and will reach a higher world than Aurora World. In the academic library, there was very little information available about the Tower of Ascension. He checked on the internet and also didn't find much information there. There was some minor information like your race may also evolve after clearing the Tower of Ascension, but overall, he wasn't able to find anything significant about it. Evan wanted to gather more information about the Tower of Ascension, so he asked Valerie. Although he wasn't sure, he can guess Valerie's backward is not simple, and she might have more information about the Tower of Ascension. Tower of Ascension? Valerie looked at Evan with a surprised expression and asked, are you planning to challenge it in the future? Yes. Do you know what is the requirement for entering the Tower of Ascension? Valerie asked in a doubtful tone and looked at Evan. You have to reach S rank before you can challenge it, Evan said calmly. Seeing how Evan was talking about reaching S rank so calmly, Valerie wondered from where this guy was getting his confidence, but nodded her head. Yes, you have to reach S rank before you can challenge the Tower of Ascension. But do you know very few people who reach at S rank challenge it? Very few people challenge it. Evan raised an eyebrow and asked, why is that? Did you search for the information about the Tower of Ascension in the Academy Library? Valerie didn't answer Evan and asked another question. Yes. Then you should know you will leave Aurora World, and will reach a higher world, if you clear the Tower of Ascension. Yeah, I know about it. Evan nodded his head. You will leave Aurora World and will reach a higher world where your power will be at the bottom of the hierarchy, Valerie said, and looked at Evan. From S rank hunter who is at the top of the power in this world to someone who is at the bottom of the power. Do I still need to tell you why very few people challenge the Tower of Ascension after reaching S rank? Hearing Valerie, an understanding look appeared on Evan's face, and he said while shaking his head, no need, I can guess. In Aurora World, the highest level you can reach is the S rank. After reaching S rank you can easily get whatever you want in Aurora World. But these S rank hunters will be at the bottom of the power, if they clear the Tower of Ascension and reach the higher world. After working so hard they finally reached S rank and are at the top of the world. Why will they go somewhere where they are nothing but at the bottom of the food chain? Most of the S rank hunters don't challenge Tower of Ascension because of this same reason, Valerie said, and she continued. Unlike Aurora World where the human race is at the top of the food chain, there are many other races that are more powerful than humans. In the higher world, human race is above average race. There are many other powerful races like vampires, dwarfs, elves, dragons, and many others. Evan, who was hearing from the side, was stunned when he heard Valerie. He already guessed that there might be many other races if he go to the higher world, but now that Valerie was telling him, he was still shocked. He was also curious about from where Valerie got this information, because he didn't find something like this in the academic library or on the internet. Although Evan was curious, he didn't interrupt Valerie and continued to listen. You should have read that there is a chance your race might also evolve after clearing the Tower of Ascension. Evan nodded his head because he saw something like this on the internet. Actually, it is wrong, Valerie said and shook her head. It is actually your core that might evolve after clearing the Tower of Ascension. Core evolution? Evan asked in a confused voice. I am also not sure about it, Valerie said in an uncertain voice. But from what I know, it is actually your core that might evolve after clearing the Tower of Ascension. The information saying your race might evolve is actually wrong. How can a core can evolve? Evan asked and thought about his prime core that mutated recently. Beats me, Valerie said, and shrugged her shoulders. So after knowing you will be nothing but a normal person there, that might even die just after reaching there, are you still going to challenge the Tower of Ascension? Valerie looked at Evan and asked curiously after telling all the things that she knew about the Tower of Ascension. Of course, I am going to challenge it. Hearing Valerie, Evan did not even bother to think about it and said instantly. Valerie was taken aback when she heard Evan's instant reply, and can't help but ask, "Are you not afraid after hearing what I just told you?" Evan did not say anything and just smiled after hearing Valerie. Afraid? Why would he be afraid? He has his Monarch core. Evan was sure that after clearing the Tower of Ascension when he will reach at the higher world, he won't be at the bottom of the food chain. And if what Valerie said about core evolution is true, then doesn't it mean there is also a chance his Monarch core will evolve after clearing the Tower of Ascension? His Monarch core is already terrifying. What will happen if it evolves once again? If this is not enough, then his Prime core is also not normal. It just mutated some days ago. What will happen if it will also evolves again? If even after having so many advantages he is afraid of challenging the Tower of Ascension, doesn't it mean he should just go somewhere and die? Chapter 76. Seeing Evan didn't say anything, Valerie also didn't insist further and focused on driving. The Frost World dungeon is quite far away from the academy, and it will take them 5 hours to reach there. Evan never got a chance to visit the city properly, so after he stopped talking with Valerie, he started to look outside. He thought about asking how she knows so many things about the higher world, and why this information is not available in the library. But after careful consideration, he didn't ask about it. She already told him many things that he wasn't aware about, and since this information is not available in the library and on the internet, it is clear the source of the information will not be normal. He doesn't want to get himself involved in some kind of secret organization *T that often appears in novels that he used to read in his past life. When Evan was watching outside from the car, he noticed when some people saw Valerie's car, they shook their heads and even showed pity-filled expressions. Evan's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he stopped looking outside. Since there was nothing to do for him, he took out his phone and started to play Super Zerio game. He is going to save the princess who is locked in the Demon King's palace. Valerie glanced at Evan and found it weird that he was playing kids' games, but she didn't say anything and focused on driving. 5 hours later they arrived at their destination. During these 5 hours, Evan discovered a huge secret. The princess in the Super Zerio game is definitely a bit*H. He saved her 3 times from the Demon King, but each time after saving her, she got herself kidnapped once again. Evan had a feeling that she likes the food of the Demon Castle more than the food of her own kingdom. He wasted his 5 hours. Suddenly the car stopped, and Evan looked outside, only to see a closed giant door and high wall, with 2 D-rank hunters guarding it. When those 2 guards saw the pink car, they quickly opened the door and stepped aside. Valerie drove the car and passed through the door. When the car passed through the door, Evan saw the area behind the door that was covered by high walls was 4 kilometers square in size. Some small cabins were built in that area, but what caught Evan's attention was the cabin that was built at the rightmost corner of the area. There was no cabin near it, and Evan can feel some energy fluctuations from that cabin. He remembered he felt the same kind of energy fluctuations from the Shadow Kingdom dungeon that he visited not long ago. But the energy fluctuation that he was feeling from this cabin was far greater than the fluctuation of that Shadow Kingdom dungeon. His portal is inside that cabin. Evan wondered when he felt the energy fluctuation. "Let's go." After parking her car, Valerie said to Evan. Both of them left the car, and Valerie led him toward the portal from which the energy fluctuations were coming. "The dungeon portal is inside that cabin, right?" Evan asked Valerie while going towards the cabin. "Yeah." Valerie nodded her head. "Why did they build this cabin around the dungeon?" "This is not a simple cabin," Valerie said. "There is actually a formation in that cabin that can hold down monsters, if by chance a dungeon breakout happens. Even though the formation is not much powerful, it can still hold back monsters for some time, before the backup arrives here, and help them surpass the monsters." "What about the other cabins?" "They are normal cabins. Since there is a high chance of people getting injured inside the dungeon, they can get treatment in those cabins." Oh, Evan nodded his head in understanding and didn't ask anything else. Soon they arrived before the cabin, and Evan saw a man in his mid-30s sitting there on a chair. The man was a C+ rank hunter, and he was playing Super Zerio game with an excited expression on his face. Evan looked at the man with a dead face and didn't say anything. Valerie, on the other hand, became curious about the Super Zerio game. She saw Evan was also playing this game earlier for the whole time. Is this game really exciting? Valerie thought, and when she saw the excited expression of the man, she decided to play it after clearing the dungeon. Cough asterisk. Valerie coughed to get the attention of the man who was so submerged in the game that he did not notice them. No reaction. Don't worry, princess, this prince will surely save you this time, the man muttered, and his excited expression turned serious. Valerie. Evan wanted to tell this guy that the princess is actually wife of the Demon King, and will once again return to him even if he saves her, but seeing his serious expressions, he wasn't able to bring himself to say that. Looks like you are enjoying the game, Prince Jerry. Instead of coughing, Valerie said out loud this time. Yeah. The game is underscore. Jerry, who was playing the game, closed his mouth midway and quickly looked up. Miss Valerie. Jerry put away his phone and stood up while looking at her awkwardly. Asterisk 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 game. OVER asterisk 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 asterisk. Since Jerry put away the phone without pausing the game, Zerio died and the game announcement rang out. Jerry's mouth twitched when he heard the game announcement, and the awkward atmosphere turned super awkward for Jerry. Can we go? Valerie did not want to waste her time, so she asked Jerry, who was cursing inwardly. Please go ahead. When Jerry saw Valerie did not talk about what happened earlier, his eyes lit up, and he stepped aside, giving way to Valerie. Let's go, Valerie said to Evan and went inside the cabin. Evan was once again surprised when he saw the guard allowed them to enter without checking anything, but he still followed Valerie inside the cabin. When Evan entered the cabin, he saw a 3 meters high and 2 meters wide blue color portal. Let's go in, Valerie said and stepped inside the portal. Evan looked at the portal and followed after Valerie. Chapter 77. Upon entering the portal, Evan felt his surroundings blur a little. The next second, intense white light shined in front of him. Because of the intense light, Evan was forced to close his eyes. When Evan closed his eyes, he felt a cold wind blow past him, sending a shiver all over his body. Evan opened his eyes and saw a white world in front of him. Am I in Antarctica? Evan mumbled, seeing ice all over in front of him. What is Antarctica? Evan heard Valerie's voice and saw her standing right beside him. Nothing. So what do we have to do to clear this floor? I can't see anything but ice here. Evan asked Valerie after he didn't see anything other than ice. Can you see that ice structure over there? Valerie pointed in front of them and asked Evan. Evan looked in front of him, and after focusing, he saw an ice structure that was resembling a pyramid. Do we need to reach there in order to clear this floor? Evan asked after seeing the pyramid. Yes. This doesn't seem hard though, Evan muttered after hearing confirmation from Valerie. According to Evan, the pyramid was around 10 kilometers away from them. There might be some difference because everything there was white, and it is much harder to accurately guess the distance in that kind of environment. We will have to face many monsters on the way. But you are right, it won't be much difficult. Since it is just the first floor, there are 10 floors in this dungeon, and it will become much harder when we will reach higher floors. By the way, I forget to tell you one thing. Just as Evan was ready to march forward, he heard Valerie and looked at her with a frown on his face. What is it? Don't look at me like that. I just forget to tell you, since we can get the ice heart flower after clearing the dungeon, and this flower is not a regular reward, the difficulty of the dungeon will be at an all-time high. We will have to face more monsters that people have to usually face while clearing the dungeon. If it is just that, then it is fine. The frown on Evan's face disappeared after hearing Valerie, and he said coarsely, "It is fine." Valerie asked in a dazed voice, "How is it fine?" Evan didn't reply to her and started to walk towards the pyramid. Why would he complain if there are more monsters? For Evan, the more the better. He needs many C rank cores in order to evolve his Monarch core to C rank. And this is the perfect opportunity for him to farm cores. This is a C+ rank dungeon with 10 floors. According to what he knew, they will face C rank monsters from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. On the 5th floor, they will face a C+ rank monster. But this monster will be much stronger than normal C+ rank monsters, since it will be the boss monster of the dungeon. Then from the 6th floor to the 9th floor, they will face C+ rank monsters. And on the 10th floor, they will face the second boss monster of the dungeon. This monster will also be a C+ rank monster, but it will be more powerful than C+ rank monsters. Evan was quite excited because he will be able to collect some C+ rank cores from floor 6 to 9th. If he uses C+ rank cores, it will take even fewer cores for him to evolve his Monarch core. Previously, Evan made a mistake when he compared the energy requirement for his Monarch core evolution. He thought normal people need around 50 C rank cores to evolve their D rank prime to C rank. And since he need around 100 cores, he thought his Monarch core needs 2 times more energy to evolve. But he completely forget other people can't absorb 100% energy from the cores like him. They can only absorb around 30% energy from a core, or a maximum of 50%, if they have a skill related to the core type. Normal people can advance their prime core from D rank to C rank, after using around 50 C rank cores, even though they can only absorb 30% of energy from it. But he who can absorb 100% energy, needs more than 100 cores to advance to C rank. When Evan realized this fact later, he got goosebumps just thinking about it. But the power Monarch core is giving me is worth that much energy, Evan thought, and focused on the dungeon. It was hard to walk on ice, so Evan and Valerie used minor reinforcement around their feet to not get hindered by the ice. Just after 5 minutes of walking, both Evan and Valerie felt something and stopped walking. **********. Suddenly they saw 2 white figures coming towards them. Ice leopards. Valerie muttered when she saw 2 meters long and 3 meters high white leopards, with deep yellow eyes coming towards them. Be careful while fighting against ice leopards, although they are just C rank monsters. Their agility is quite high, Valerie said to Evan. By the way, I forget to ask you something. Evan ignored what Valerie said and spoke. What? How will we divide the cores that we will get? Evan asked in a serious voice. Valerie's mouth twitched when she heard Evan's serious voice, but she still said, you can keep all the cores from the monsters you will kill yourself. And since I will be taking Ice Heart Flower after we clear the dungeon, I will give you 50% cores that I will gather here. Is this fine with you? Evan's lips curled upward when he heard Valerie, and he nodded his head. Let's quickly take care of them so we can clear this floor, Valerie said, and was about to charge forward when she felt something and stopped. When those ice leopards were just 20 meters away from them, 2 black bullets shot out from their own shadows and penetrated their chest, destroying their heart instantly. Valerie looked with a shocked face as bodies of the both ice leopards dropped to the ice lifelessly. What the hell was that? Even though she saw with her own eyes, Valerie wasn't able to understand what was happening. I hope I will find a core. Valerie came out from her shock when she heard Evan mumbling and looked at him with a dazed look. Chapter 78. Evan was walking towards the ice pyramid calmly with a small smile on his face. Beside him, Valerie was walking with a twitching mouth. It is been 30 minutes since Evan killed those 2 ice leopards that appeared before them. After killing those ice leopards, Evan got 1 ice core from one of the leopards. Evan was happy after getting a C rank core, just after killing 2 ice leopards, so he walked forward with much more enthusiasm. During these 30 minutes they encountered 10 more ice leopards, and all of them were C rank, just like the 2 leopards they faced earlier. These ice leopards always appear in groups. They encounter 2 groups of 2 ice leopards and 2 groups of the 3 ice leopards. When they encounter the group of the 2 ice leopards, just like the first time Evan killed them using his dimensional shadow bullet. Since Valerie said to him he can keep all the cores from the monsters he kill himself, he decided to kill most of the monsters. So whenever an ice leopard came before them, even before Valerie can do anything, he killed them using his skill. Valerie was quite frustrated seeing Evan was killing all of the monsters, but she calmed down when she remembered soon they will encounter groups, where there will be more than 2 ice leopards. From what she saw, Evan always used 2 bullets to kill them, so she thought he can only use 2 bullets at the same time. So when they came before a group of 3 ice leopards, she was ready to spill her first blood in the dungeon. Valerie placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and bent down her body to charge forward. But just as she was about to shot forward, she saw 3 black bullets shot out from their shadows and killed them just like before. Valerie, who was ready to charge forward, was frozen in her place. and just watched with a dazed face as Evan once again walked towards the leopards and started to look for calls. What was that? Wasn't he supposed to only use 2 bullets at the same time? How did they turn into 3 this time? After looking for the core, Evan didn't even glance at Valerie, who was still frozen in the posture of charging forward, and started to walk towards the ice pyramid. Currently, his attention was fully focused on the calls. When Valerie saw Evan walking away, she stopped playing statue and quickly chased after him. After walking for some time, they once again encounter a group of 3 ice leopards. Seeing those ice leopards this time, Valerie did not try to do anything, and just watched as they were once again killed by Evan's dimensional shadow bullets. After killing these 10 leopards, Evan found 3 calls, and now he was walking with a slight smile on his face. These ice leopards are quite weak, Evan muttered while walking. Valerie, who heard Evan, wanted to smash his head. Although ice leopards are weak, the problem hunters face while fighting against them is their agility. The agility of ice leopards is very high. Although it is inferior to a C+ rank hunter, they are still dangerous, because they always attack in groups. But since Evan was killing them using dimensional shadow bullets, they were not able to show their power. Suddenly Valerie and Evan once again stopped and looked in front of them. In front of them, 4 ice leopards were coming towards them. Seeing the 4 ice leopards, both Evan's and Valerie's eyes lit up. This time Valerie was more hopeful. She didn't believe Evan will be able to kill those 4 ice leopards like before. Valerie was 90% confident that this time she will finally be able to fight. But her confidence shattered like glass when she glanced at Evan and saw his shining eyes. That skill won't be able to kill 4 at the same time, right? Valerie tried to grab the last straw of hope, but Evan was merciless as he once again killed those 4 ice leopards using his dimensional shadow bullet. It is hard for him to control 4 bullets at the same time, like how he controlled bullets while fighting the Death Lord. But if he just has to shoot bullets, he can shoot all 5 at the same time. Seeing the 4 ice leopards dropping to the ice, Valerie's eyes became lifeless. She can just watch without any expression as Evan once again walked towards the ice leopards and looked for cores with a hopeful look. While Evan was looking for cores, suddenly Valerie thought about something, and her eyes opened wide. She didn't realize this earlier because she was too busy thinking about how to steal a kill, that she completely ignored this fact. He is using that skill so many times. Seeing the power of that skill, it is normal for him to run out of mana. Then why is he looking completely fine? Just how much mana does he have? Valerie thought and started to wonder if Evan is really a human. She knew if she uses this kind of skill for so many times, she will surely run out of mana. Valerie was right when she thought Evan was using a large amount of mana each time he uses his skill. Although Evan is just a D rank hunter, his mana capacity is comparable to that of a C+ rank hunter because of his Monarch Core and Mutated Prime Core. Not only these two gave him a large amount of mana, but they also give him a high regeneration speed, especially his Monarch Core that can recover his mana in just a few minutes. He noticed the mana regeneration speed of his Monarch Core become even greater after he got 1 unit of the shadow energy. Evan got 1 more core from the 4 ice leopards this time. Evan put away the core into his storage ring, and Valerie can only see him with eyes full of envy. Although with her background she can easily get as many C rank cores as she wants, she never used the money to get cores for herself, and always gathered them by herself. After collecting the core, Evan and Valerie once again walked forward, and after 10 minutes they finally reached the ice pyramid. Chapter 79. When Evan came near the ice pyramid, he saw a portal that was the same as the one from which he entered the dungeon. Seeing the portal, Evan guessed this portal will most likely lead them to the 2nd floor. We can go to the 2nd floor using this portal. Valerie confirmed Evan's thought when she saw the portal. She was very eager to go to the 2nd floor, because she wasn't able to do anything on the 1st floor. Do you want to rest for a bit before going in? Although Valerie was eager to go to the 2nd floor, she still asked Evan, since he was using his skill all the time. I am fine, we can enter. Evan's mana was already fully recovered, and only 1 hour passed since they entered the dungeon, so he was not tired. Valerie nodded her head after hearing him and walked toward the portal with an eager expression. Evan also followed behind her and they entered the portal. Upon entering the portal, Evan found himself standing before the entrance of a forest. The trees of the forest were very high, reaching 30 meters of height. Just like the first floor, everything here was also covered in ice, including the trees of the forest. So we have to reach at the other end of this forest if we want to clear this floor. Evan asked Valerie, who was standing beside him. Yes, Valerie nodded and said, this forest is not big, only 100 kilometers square, so it won't take long for us to reach the other end of the forest. But since the forest is not big, we will encounter monsters occasionally here. Let's go then. Evan nodded his head after hearing Valerie and walked forward. The forest was eerie silent, and only the sound of Evan and Valerie's footsteps rang out in the surroundings. Howl! But the silence didn't last long, as not even a minute after entering the forest, Valerie and Evan heard a howl of a wolf. Both of them stopped walking and looked in front of them. Howl! Howl, howl, howl. Soon they heard the howls of many other wolves, and the sound of approaching footsteps rang out. 1, 2, 5. In just a few seconds, 10 wolves who were 1 meter long and 2 meters high appeared before them. The wolves were covered in pure white fur and had blue eyes. An icy aura was being released from their bodies that made their surroundings colder. Ice wolves, Valerie muttered when she saw the wolves. Evan extended his hand and his nether steel sword shot out from his shadow. Valerie, who was standing beside him, was startled when a sword shot out from the ground. This time Evan decided to fight using his sword instead of killing them with his skill. His dimensional shadow bullet skill uses quite a big amount of mana, and he needs a few minutes to recover it. But Valerie just told him there are many monsters in this small forest, and he might not get a chance to recover his mana. On the first floor, he always gets some time after killing ice leopards. That was enough for him to recover his mana, but now that he might not get a chance to recover it, he decided to fight using the sword. He will only use his skill if necessary. Valerie was a little startled when she saw a sword coming out from the ground, but when she saw Evan didn't kill all the 10 wolves using his strange skill, she was overjoyed. She can finally spill the blood. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. Just when both of them were about to attack the wolves, Evan and Valerie saw a wolf that was bigger than the wolves standing in front of them appear behind the group of 10 wolves. This wolf was 2 meters long and 3 meters high. A spike-like dark blue horn was coming out from its forehead, and was giving a chilly feeling to the onlookers. Even though it was also C-rank monster, both Valerie and Evan can feel this wolf was more powerful than other wolves. When Evan saw this wolf, he remembered the shadow wolf that he killed a few days ago. That wolf used its minions to assess his weakness and tired him first, so that it can kill him. Evan guessed this wolf is the same and first wanted to confirm their power before making its move. He even wondered if sending their minions is some kind of sacred ritual of the wolves. Although the wolf was different, it was still a C-rank monster, and both Evan and Valerie were not afraid of it. Ice walk, Valerie muttered, and an icy blue aura appeared around her legs. Swish. She shot toward the wolves at such high speed that even Evan found it hard to see her figure. Valerie appeared near the group of 3 wolves, and her eyes shined with blue color. Blizzard, Valerie said, and swung her light blue sword toward the group of wolves. A snowstorm that was filled with sharp ice spikes shot out from the tip of her sword, which engulfed all 3 wolves in an instant. Howl! All 3 wolves who were caught in the snowstorm howled pitifully. The snowstorm was like an icy tornado that was filled with ice spikes. The bodies of the wolves were ravaged by ice spikes that turned them into skewers. That sword is not normal. Evan gave Valerie's sword an extra glance before looking at the other wolves. Howl! The wolf with the blue horn howled in fury when 3 of its underlings were killed instantly. Just as the wolf howled, the horn on its forehead shined with dark blue light, and 7 beams of blue energy shot toward the remaining 7 wolves. When the blue beam of energy entered the bodies of the remaining 7 wolves, their aura instantly skyrocketed, almost reaching C+ rank. Chapter 80. Yevon looked at the shining horn at the top of the wolf's forehead, and the remaining wolves whose power suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing how the wolf with the horn improved the power of its underlings, Evan realized this wolf is different from the shadow wolf he faced in the wilderness. That wolf didn't care about its underlings, and used them as cannon fodders to gauze his strength. But this wolf is not using its underlings as cannon fodder and even buffing them. Howl! Howl! All the 7 wolves howled and the air around them became colder. Tens of ice spikes that were releasing a cold aura materialized around them, and they shot all of them toward Valerie, who just killed 3 wolves. Seeing tens of ice spikes coming towards her, Valerie tapped her foot on the ground, and a 2 meters high and 1 meter thick ice wall emerged in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. Booming sounds echoed out as the ice spikes clashed against the thick ice wall. Valerie was rather confident in her ice wall, but her face changed greatly when the wall started to crack by the onslaught of the ice spikes. Evan looked at the ice spikes that suddenly started to shine with a blue aura and noticed how the wolf with a horn even increased the power of those attacks. It can even increase the power of its pack attack. Evan was shocked because he realized the power of those spikes was very, very close to C+ rank. With tens of spikes whose power is near C+ rank, how can Valerie's ice wall can stop them? Boom! A defeating booming sound rang out, and the wall was completely shattered. Ice walk. Valerie had no choice but to dodge the ice spikes using another of her skill. After seeing the strange power of the horn wolf, Evan also didn't wait anymore. Seeing how the fight was escalating, he was worried about other monsters coming here after hearing the commotion. The forest was quite small, and was filled with different types of monsters. He didn't think even for a moment that other monsters will not notice them. Evan used mana reinforcement, and a light blue layer of the mana along with a faint black layer appeared around him. He just used 80% power of the mana reinforcement, so that his body won't feel any pressure because of the shadow energy. After using mana reinforcement, Evan shot toward one of the wolves. But just as Evan charged forward, his face changed. He tried to stop after coming near one wolf, but realized because of the icy ground, the friction was very low, and he can't control his speed. Boom. Evan's body crashed against one of the ice wolves who was blasted 2 meters away, and Evan fall to the ground. Just as Evan fall to the ground, he felt a cold gaze on him. He looked beside him and saw one ice wolf looking at him with its blue eyes. Hearing the booming sound, other wolves who were attacking Valerie also stopped and looked at Evan. Don't mind me, I am just passing by, Evan said to the wolf who was close to him. The wolf didn't give sh*t what Evan was saying, and lunged towards him, while baring its fang. The wolf that was blasted away after crashing against Evan also stood up and shot 2 ice spears toward him. sh*t Evan cursed when he saw the wolf and the ice spear coming towards him. He was still on the ground after crashing against the wolf, so he has no chance of dodging. Evan gritted his teeth and stopped using mana reinforcement, since he can't use skills while the mana reinforcement is activated. He lifted his nether steel sword with his right hand to block the sharp claw of the wolf, and shot 2 bullets toward the incoming ice spears using his left hand. Because he didn't shoot the bullet using shadows, the mana consumption was low compared to before. Clang. Boom. Boom. The sharp icy claw of the wolf clashed against the nether steel sword, and it was sent flying. At the same time, his shadow bullets clashed against 2 ice spears. With a booming sound, both ice spears and shadow bullets were destroyed, sending shockwaves around them. Ice shard flew everywhere along with cold air, making it looks like an icy storm. Because of the buff provided by the horn wolf, the power of all wolves was very close to C+ rank. Evan's physical strength is not on C+ rank without using mana reinforcement, so although he somehow blocked the claw attack of the wolf, his sword was sent flying. His right hand from which he was holding the sword was trembling, and the wolf already lifted its claw to attack him again. Just as the wolf slashed with its claw, a light blue layer of the mana also appeared around Evan. Since he successfully stopped the ice spear, he once again used mana reinforcement. His right hand stopped trembling, and he threw a punch to meet with the wolf claw. Catcher. Hole. After using mana reinforcement, Evan's physical strength was comparable to a C+ rank hunter. And even after the buff of the horn wolf, these wolves were not C+ rank monsters. The claw of the wolf was shattered when it clashed with Evan's fist, and red blood spurted out. Taking the advantage of the situation, Evan kicked the wolf right at the center of the stomach and sent it flying backward. After sending the wolf fly backward, he was finally able to stand up and looked at his hand that was bleeding. There was a deep claw mark on his hand from which he clashed with the wolf earlier. Evan looked around him and saw his nether steel sword 10 meters away from him. 10 meters was not a long distance for him, so he instantly appeared near the sword. This time, because of his last experience, he did not crash against anyone and stopped near the sword. 5 wolves who were fighting against Valerie saw Evan sending flying one of the wolves, and 2 of them tried to come toward Evan. Hole. But the horned wolf howled, and those wolves once again started to focus on Valerie. After seeing its 5 underlings taking care of the 2-legged female animal, the horned wolf stepped forward and looked at Evan with the other 2 wolves. Chapter 81. The air was cold and crisp as the ice horned wolf approached Evan with 2 ice wolves, their fur bristling, and their breaths forming icy clouds. Evan stood his ground, his grip on his sword firm, as he braced himself for the coming fight. After approaching Evan, one of the wolves lunged at him. Evan deftly sidestepped and swung his sword at the wolf. Clang, swish. Just as Evan's sword was about to hit the shoulder of the wolf, the eyes of the horned wolf shined, and a thick ice wall appeared before the wolf, blocking the sword's strike. At the same time, the second ice wolf opened its mouth and shot an ice ball toward Evan. Evan quickly shot a shadow bullet to stop the ice ball, and at the same time tried to move behind the ice wall to kill the wolf. But just as he tried to move, he noticed at some points his feet were covered in a thick layer of ice. He used his strength and the ice covering his feet instantly shattered. Boom! The ice ball clashed against the shadow bullet, creating a defying explosion, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Just as the explosion happened, the ice wall that protected the first wolf also disappeared. Just as the ice wall disappeared, Evan saw another ice ball come towards him from there. The wolf that shot the ice ball was very close to Evan, so he had no chance of dodging it. Seeing the ice ball coming towards himself, Evan swung his sword in a wide arc trying to stop it. Just as his sword touched the ice ball, it immediately exploded, sending Evan flying backward. A faint trickle of blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and his body crashed 5 meters away. Evan groaned as he felt his hand aching after clashing against the ice ball. Evan just realized how much he is lacking. Before, he thought he won't have any problem dealing with C-rank monsters. But only now did he realize he was completely wrong. He never faced a group that is good at coordinating with each other. Since the beginning of the fight, the horned wolf did not give him any chance of attacking. Just as Evan crashed, the eyes of the both horned wolf and the ice wolf standing with it shined, and they shot tens of ice spears toward him. Evan felt all hairs on his body stand up, and he quickly stopped using mana reinforcement to use his skill Shadow Walk. Boom boom, boom, boom. Tens of spears crashed at the place where Evan was blasted away, creating loud booming sounds. Amid the explosions, a black shadow traveled at rapid speed towards the ice wolf. That was far from the horned wolf. Because of using his haste and shadow walk skill at the same time, he arrived near the ice wolf in an instant and slashed at its body. Howl! The horned wolf howled, and an ice wall instantly appeared before the ice wolf. Seeing the ice wall, Evan sneered, and a light blue layer along with a faint black layer appeared on his nether steel sword. This time the ice wall was instantly sliced apart, and Evan's sword arrived before the body of the ice wolf. The eyes of the ice wolf flashed with terror as its body was sliced in 2 halves in an instant. Just after killing the ice wolf, Evan burst with agility and instantly moved away. Just as he moved away, an ice ball that was shot by the second ice wolf exploded there. Evan moved forward and shot toward the horned wolf and the ice wolf. Seeing Evan coming towards them, the horned wolf shot out some ice spears toward him, while the ice wolf shot out an ice ball. Evan easily dodged the spears and the ice ball as he closed the distance. When he was 10 meters away, Evan shot 2 shadow bullets toward them. Both the ice horned wolf and the ice wolf jumped aside and tried to dodge the bullet. But just as they jumped aside, both bullets curved into the air and went towards the ice wolf that just jumped aside. The ice wolf did not expect that the bullets will change their paths in mid-air and will come towards it once again, so it was hit by the bullets. One of its eyes and shoulder was injured by the bullets, and it howled in pain. Evan, who was already very close to the wolf, arrived before it and slashed his nether steel sword at the neck of the wolf. Thud! The second wolf was also killed by Evan as his body dropped to the icy ground lifelessly. After killing the wolf, Evan looked at the ice-horned wolf, who was also looking at him with rage-filled eyes. Now that the ice-horned wolf was alone, Evan was more relaxed. In one-on-one fight, he wasn't afraid of the horned wolf. He looked at Valerie and saw she already killed 3 of the 5 wolves that were attacking her. Seeing Valerie kill a total of 6 wolves, Evan did not feel good. The cores gathered by Valerie will be shared by both of them 50-50. While he can keep all the cores that he gathers by himself, he wanted to kill more monsters than her, so that he won't have to share cores with her. But because of the ice-horned wolf, he was only able to kill 2 wolves. Thinking about this his heart aches, and he looked at the horned wolf with anger-filled eyes. Horned wolf ? The wolf was confused as to why this two-legged animal is looking at it with anger. It wanted to tell Evan it should be the one that should look at him with anger, since he killed its underlings. But Evan shot toward it with red eyes. He used mana reinforcement and arrived near the horned wolf, who was still confused, and slashed his sword at it. Feeling the threat, the horn of the wolf shined and a very thick ice wall appeared before it. The sword sliced apart the ice wall, but while the wall was being sliced apart, the wolf backed away from Evan. Just after destroying the wall, Evan instantly shot 3 bullets toward Ice Wolf. The wolf tried to dodge the bullet, but one of them struck it right in the front leg and it fell to the ground. After shooting the bullet, Evan did not stop there and instantly arrived before the wolf that fell to the ground. Without its underlings, it was just a C-rank monster, so how can it fight against Evan? After coming before the wolf, Evan slashed his sword at the wolf. The wolf once again tried to create an ice wall, but this time the wall was instantly shattered, and the sword struck it right in the back. Hole! The wolf howled painfully, but Evan did not stop, and with another swing of his sword, he sliced the body of the wolf into 2 halves, ending its life. Chapter 82. Just as the horned ice wolf died, the buff that it gave to the other wolves also ended, and they once again became normal C-rank ice wolves. The remaining 2 ice wolves suddenly felt their power decreasing and were taken aback. Valerie, who was fighting against them, didn't miss the chance, and many icicles formed around her. The icicles shot toward the ice wolves, splitting apart the surrounding air. Swish, swish. Both ice wolves tried to stop the icicle using ice walls, but without the buff of the horned ice wolf, their ice walls shattered like fragile glass when icicles clashed against them. Hole! Both wolves howled in pain as their bodies were pierced by tens of icicles, turning them into meat skewers. Red blood painted the white ground of the forest, and the life force of the both wolves disappeared. Valerie sighed in relief and quickly started to look for cores before more monsters arrive. Evan was doing the same. He looked for the cores in the bodies of the 3 wolves he killed, but his face turned sour when he didn't find any cores. Damn it. My C-rank luck is definitely a scam. Evan cursed his luck and looked at Valerie. But when he saw Valerie, who was holding 2 cores, his eyes lit up and he walked towards her. Valerie was looking at 2 cores in her hand with a smile. Her luck turned out to be quite good, and she found 2 cores from the ice wolf she killed. She was about to put away the cores into her storage ring when she heard the sound of footsteps. Valerie turned around only to see Evan extending his hand before her like a money collector and looking at the cores in her hand. The smile on Valerie's face froze, and she finally remembered she has to give 50% of her cores to Evan. She looked at Evan's face, who was currently looking like a money collector who is asking for protection fees, and her mouth twitched. I am glad you got 2 cores. I did not get anything this time, Evan said, still keeping his hand before her. You are glad, huh? Valerie muttered with a strained smile, and put one of the cores into Evan's hand. I am very glad, Evan said once again, and put away the core into his storage ring. Let's leave now. I am sure many monsters will be coming here after smelling the blood, Evan said, and started to walk away. With a sour face, Valerie put away the core into her storage ring, and followed after him. 3 hours later, Rogue, a 2.5 meters tall white bear, roared and looked at Evan with deep hatred. Took a deep breath and calmed down. Big boss, it is not like I killed your children in front of you that you are roaring like a mad bear, Evan said, and showed his most charming smile. Valerie, who was fighting against 3 hyena-types monsters some distance away, just looked at him blankly when she heard him. She looked behind him where 2 white bears, who were 1.5 meters tall, were laying with broken bones and teeth. Their eyes were shut tightly, seemingly unconscious, and their bodies were shaking from time to time like they were going through a nightmare. Look, they are still alive. I was just playing with them, Evan said when he saw the bodies of both bears shaking from time to time. Rogue, seeing the condition of the 2 small bears, the white bear once again roared, and its eyes turned blood red. The temperature around it dropped to another degree, and it charged toward Evan. Seeing the angry bear, Evan grinned and he also shot toward it. He used mana reinforcement and felt his power surge. Evan and the white bear arrived before each other in an instant. The white bear used its giant claw and smashed it on Evan like a hammer. The air was split apart, and the ground quacked as the giant claw of the bear descended toward Evan. Feeling the power of the bear's attack, Evan did not back down. The mana gathered around his fist, and he met with the claw of the bear with his own punch. Boom! A thundering explosion happened as the ground around them shook. Ice shards flew everywhere, and shockwaves swept 20 meters area around them. After the clash, both Bear and Evan were evenly matched, and no one was pushed back. The white bear was shocked because it did not expect the two-legged animal in front of it to be this strong. Evan was also surprised that the physical strength of this white bear reached its C+ rank. But when he remembered this bear is similar to that horned wolf and is not a regular C rank monster, he think it was normal. Rogue. The bear roared and was even more angry when a small two-legged animal stopped its attack easily. The bear used its second claw and swept it toward the head of Evan. Evan ducked down to dodge the claw, as he felt violent force going past his head. After ducking down, Evan punched at the wide-open stomach of the bear. Boom! A booming sound echoed out as Evan pushed out all air from the bear's belly. The bear slid backward a little, and its eyes opened wide because of pain. Evan closely followed the bear and tried to punch it right at the same place once again. But just as his punch was about to land, an icy layer covered its stomach, and his punch landed on it. Boom! The icy layer was shattered, but more than half of his fist force disappeared, and the bear didn't receive any heavy damage. Seeing the bear block his attack, Evan tried to back away, but the bear acted fast and swung both of its arms in one swift moment and embraced him before lifting him from the ground. Ugh! Evan growled as the bear tightened its grip around his body. Evan tried to free himself, but his strength was similar to Bear, so he wasn't able to free himself. "Damned bear, let me go or you will regret it," Evan said in a painful voice, as he felt his body was being crushed. But hearing Evan, the bear used even more power, and like that was not enough, it even showed him a mocking smile. Seeing the mocking smile of the bear, black lines appeared on Evan's forehead. "MotrfU*, you will regret it," Evan said and stopped using mana reinforcement. Chapter 83. Just as Evan stopped using mana reinforcement, he felt the pain he was feeling increase by 2 folds, and his bones were on verge of shattering. Without mana reinforcement, Evan's body can't handle the pressure of the bear's strength. Without it, his body is only on C rank. Evan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. At the same time, his eyes turned vicious as he used Dimensional Shadow Bullet. This time Evan used a large amount of mana to create this bullet. Since he said he will make the bear regret, he will make sure this bear will regret it. The shadow of the bear shook a little, and the next second a thick bullet came out from it. Since the bear was standing on its hind legs, the bullet went straight toward the thing between its legs. The fur of the bear stood up, and it suddenly felt an existential threat. The bear wanted to move away, but the shadow bullet was too fast. Poochie. The bullet hit the bull's eyes, and the big eyes of the bear opened wide. Evan felt the grip around his body losing, and he was soon able to back away from the bear. Ruhuoeoya. A pain-filled roar that shook the heart of the listeners escaped from the bear's mouth, and it dropped to the ground while clutching its crotch area. Its claw turned red from the blood that was coming out from its crotch area. Evan, who backed away from the bear, was breathing heavily because he wasn't able to breathe when the bear caught him. His whole body was aching, and a faint trickle of blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. Evan looked at the bear that was rolling on the ground and said with a sneer, "I told you to let me go, but you didn't listen. Now feel the judgment of the Heavenly Father." When the painful roar of the bear rang out, the 3 hyenas who were fighting against Valerie stopped and looked at the bear. Valerie also stopped and looked over. When the hyena-type monsters looked over and saw the bear rolling on the ground, they were confused. They didn't understand what happened to this big boss to make it roll on the ground like this. But when the hyenas saw how the bear was clutching its crotch area, while its claws were painted with blood, they suddenly thought about something, and remembered how that roar was filled with heart-wrenching agony. Valerie also understood what happened and looked at Evan, who was cursing the bear, mumbling something about the judgment of the Heavenly Father. When the hyenas saw what Evan did to the white bear, their eyes flashed with terror and they took a step back. In their eyes, he now looks like an abomination. They looked at Valerie and noticed she also looked similar to that 2-legged abomination. When they thought Valerie is with that abomination, and it will come and help her to deal with them, they were terrified, horrified, and petrified at the same time. Run! This thought came into the mind of all hyenas, and without any warnings, they all turned around to run away from that abomination. Valerie, who was standing there, was stunned when she saw those monsters running away. Although stunned, she did not miss the chance when all the monsters were showing their backs to her. Her eyes shined with blue light, and an icy layer appeared around her leg. Ice walk. Valerie used her skill and instantly appeared beside one of the hyenas, while holding her light blue sword. Swish. She swung her sword in one swift motion, and at the same time some ice chains bound the movements of the hyena. The hyena, who completely forgot about Valerie after seeing the horror a moment ago, wasn't able to do anything, and its body was cut into two halves. Ice lock. Valerie muttered, and more ice chains appeared around the two hyenas, who were trying to run away, restricting their bodies. Evan just gave a single glace at the fight of the Valerie, and returned his attention back to Bear. Seeing how the bear was rolling in pain, Evan shook his head and took out his nether steel sword. Since the bear was just rolling on the ground, he easily finished it off. After killing the bear, Evan looked at the two small bears, and also finished them. After killing the bears, he looked for cores, and was glad when he found one core from the big white bear. Now he has a total of 9 cores. Before encountering the bears, Evan faced some monsters during 3 hours, and collected those cores. After collecting the core, he looked at Valerie, who just killed the last hyena and was looking for cores. Evan took out a healing potion and drank it. His body was still aching after that bear hug. After drinking the potion, he walked towards Valerie and saw she did not find any core this time. "Let's go, we are almost there," Evan said to her, and they walked forward. While walking, Evan noticed Valerie was looking at him strangely. "What?" Evan asked when he noticed her strange glance. Valerie hesitated a little, but in the end just shook her head, nothing. She wanted to ask him what is the Heavenly Father's judgment, but wasn't able to bring herself to ask him. When Evan saw she wasn't saying anything, he just shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk forward. After 5 minutes, they saw the end of the forest and finally came out from it. Just as Evan and Valerie came out from the forest, a portal appeared before them that was leading to the 3rd floor. "Let's go." After taking some rest, Evan said to Valerie, since they were continuously fighting against monsters for some hours. Valerie nodded her head and did not object since she was also tired. They rested for around 4 hours, and when they were fully recovered, they finally entered the portal that was leading to the 3rd floor. Chapter 84. Frost Nova. Valerie muttered and pointed her sword in front of her. Just as she muttered, a small 5 centimeters wide blue orb started to form at the tip of her sword. The orb was releasing cold and destructive power at the same time. "Go." When the orb was fully formed, Valerie said, and the blue orb shot toward 3 white apes, who were bound by the ice chains at the same place. The orb was very small in size, but when the 3 apes saw the orb coming towards them, their eyes flashed with horror and they tried to break free from the chains. Alas, the chains were too tough, and they weren't able to break them. The blue orb arrived before them and exploded right before their bodies. Chee. When the orb exploded, it released icy power that instantly froze everything within 10 meters of the area. In 10 meters of area, everything was enclosed in light blue ice. The 3 ice apes were also frozen solid, and turned into ice statues enclosed inside light blue ice. Even the white snowy plane of the floor was covered in light blue ice in that 10 meters area. Valerie panted a little after using Frost Nova and slowly walked towards the 3 ice apes that turned into ice statues. Valerie come before one of the statues and smashed her palm at it with full force. Crack, 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 cracked. When Valerie's palm landed on the statue, tens of cracks appeared all over it, and it shattered into small ice fragments. Valerie did the same thing with the other 2 statues, and they also turned into small ice fragments. Valerie looked among the fragments and found one core that was also covered in light blue ice. After collecting the core, she looked a little distance away from her and saw Evan, who smashed one ice ape into the ground, and then killed it with his sword. He fights using his fists more than his sword. Valerie muttered and walked towards him. After killing the last ape, Evan also looked for the core and cursed when he didn't find anything from the bodies of the 3 apes. "Let's go, we are almost there," Valerie said to Evan after coming near him, and they started to walk forward. After walking for 15 minutes, they didn't encounter any monsters, and saw a large pyramid-type structure in front of them. "We are here," Valerie said and sighed in relief. It is been 6 hours since they arrived on the 3rd floor, and this floor was similar to the 1st floor, where they have to reach the large pyramid in the distance. But unlike the 1st floor, the pyramid of this floor was around 20 kilometers away from them, and there were many monsters they encounter this time. For the past 6 hours, they were continuously fighting against monsters, and were very tired. During these 6 hours, Evan killed many C-rank monsters and got 8 cores, while Valerie was more lucky than Evan and got 10 cores. But since she has to give 50% of her cores to Evan, she only gets 5 cores in the end, while Evan got 13 cores. Now he has a total of 22 C-rank cores. When they arrived near the pyramid, they saw the portal that was leading to the 4th floor, but they didn't enter it. "Let's rest here before going to the 4th floor," Valerie said, and Evan nodded his head. He was also tired after fighting against monsters for hours. And before going to the next floor, Evan wanted to absorb the cores that he gathered. Although his Monarch core will not advance to the next level, Evan was hoping to get a skill that might help him here. "I should get at least one skill after absorbing 22 cores, right?" Evan thought, and set up a small camp near the pyramid. Valerie also did the same and created her own camp. After setting up the camp, both of them went inside their camp. The area around the portal and pyramid is the safe zone of the dungeon, and monsters will not come here, so they were not worried about getting attacked while resting. Evan first ate some food that he brought with him, and obviously, he didn't bring cup noodles. He is rich now, so he brought expensive MRE food that tastes quite good. He wanted to bring fish and other things that he can cook himself, but when he remembered he is a user of bachelorcooking.com, he just brought MRE food. After eating his food, Evan decided to sleep before absorbing the cores. It has been around 15 hours since he entered the dungeon, and he didn't sleep properly during this time. Evan set an alarm on his phone and went to sleep. He woke up after 4 hours when the alarm that he set up rang. After waking up, Evan felt quite refreshed and stretched his body a little. After stretching, Evan ate another MRE meal. The novels that he read in his past life were a scam. In most of the novel, they say after becoming powerful, people can live without eating. They can live just by using the energy present in the environment. In other words, they can live just by eating air. But Evan found out that the more strong he became, the more energy his body needed. He is definitely eating more than he used to eat before. After eating, Evan finally took out the cores that he collected in the dungeon. After taking them out, he did not wait any longer and popped one of the cores into his mouth. Just like usual, the cores turned into energy, and that energy rushed toward his core. Soon his Monarch core absorbed the energy, but he did not receive any skill. Evan was not disappointed by it and used another core. Just like this, he continues to use one core after another. Suddenly, when Evan absorbed his 14th core, he received a notification. "You have received the skill dash." Chapter 85. Valerie came out from her camp after waking up. She slept for 5 hours and was fully recovered after the sleep. When she came out of her tent, she was surprised to see Evan, who was sitting outside his tent while playing a game on his phone. The skill that Evan got was very normal, but he was still satisfied with that since it was better than nothing. He did not receive any other skill after that one. After testing his skill, when Evan saw Valerie was still inside her tent, he started to play a game on his phone to pass time. Just like before, he was once again playing Super Zario and was trying to kidnap the princess. Right, he was trying to kidnap the princess instead of saving her. Since each time he saves her and she goes back to the Demon King, it is quite clear she wants to stay with him. And since he is trying to forcefully separate the princess from the Demon King, he can't say he is saving her. So he changed it to a kidnapping game. When he saw Valerie coming out, Evan put away his phone. This time he kidnapped the princess 2 times. But just like always, she ran away and went back to the Demon King's palace. Another thing that he discovered about the game was that the Demon King is FUC**ing immortal. No matter how many times he killed him, that guy comes back to life each time he goes to the Demon King's palace to kidnap the princess. Is this game really good? Valerie asked when she saw him once again playing the same game. She remembered Jerry, the guard of the dungeon, was also playing the same game. Yes, it is quite good for time pass. Evan nodded his head. No matter how much he curses the princess for running away each time after saving her, he can't deny the fact the game is good. Valerie nodded her head and decided to try it after clearing the dungeon. Tell me about the 4th floor, Evan asked after putting away his phone. He has some information about the dungeon that he got from the internet, but the 4th floor seems to be quite different from other floors. The thing that he read about the 4th floor was quite weird. According to what he read, on the 4th floor, you and your partner will face one C rank monster each. And as long as you kill that C rank monster, you will be able to clear that floor. Evan obviously didn't believe it will be this simple, especially after seeing how many monsters they faced on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is different from the other 3 floors that we cleared till now. On the 4th floor, both of us will face one C rank monster each, Valerie said, and she continued. We will face a monster who will be at C rank, but it will be more powerful than a normal C rank monster, just like that horned wolf and the white bear that you faced before. Evan listened carefully because it was the same thing that he read on the internet. But in order to successfully clear this floor, you will have to kill that monster in less than a minute. Evan was stunned for a moment when he heard he will have to kill the monster in less than a minute. Although he was confident in his power, he wasn't sure about killing a special C rank monster in less than a minute. Seeing Evan's stunned look, Valerie asked with an amused smile, "What's with this stunned look? Don't tell me you are not confident enough to beat a C rank monster in less than a minute." Seeing Valerie's smile, Evan just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. When she saw Evan wasn't saying anything, she thought Evan is not confident enough, and an idea struck in her mind. Do you want to make a bet? Evan, who was thinking about how he will kill the monster in less than a minute, once again heard Valerie and looked at her. What kind of bet? It is very simple actually, Valerie said and smiled. After killing the monster on the 4th floor, you will be instantly teleported out from there, and will be sent to the 5th floor. If you arrived at the 5th floor before me, I will give you all the cores that I will get in this dungeon. But if I reach the 5th floor before you, then our deal of me giving you 50% of my cores will be cancelled, and you will return all the cores that I gave you till now. I accept, Evan said immediately without even thinking that he already absorbed the cores that Valerie gave him earlier. Valerie, who heard Evan's instant reply, was baffled a little, but she also smiled, since she was confident that she will be the one who will kill the monster first. Should we go then? She asked Evan after he accepted her bet. Sure. Evan nodded and stood up. Soon they packed their tent and put away them into their storage ring. By the way, I forget to ask one thing. Evan suddenly remembered something and he said to Valerie, "What?" Valerie, who was about ready to enter the portal, looked at him with a confused face. "What will happen if I fail to kill that monster in less than a minute? Is not this obvious?" Valing said while rolling her eyes. "You will be teleported out from the dungeon if you fail to kill it in less than a minute. And what will happen if just one of us kills the monster in less than a minute, while the other one failed? The person who killed the monster will be sent to the 5th floor, while the other one will be sent out from the dungeon," Valing said, and looked at him. "So try your best to kill the monster in less than a minute. Don't worry about me and just get ready to hand over your cores to me," Evan said to Valerie in a confident tone and came before the portal. After coming before the portal, both Evan and Valerie entered the portal at the same time. Chapter 86. After entering the portal, Valerie felt her vision turning blurry for a moment, and the next second she found herself standing at the edge of an icy arena. She looked around her and found she was actually inside a structure that looks like a gladiator stadium, but no one was in the stands. The most amazing thing was that the entire stadium was made from pure white ice, which made it looks like a place where angels live. The arena field Valerie was standing in was 1 square kilometer big. She wasn't surprised after seeing the ice stadium, because she already knew about it. After glancing at the ice stadium for a moment, she looked in the middle of the arena, where she can see a tall white monster standing. Since she appeared at the end of the arena, the monster was around 500 meters away from her. 2:59, 2:58, 57, 56, 55. A countdown of 3 minutes appeared in the corner of her eyes. She wasn't surprised after seeing the countdown, since she knew after this countdown of 3 minutes ends, the match will start, and she will have to kill that monster in less than a minute to clear the floor. Seeing the countdown, she started to walk towards the monster who was standing in the middle of the icy arena. Since she was 500 meters away from the monster, she wasn't able to see its appearance at first. But as she closed the distance, she finally saw the full appearance of the monster. The monster was actually 3 meters tall and was covered in snow-white fur. Its two big eyes were bright yellow, which gave it an intimidating look. Its face was similar to a gorilla, and there was a savage aura around it. The monster was actually a C-rank Yeti. Although the monster was C-rank, just from its aura, Valerie can feel it was stronger than the horned wolf and the white bear that Evan killed earlier. Feeling how strong the Yeti was instead of feeling nervous, Valerie felt happy. The stronger the monster will be, the more time Evan will take to kill it. Even though the monster was strong, she was confident that she will be able to kill it in less than a minute if she used her trump card. She knew since Evan accepted her bet, he will also have his own means to deal with the monster. But she was sure that she will be the one who will win the bet. Valerie stopped after she was just 20 meters away from the Yeti and looked at the timer. 109.08.07.06. There was still around 1 minute left before the challenge start. Valerie didn't attack the Yeti during this time, because she knew she will be disqualified if she attack it before the countdown reaches 0. While waiting for the countdown to reach 0, Valerie suddenly felt she was forgetting something. She arched her eyebrows and tried to remember what she was forgetting. Her eyes once again landed on the countdown where just 53 seconds were left, and she finally remembered what she was forgetting. I forget to tell him about this time. A cold sweat appeared on Valerie's forehead, and she thought about what will happen if Evan attacked the monster before this timer reaches 0. Surely he is not dumb enough to attack before the timer reaches 0. Valerie tried to comfort herself, but for some reason, she was feeling he will definitely do something that he shouldn't. Since I told him he will have to defeat the monster in less than a minute, he will surely understand this 3 minutes timer is for him to reach near the monster and prepare himself before the challenge began. Valerie nodded and tried to comfort herself by saying this and stopped thinking about it. Let's focus on my challenge first. I will think about it after clearing this floor. After entering the portal, same as Valerie, Evan felt his vision turning blurry, and the next second he found himself standing at the edge of the icy arena. Evan looked around him and was stunned when he saw the gladiator stadium made from white ice. Beautiful, Evan muttered because it was his first time seeing something like this. But suddenly his eyes landed on the countdown that was running at the corner of his eye. 2:59, 58, 57, 56. Evan raised an eyebrow when he saw the countdown, and did not understand what was this. 3 minutes, why is there a countdown of 3 minutes? Evan muttered and looked at it with a confused face. But suddenly he thought about something and his eyes opened wide. Could it be? Evan muttered and remembered what Valerie told him after entering the dungeon. Left bracket, since we can get the ice heart flower after clearing the dungeon, and this flower is not a regular reward, the difficulty of the dungeon will be at an all-time high. We will have to face more monsters that people have to usually face while clearing the dungeon, right bracket. Valerie's words rang into Evan's mind, and his face turned ugly. He looked at the countdown and understood what was going on. F***K, I will have to defeat 3 monsters in 3 minutes. Evan shouted and started to look around him for the monster he has to kill. Suddenly he felt the aura of the Yeti that was standing in the middle of the arena, and an anger-filled expression appeared on his face. F***CK, why the hell that monster is so far away? I already lost 30 seconds figuring out what is happening. Evan shouted and dashed towards the Yeti at his full speed. While running, he can't help but think about what will happen if he loses the bet against Valerie. He already used her calls. How the hell I will give her back the calls that I already used up? Just thinking about it, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he ran towards the Yeti with even more speed. Chapter 87. Y009080706. Valerie took a deep breath as the countdown was about to reach 0. She already stopped thinking about the matter of not telling Evan about the countdown, and her entire focus was placed on the Yeti that was standing imposingly in front of her. Roar! Just as the countdown reached 0, the bestial roar of the Yeti reverberated across the icy land. Valerie felt her mind buzzed hearing the loud roar of the Yeti, but she didn't lose focus. A new timer already appeared at the corner of her eyes. 0, 59, 0, 58. Just as the timer appeared, Valerie's appearance started to change. Her light blue hair turned pure white just like the ice around her, her green eyes turned silver color, and her skin turned pale white like she is suffering from anemia. A cold aura erupted from her body, covering the surrounding 100 meters of area. The Yeti that just roared and was about to charge toward Valerie stopped dead in its tracks, and its body started to tremble because of the cold aura. Even though the Yeti was an ice-type monster, it felt its entire body freezing because of the cold aura. Feeling the lethal threat, the Yeti didn't shy away and quickly turned around to run away. But just as it turned around, it felt someone touching its back. The Yeti turned around only to see cold silver eyes that were looking at it without any emotions. Valerie, who was standing 20 meters away from it a moment ago, was now standing just behind it, touching its back with her pale white hand. "Freeze," Valerie said in a cold tone. Just as the Yeti heard the cold tone, a shiver run down in its spine, and it felt like even its soul was frozen. Swish! A blast of icy aura emerged from Valerie's hand that was touching Yeti's back, and in less than a second it turned into an ice statue. After the Yeti turned into an ice statue, Valerie just slapped the statue casually, and the statue turned into icy dust along with the sealed Yeti inside it. Just as the Yeti died, Valerie's appearance once again returned to normal, and she dropped to the ground while panting heavily. Her face was pale, and a faint tickle of blood was coming out from the corner of her mouth. Her body was shuddering like she was feeling extremely cold. But when she felt her body being teleported away, Valerie smiled a little, and before she was sent out, she glanced at the time that stopped after she killed the Yeti. 0:51. She killed the Yeti in just 9 seconds. She was sure that Evan will take more time than her. After being teleported out from the 4th floor, Valerie found herself standing before a giant white door that was 10 meters high. Her face was still pale, and her body was shaking, so she took out a potion from her storage ring and quickly drank it. Some color returned to her face after she drank the potion, and her body stopped shaking. "Looks like you will be going to give all of your cores to me." But just as Valerie's body stopped shaking after drinking the potion, she heard a familiar voice from behind her. She quickly turned around only to see Evan sitting on the ground behind her. Seeing Evan arrive here before her, Valerie's body once again started to shake, and she can't help but ask, "How?" When Evan heard Valerie, he just showed a smile and did not say anything. There is no way he is going to tell anyone how he arrived here, because if other people found out about it, he will definitely face many troubles. A few minutes ago, FU*K, why is the hell that monster is so far away from me? I already lost 30 seconds figuring out what is going on here. Evan shouted as he ran towards the Yeti that was standing in the middle of the arena. While running, Evan looked around to see if he can find the remaining 2 monsters, but he was not able to see any other monster. Maybe they will appear after I kill this monster, Evan thought, and arrived near the monster. When Evan saw it was a 3 meters tall Yeti, he did not give a *K about it, and looked at the timer. 2:15. Just 2 minutes and 15 seconds are left. I won't be able to kill 3 monsters in such a short period of time, Evan thought, and finally made his choice. He quickly used mana reinforcement, but this time instead of stopping at 80%, he used it to full power. A light blue layer of mana along with a faint layer of black appeared around him. Evan felt endless power surging inside his body, but along with the increase in power, Evan also felt pain all over his body. Evan still remembered when he tested the mana reinforcement at 100% power after his fight against Mike, the pain became unbearable after 5 minutes. I should be fine as long as I don't use it for long, Evan thought, and he looked at the Yeti in front of him with narrowed eyes. But Evan made a mistake when he thought he will be fine after using mana reinforcement to its 100% power. Evan, who was already in rush, did not wait any longer after using mana reinforcement. Boom! With a loud booming sound, the ice arena beneath Evan's feet shattered, and he appeared before the Yeti, who was standing 20 meters away from him in an instant. But just as he appeared before the Yeti using his new power, he felt a throbbing pain all over his body. Evan was confused and almost dropped to the ground when he felt the pain, but remembering he don't have much time, he gritted his teeth and focused on Yeti. After arriving before Yeti, Evan noticed it did not show any reaction even though he came just before it. But Evan didn't think about it, since his body was aching all over. He clenched his fist and punched the face of the Yeti with his full power. Because of using mana reinforcement to 100% power, Evan's current strength was higher than a C+ rank hunter. Boom. A loud booming sound echoed out as the Yeti was sent flying backward like a meteorite. The ground around Evan shattered like glass because of the shockwaves, and ice shards flew everywhere. Although Evan was feeling a throbbing pain all over his body, he didn't stop. He took out his nether steel sword and disappeared from his place. Evan suddenly appeared running beside the Yeti that was still flying backward and swung his sword in a swift motion. A head rolled to the ground while a headless body of the Yeti continued to fly backward and crash 50 meters away. Just as Evan killed the Yeti, he quickly stopped using mana reinforcement. He didn't understand why he was feeling so much pain, even though he didn't use it for a long time. But he knew it wasn't the time to think about it. While enduring the pain, Evan started to look around for the second monster. Where the hell is the second monster? Evan cursed and looked at the timer. But just when he saw the timer, he was stunned. 2:07. The timer was showing he has 2 minutes and 7 seconds left, which means he killed the Yeti in 8 seconds since he started the fight at 2:15. But Evan was not stunned because of the time he took to kill the Yeti. He was stunned because the timer stopped. It stopped at 2:07. Just when Evan was confused about what is going on, a notification appeared before him. You are disqualified for breaking the rule. Evan, huh? Chapter 88. You are disqualified for breaking the rule. With a dazed face, Evan looked at the notification in front of him. What disqualified? What breaking the rule? He didn't understand what was going on. The only thing that Evan can tell was that this thing was not good for him. Like proving his thinking correct, another notification appeared before him. For breaking the rule, you are being teleported out from the dungeon. Boom dash. Evan felt a grenade explode inside his head, and he wasn't able to process the things that were happening to him. Suddenly he felt a strange energy wrapped around him, trying to teleport him out of the dungeon. He wanted to shout, "Cruz," and ask what the FU*K is going on. Why he is being sent out from the dungeon suddenly. Why was he disqualified? What rule did he break? But he wasn't able to open his mouth because his mind was occupied by a single thought. He lost the bet, and now he will have to give back 7 cores that he took from Valerie. But how can he give back the cores that he already used? He thought about giving back the money instead of cores, but remembering the price of the C-rank core and his balance, he instantly denied that thought. One C-rank core cost around 100,000 credits. Even if he uses all of his money and decides to live on cup noodles once again, he is too poor to give back enough money. Evan felt his surroundings turning blurry as he was about to be sent out from the dungeon. But just when Evan was despairing, he felt the strange energy that was trying to send him out disappear completely, and he was still standing in the icy arena of the 4th floor. The head of the Yeti was still there some distance away from him, and the rest of its body was laying inside the crater. When Evan saw the energy disappear, and he was still inside the dungeon, he was stunned. Why am I still inside? Evan muttered and wondered if a MOTHERF*K is playing a prank on him. Just when he was looking around suspiciously, some notifications started to appear before his eyes. The second effect of your title rule breaker is activated. Right parenthesis rule breaker semicolon. You are the first person who has acquired a higher level energy without reaching number @pounds and @. This is why you are given the title rule breaker. The title has the following effects. Semicolon. You can enter the Tower of Ascension after reaching a rank. Semicolon. All the rules of the dungeons are ineffective against you. Evan read the notifications and the new effect of his title. After reading the new effect of his title, Evan's face turned strange. He didn't understand what it meant by dungeon rules. He didn't even know what kind of rule he broke earlier, that he was about to be sent out from the dungeon. While he was thinking, he felt he was being teleported away once again. Evan's face changed when he felt he was being teleported away, and he thought a MOTHERF*K is really playing a prank on him. His body disappeared from the 4th floor, and Evan found himself standing in a corridor before a giant white door. Evan looked around him vigilantly, but then he remembered Valerie told him that he will be teleported to the 5th floor after clearing the 4th floor. When he remembered this, his body relaxed, and he looked at the giant white door in front of him. So the boss monster of the 5th floor is behind this door. Evan muttered and sat down on the ground. Evan looked around and was happy when he didn't see Valerie. He thought about the 50% cores that she was still holding, and his lips curled upward. But he once again felt the rising pain all over his body, and his smile disappeared. He took out a healing potion and drank it. He was still feeling throbbing pain all over his body after using mana reinforcement to its full power. Last time when I tested mana reinforcement to its full power after my fight against Mike, I felt this kind of pain only after the 5 minutes passed. Then why am I feeling so much pain even though I just used the mana reinforcement for less than 10 seconds? Evan muttered and lay down on the ground. While thinking about mana reinforcement, a sudden possibility struck his mind, and he smiled bitterly. No wonder I started to feel pain after 5 minutes at that time. When he tested mana reinforcement after his fight against Mike, Evan just used it and sat in the same place without doing anything. In other words, after reinforcing his body with mana at 100% power, he did not try to use the power of his body. Since he did not use any power, his body was not burdened by the 100% power of mana, and he felt pain only after 5 minutes. On the other hand, in his earlier fight, he not only used 100% power of the mana reinforcement, he even pushed his body to its limits in order to kill that Yeti as soon as possible. Even though he wasn't sure about his guess, Evan had 80% confidence that it was the reason why he was feeling pain all over his body only after using mana reinforcement for less than 10 seconds. It is good I have Rule Breaker title. If I was sent out from the dungeon after suffering from so much pain, it would have been a disaster. Evan muttered. Just thinking about what would have happened if he lost the bet made him feel cold all over his body. If he was teleported out from the dungeon, he might not even be able to eat cup noodles for a long time. Just when Evan was thinking about stupid things, he saw a white light flash some distance away from him, and Valerie appeared there. Chapter 89. Yevon's body was aching all over, but his face was full of smiles. He was looking at the 7 ice blue-colored, marble-sized cores in his hand with a satisfied face. Not too far away from Evan, Valerie was looking at him with a sour face. When she made bet, she thought she will be the one who will win the bet, and will get back all the cores that Evan took from her earlier. But reality turned out to be cruel, as not only she didn't get her core back, she even has to give the rest of her cores to Evan. Just thinking about how like a robber Evan demanded the cores the moment she appeared here made her mouth twitch. So, can you tell me now how you appear here before me? Evan looked at Valerie with a blank gaze and said, "Didn't I already tell you? I just slapped that orc to death, and killed it in less than a second. Do you seriously want me to believe on this bullshit?" Valerie said with a twitching eye. "Then let me ask you something." Seeing Valerie was unhappy, Evan put away cores and said in a neutral voice, "What? How did you kill that Yeti?" Evan asked while leaning back at the wall of the corridor. "Of course, I killed it using one of my skills." "What kind of skill?" Evan closed his eyes and asked in the same laid-back tone. "Why do I need to tell you _?" Valerie was about to say why she should tell him about her skill, when she realized she was doing the same. And not only that, when Evan said he slapped that Yeti to death, he was clearly indicating he doesn't want to tell her. Valerie was so shocked that Evan appeared on the 5th floor before her, that she completely forget that it is not good to ask people about their skills. If a fight broke out between them for some reason, the person who knows about the skill of the other person will have a very big advantage against him. Because of losing all of her cores, she forget about it, and was continuously asking how he killed that Yeti. She used her most powerful skill and killed that Yeti in just 9 seconds. Very few people know about her skill because this is her most powerful skill. And since Evan killed that Yeti in less than 9 seconds, it was clear that he also used his trump card, and she was asking him about his trump card like an idiot. When Valerie realized this, she doesn't know what to say, and just looked at him awkwardly. After a moment of silence, she said in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I was just shocked that you killed that Yeti so soon that I lost my composure." Evan was glad Valerie understood what he was trying to say, and stopped asking him how he killed that Yeti. There was a reason why he did not say it bluntly and wasted his energy telling her in a round-way manner. Now that Valerie lost the bet, she will have to give all the cores that she will collect to him. Basically, she will do manual labor for him. In other words, he was treating her like someone that he hired to do his work. And it is common sense to have a good relationship with your worker, so that they will try their best to complete their work. In the novels that he read in his past life, most of the authors often mention that women are vengeful creatures. Evan doesn't know if those authors were telling this from experience or just tarnishing the reputation of women, since he was always a loner. Even in this life, he is still a loner. Although he doesn't know if this is true or not, he still decided to take it seriously and not do anything that made her lose interest in collecting calls for him. Valerie also sighed in relief when she saw Evan was not angry, even though she was just asking about his skill so openly. Her impression of Evan also improved quite a bit, but that impression crumbled like a glass wall when she heard Evan's next words. Don't worry. Just try to collect as many calls as possible if you are truly sorry. Valerie almost coughed out blood when she once again remembered she will have to give all of her calls to Evan. Evan looked at Valerie with a confused expression as to why her face suddenly became sour. When he encouraged her to do her work, don't people say employees try their best if their boss encourages them? Evan just encouraged her, so he doesn't understand why her face turned sour. Yes, he was really treating her like someone that he hired to collect calls for him. If Valerie knew what Evan was thinking, there was a very high chance that she would fight against him to death. By the way, do you know what kind of monster we will face there? Evan asked while pointing at the white door that was around 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. Valerie took a deep breath to forget about the encouraging speech of Evan and shook her head. I don't know what kind of monster we will face, because the boss monster always appears randomly. We might face the frost leopard that we faced on the first floor or the yeti that we faced on the 4th floor. Of course, the monster that will appear here will be C+ rank instead of C rank, and will be very difficult to deal with. When do you plan to enter? Evan asked, since it will take at least 4 to 5 hours for him to fully recover after using mana reinforcement. He can see that Valerie's face is also pale, maybe because of using some kind of skill to kill that yeti quickly. We will enter after a few hours, Valerie said after assessing her condition. Evan nodded his head after hearing her because he was thinking the same and just closed his eyes to recover. Chapter 90. Why can we even open it? Evan asked while standing before the giant white door. Just pushed it, and it will open easily, Valerie said after putting away her tent. It has been 7 hours since they arrived on the 5th floor, and after these 7 hours, they were completely recovered, and were ready to challenge the boss monster of the 5th floor. Evan put both of his hands on the giant door and pushed it forward. Evan thought he will feel some resistance since the door was 10 meters tall. But to his surprise, just as he pushed the door with little force, it started to open. It is easier than I thought, Evan muttered, and the door was completely open. When the door was fully open and Evan looked inside, he saw nothing. The area behind the door was completely dark, and he wasn't able to see anything. We will have to enter before we can see anything, Valerie said when the door was fully open. Evan nodded his head after hearing her and took a deep breath. Let's see who is waiting for us, Evan said as he stepped forward. Valerie also moved with him and they entered at the same time. Evan once again felt the sensation of being teleported away. Suddenly a bright white light flashed in front of him, which forced him to close his eyes. Soon Evan felt the white light disappear, and when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see he wasn't in an icy area. When Evan opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a large hall room that was around the size of a football stadium. The ceiling of the whole room was 20 meters high, which gave it a spacious look, and the walls of the whole room were made from dark grey colored stones. **T. Evan, who was looking around, was baffled when he suddenly heard Valerie cursing for some reason. He looked at her and saw she was looking at their right side. Evan followed her gaze, and he was also stunned when he saw what was standing 50 meters away from them. A 4 meters tall giant with pale blue skin, clawed hands, and a bestial face with a hideous tusk was looking at them with its deep blue eyes. An ice troll, Evan muttered when he saw the monster not so far away from them. I didn't expect that we will have to face this cockroach, Valerie said with an annoyed expression on her face. Was she annoyed because the ice trolls are strong? Nope, ice trolls are strong, but it is still a C+ rank monster. Even though it will be slightly stronger than a normal C+ rank monster, Evan and Valerie had enough confidence in them. Valerie was annoyed because of one simple reason. That was because of the regeneration of the trolls. It is very difficult to kill them because their regeneration is simply insane. Even if you injure them seriously, they will eventually heal because of their regeneration ability. As long as their heart and brain are fine, there is a very high chance they will not die. The simplest way to kill a troll is to either destroy its head or crush its heart. But both Valerie and Evan knew it won't be easy to destroy the heart or the brain of the ice troll. The defense of the ice troll is very high, and like this is not enough, unlike normal trolls, ice trolls can also use ice type of skills that made them even more powerful than normal trolls. Because of their regeneration ability, the blood of the trolls is one of the main ingredients in creating healing potions. It will be troublesome to kill it, Valerie muttered and arched her eyebrow. Evan, on the other hand, was confused by another thing. Why is this troll not attacking us and just standing there? Evan asked Valerie when he saw the troll was just standing there looking at them with its deep blue eyes. Look there. Hearing Evan, Valerie pointed at the floor in front of them. Evan looked at the floor and saw a horizontal white line there. As long as we don't cross this line, that troll won't attack us, Valerie said after pointing at the line on the floor. Evan looked at the line and the ice troll and asked, "Can we attack this ice troll while standing behind this line?" "Don't even think about it, or you will be teleported out of the dungeon instantly," Valerie quickly said when she heard Evan. Teleported out from the dungeon. Evan muttered, since this thing seems familiar. Suddenly what happened on the 4th floor clicked into his mind, and he thought about a possibility. Is this some kind of rule that you can't attack while standing behind the line? Ethan asked in a calm voice, but his heart was beating faster. You can say that. Valerie nodded her head and said, last time when a person attacked the monster without crossing the line, he received a notification saying, he is disqualified for breaking the rule. Evan almost burst into laughter hearing Valerie, because that was the same notification he received when he killed the Yeti on the 4th floor. Doesn't it mean I can kill this boss monster from here, without even needing to fight it? Evan thought, and looked at the ice troll. But suddenly he thought about something, and his heart started to beat faster. He tried to remain calm and asked, is this kind of thing common inside the boss room of other dungeons? What do you mean? Valerie asked, since she doesn't understand what he mean. I mean this kind of rule. Not attacking the boss monster before crossing the line. Is it common, or this dungeon is special? This dungeon is special. There is no rule like this in other dungeons. In other dungeons, as soon as you enter inside the booze room, they will attack on you, Valerie said, and she continued. However, it is just what I'm saying, because there are so many dungeons, and I can't be sure about all of them. Evan was disappointed after hearing this. He thought if every dungeon was like this, he might be able to kill all the bosses, while standing behind the line without being attacked by them. Alright, let's go and kill it. We still have to clear 5 more floors after this, Valerie said and started to walk toward the ice troll. Wait, Evan said to Valerie, who was going towards the troll. When Valerie heard Evan, she stopped and looked at him with a questioning gaze. I have a way to kill that troll easily. Chapter 91. We can kill this troll easily, Valerie asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Evan nodded his head. If they try to kill this troll with normal means, it will take them quite some time because of its regeneration ability. Evan doesn't want to waste too much energy on the troll, since they still have to clear 5 floors after this. He was also not going to kill the troll while standing behind the line, since he can't tell Valerie about his title. How can we kill it easily? Valerie asked curiously, since she also doesn't want to waste too much time and energy on this ice troll. Just don't let that troll come near me for 1 minute, Evan said in a serious voice. If you can hold back the troll for around a minute, I can kill it easily. Valerie was stunned when she heard Evan and asked in a dazed voice, that's it? Yes, just fight against that troll alone for 1 minute. Can you do it? Evan once again asked in a serious voice. Valerie took a deep breath to not curse Evan for speaking such a simple thing in a serious voice. She thought he will ask her something like, stop the troll at the same place for a few seconds, or cut one of its arms or something similar. That will be quite tough. But this guy is asking if can she fight the troll for a minute. Does he think she is a noob who can't even fight against the troll for a minute? She wanted to tell him she is also a C+ rank hunter, and can even kill that troll alone if given enough time. But since she doesn't want to waste the time, Valerie nodded her head and said, I can easily fight against troll alone. Are you sure? Evan asked in a doubtful tone and looked at her suspiciously. Valerie almost coughed out blood seeing his doubtful look, and tried her best to not attack at him. "Let's go," she said, and walked towards the troll without saying anything. Although Evan was doubtful, he still followed behind her. "By the way, what will happen if I go out from the line for a moment and come back instantly? Will the troll still attack on me?" "Of course, it will attack on you. Once you cross the line, it will attack you even if you come back behind the line." Valerie answers Evan's question. Soon they were standing at the edge of the line, and the troll was just 30 meters away from them. "Are you ready?" Valerie asked Evan after they arrived at the edge of the lake. Evan simply nodded his head, and both of them crossed the line at the same time. Roared dash. Just as both Evan and Valerie crossed the line, the ice troll roared loudly and moved toward them. "Just take your time. I can easily hold it back," Valerie said to Evan, and charged toward the troll. Evan started to walk further away from them, so that he can prepare his attack without being affected by their fight. After Evan walked 100 meters away from them, he stopped and looked at them. "Let's start," Evan muttered, and finally tried the move he practiced in VR not long ago. Valerie dashed towards the troll that was moving towards her clumsily, because of its giant body. Roared dash. Just as Valerie arrived near it, the troll roared and threw a punch toward her. Ice walk. Valerie used her skill as a blue aura appeared around her legs. Swish. Like a passing wind, Valerie disappeared from her place and dodged the punch of the troll. Bang dash. The fist of the troll landed on the ground, and the dark grey floor of the whole room was shattered. A small crater that was 1 meter in diameter appeared there. Valerie, who disappeared from her place earlier, appeared behind the troll and slashed at its back with her sword. Spurt dash. Light blue blood spurt out as a deep sword mark appeared on the troll's back. Rogue. The troll roared in pain and quickly turned around. Just as the troll turned, a blue light shined in its big eyes, and Valerie felt the ground around her shake a little. She quickly jumped back and tried to get away from the troll. Just as she jumped back, tens of ice chains came out from the ground and chased after her. When Valerie saw tens of ice chains coming towards her, she waved her hand. Many icicles formed around her. "Go," Valerie commanded, and all the icicles moved toward the incoming ice chains. Icicles clashed with ice chains, and the sound of explosion resounded in the entire whole room. Because of the icy explosions, icy mist started to form around them, which made it harder for them to see each other. When the troll saw icy mist, the muscles of its hand bulged out, and it clapped its hands with full force that created a strong gust of wind. Boom! A thunderous clap rang out as all the icy mist was blown away by the strong gust of wind. When the mist disappeared, the troll was startled because Valerie was not standing in front of it anymore. Valerie, who used her ice walk skill, once again appeared behind the troll, and was not surprised when she saw the wound that she inflicted earlier already stopped bleeding, and was about to heal completely. An icy aura covered her sword as she was about to use her blizzard skill. "Move away!" Just as she was about to use her blizzard skill, she heard Evan's shout. "What?" Valerie was stunned when she heard Evan's voice. It is not even 30 seconds since we started. Although Valerie was stunned when she heard Evan's voice, she quickly moved away from the troll. Just as she moved away, she saw a black streak of light going towards the head of the troll at the speed of light, and the next second, boom! A booming sound echoed out as the black streak of light struck the head of the troll, making it explode like a watermelon. But the black streak of light did not stop there, and continued to move forward without losing much power. Boom dash. Rumble. Another loud explosion resounded that shook the entire whole room, as the black streak of light struck the wall of the whole room. Valerie was stunned when she saw such a powerful attack, and was about to look back when, crack crack cracked. The sound of something cracking rang out, and a large portion of the wall where the black streak of light struck earlier crumbled, exposing a hidden area behind the wall. Chapter 92. After moving away from Valerie and the ice troll, Evan took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. He activated his dimensional shadow bullet skill, and started to create a bullet. He didn't use any shadow as a medium to create it. Instead, he formed the bullet at the tip of one of his fingers. When the bullet started to form, Evan's face turned serious, as even after the bullet was fully formed, he didn't stop, and continued to pour mana into it. As Evan continued to pour more mana into the bullet, its size started to increase. Along with its size, the power of the bullet was also increasing. But the more powerful the bullet becomes, the harder it becomes for Evan to control the bullet. Evan focused his entire mind on the bullet, so that it won't become unstable, because of the large amount of mana. When Evan used around 70% of his mana, a dark bullet the size of around 7.62 millimeters was floating at the tip of his finger. The bullet was shaking occasionally and was releasing a destructive aura. Evan's face was a little pale, but his eyes were fully focused. Now the tough part: Evan thought and controlled the bullet with his mental force. Although the bullet was very powerful, Evan knew it won't be enough to kill the ice troll in one shot, who has very high regeneration and tough defense. Evan controlled the bullet, and it slowly started to rotate around him. Evan felt a headache just as he controlled the bullet to rotate around him. It was already hard to control the bullet because of the high amount of mana he used to create it. And now that he is even moving the bullet with his mental force, he felt someone pounding his head with a hammer. Even though the pain was terrible, Evan didn't lose focus, and soon the rotation speed of the bullet started to increase. Swish dash. In just 10 seconds the bullet was rotating so fast that if someone saw Evan from distance, they will see a black ring spinning around him. Evan was feeling a terrible headache that he almost lost control of the bullet for a moment. Evan's nose started to bleed, but he ignored it and looked at the ice troll. The reason Evan asked for 1 minute was because he thought he will take a long time to properly aim the bullet, since the troll will be moving while fighting against Valerie. But when Evan looked at the ice troll, he saw it was standing at the same place, and just clapped to dispel the icy mist. When Evan saw how the troll get rid of the icy mist, he remembered the green gamma monster from a certain movie. But Evan didn't think too much about it, because it was the best chance for him. The ice troll was not moving and was standing in the same place. He ignored the terrible headache that he was feeling, and his focus intensified. Because of controlling the bullet and also focusing on the troll at the same time, Evan felt his head is about to burst open. Evan ignored the terrible pain, and just as he was certain about his aim, he saw Valerie was about to attack the troll. Evan doesn't want her to attack the troll now, because the troll will definitely move away after Valerie's attack. Move away! Evan shouted, ignoring the pain and hoping Valerie will move away without attacking. Just as he shouted, he saw Valerie instantly moving away from the troll. Seeing Valerie moving away, he didn't wait any longer. His focus heightened, and he felt time itself slow down for him. Go! Evan roared and shot the bullet straight toward the ice troll with the maximum speed possible. Boom dash. It was like a grenade exploded. The bullet instantly broke the sound barrier and turned into a streak of black light that went straight toward the head of the ice troll. Evan dropped to his knees after launching the bullet, but his eyes were still focused on the ice troll. He wanted to see the result of his attack. As Evan watched the streak of black light reach the troll in an instant and collided against its tough, hideous-looking head. Bang dash. Like a watermelon exploding, the head of the ice troll instantly exploded the moment the shadow bullet clashed against it. Light blue blood and chunks of flesh flew in the air as the head of the ice troll disappeared. Although Evan's face was completely pale, his head was hurting like never before, and his nose was bleeding. He still can't help but smile after seeing that attack. That was a C+ rank monster, and not only any C+ rank monster. It was a boss monster that is even more powerful than a normal C+ rank hunter, but he killed it with just a single shot. He was feeling incredibly happy just thinking about it. But while he was feeling happy, he saw the shadow bullet was still going forward even after killing the ice troll. Evan was shocked because he didn't think that the power of his shadow bullet will increase this much. The bullet went straight toward the wall of the dungeon and crashed against it. Boom dash. Rumble. Another loud explosion that shook the entire whole room happened, and Evan was shocked as he saw the wall where the bullet struck started to crack. Crack, crack, cracked. A large part of the wall crumbled and a hidden passage appeared there. When Evan saw the hidden passage, he was so shocked that he completely forgot about the pain that he was feeling. How can he not be shocked? This passage looks very similar to the passage that he encountered inside the Shadow Kingdom dungeon after he crashed against the wall while fighting against that shadow bat. The place where he sacrificed his shadow physique and got his shadow monarch physique. Chapter 93. Valerie looked at the crumbled wall in front of her with a shocked expression on her face. After the shadow bullet struck the wall and a large portion of it crumbled, a hidden area appeared there. Hidden ruins, Valerie muttered inwardly, and was about to go there when she remembered about Evan and looked back. But she was startled a little when she saw he was sitting on his keens, and his face was pale while blood was coming out from his nose. Was he thinking something indecent while attacking? Valerie thought when she saw blood coming out from Evan's nose. She went towards him and noticed he was also looking at the crumbled wall. "Are you all right?" Valerie asked him after she came near him. Evan, who was shocked after seeing the hidden passage behind the wall, took a deep breath and nodded his head. He took out a healing potion and gulped it down. Evan felt a refreshing feeling spreading all over his body, and his headache started to lessen. Valerie looked at Evan and thought about asking just what was that streak of black light. But she remembered what happened when they arrived on the 5th floor and shook her head. She looked at the crumbled wall and said, "I didn't expect we will find hidden ruins here." Evan, who had just drank the potion, heard her and raised an eyebrow. "What are ruins? Do you remember the things I told you about the higher world when we were coming here?" Instead of answering, Valerie asked Evan. Evan was confused why she asked this, but he nodded his head. "From where do you think that information comes?" Valerie said and continued, "You should know if a person uses the Tower of Ascension, he can't come back here. So there is no way for people of our world to know about the things of the higher world. Yet despite this fact, we still know some things about the higher world. Do you ever think from where we get that information?" Valerie looked at him and asked. Evan shook his head and didn't dare say he thought she got that information from a strange organization or cult. But suddenly something clicked in his mind, and he said in a shocked voice, "Are you saying you get that information from a dungeon that also had a hidden passage just like that?" Valerie nodded her head and said, quote, "There are some dungeons that have these kinds of special hidden areas. People called these areas ruins, and inside them, you can find many things. Some ruins contain information like I have told you before, some have artifacts, some have information about the recipe of the new potion, and many more things." Evan, who heard her, furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the hidden passage. Seeing the furrowed eyebrows of Evan, Valerie understood what he was thinking and said, "You must be wondering why information about ruins is not available anywhere, right?" Evan didn't deny it and nodded his head. "It's because ruins can only be found inside dungeons that are C rank or above, and as you know, dungeons that are above D+ rank are controlled by either large guilds or hunter associations. These guilds and hunter associations prevent information about ruins from leaking out. If a new ruin is found inside a dungeon, the guild that controls that dungeon will try to hide it." Valerie said. "Why do they hide this information?" Evan asked, since he didn't understand this fact. "Runes are very important and can give you a massive advantage against other guilds if you find something important inside it. It is normal for them to hide information about them and use it only for themselves." Evan doesn't know what to say hearing her. Large guild and hunter associations are basically monopolizing the ruins for themselves. But suddenly he caught one point and his eyes narrowed. Why is she saying ruins can only be found inside dungeons that are C rank or above? Evan thought because the Shadow Kingdom dungeon where he sacrificed his physique is a D rank dungeon, and that hidden passage was also a ruin. "Are you sure ruins can only be found inside dungeons that are C rank or above?" Evan asked Valerie to confirm he didn't hear wrong. In the history of Aurora World, no one ever found ruins inside a dungeon that is below C rank. So most of the people believe they can only be found inside the dungeons that are C rank or above, Valerie said while shrugging her shoulders. "Then am I the first person who found the ruins inside a dungeon that is below C rank?" Evan wondered. But since he doesn't have much information about it, he just shook his head and decided to think about it later. There is a much more important matter to attend to. "So what should we do?" Evan asked Valerie. "What do you mean?" Valerie asked with a confused expression. "I mean this," Evan said and pointed towards the hidden passage. "This dungeon is under the control of Silver Star Guild, so should we enter in it or not?" "Of course, we are going to enter," Valerie said instantly. "Since we found it, we are definitely going to enter. Won't we get into trouble with Silver Star Guild if we enter into it?" "Don't worry about them. I can take care of it," Valerie said in a confident-filled voice. Her background must be quite good if she is so confident, Evan thought, and if he has to guess, he will have two guesses about her identity. First, she is the daughter of the person who is guild leader of the Silver Star Guild. Second, she is the holy daughter or the grand priest of some kind of strange cult. If my guess is right, I should stop meeting her, because these kinds of people are the magnet for travelers, Evan thought, and shook his head. Let me recover my mana before we enter. Since Valerie was taking full responsibility, Evan had no problem entering the ruins, so he agreed without hesitation. Valerie nodded her head hearing him, since she can see he was almost out of mana. While Evan was recovering, a person who was the trouble he just thought about appeared outside the Frost World dungeon. Chapter 94. Why should we enter? Valerie asked after 1 hour when Evan was fully recovered. His mana was recovered long ago because of his high recovery rate, but because of his headache Evan decided to rest for a bit longer. Evan nodded and stood up. Because of the healing potion he was not feeling headache anymore. Valerie and Evan walked towards the crumbled wall. Evan took a glance at the headless body of the ice troll, while going toward the crumbled wall. Just when both of them walked past the body of the ice troll, a dark shadow appeared below the body of the ice troll, and its body sank inside it. Evan glanced at Valerie and saw she didn't notice him using his shadow storage skill. Generally, people can't take out the bodies of the monster from the dungeons. The only thing that you can take out from the dungeon is the reward after clearing the dungeon, and the cores that you gather after killing the monsters. Even if you put the monster's body inside your storage ring, you won't be able to bring it outside, because, when you will be teleported out from the dungeon, you won't be able to bring your storage ring outside, if there is a monster body inside it. According to the books Evan read, the bodies of the monster that people kill inside the dungeon will turn into energy, and that energy will be used to respawn more monsters. Evan does not know why, but he felt maybe because of his title Rule Breaker, he might be able to bring the bodies of the monsters outside. The blood of the ice troll is a main ingredient in making healing potions. He was sure that he can earn a good amount of money if he can bring it outside. He doesn't care about the fact that it might cause some problems in the dungeon. It is not like this dungeon is earning money for him. This dungeon is the property of the Silver Star Guild, so he doesn't give a sh*t even if the dungeon collapses the moment he left the dungeon with the ice troll corpse. If I can successfully bring the body outside, I will have another method of earning money, Evan thought with anticipation. When Evan and Valerie reached the crumbled wall, they saw a staircase that was leading downwards. The stairs were made of dark grey stones, and were looking quite crude. Evan and Valerie stepped forwards and started to descend. On the walls beside the staircase, some white crystals were hanging, that provided them with enough light to see everything. Be careful, there might be a trap on some of the stairs, Valerie warned Evan while they were going downwards. Evan nodded because he was thinking the same. Can we encounter a monster here? Evan asked while walking carefully. Normally there is always a monster who guards the treasures of the ruins. But just like normal monsters of the dungeon, this monster can't exceed the rank of the dungeon. Since this dungeon is the C+ rank, the monster who will be guarding the treasure will also be a C+ rank monster, Valerie said. If it is just one monster that guards the treasure, won't it will be a piece of cake for other people to defeat it? Evan asked in confusion since he thought it will be hard to get the treasures in the ruins. Let me finish first. Then tell me if this is a piece of cake or not, Valerie said with a sneer on her face. When she saw Evan was paying attention, she continued, when you enter a ruin, your power will always be suppressed by 3 levels below the rank of ruin. For example, since this ruin is inside a C+ rank dungeon, the rank of this ruin is also C+. And when a C+ rank hunter will enter here, his power will be suppressed by 3 levels, making him a D rank hunter while inside the ruins. After saying that, Valerie looked at Evan and asked with a mocking look, now tell me, do you think it is a piece of cake killing a monster who is a 3 level above you, and take away the treasure that it is guarding? If your power will be suppressed by 3 levels, then why you are still at C+ rank? Evan asked, ignoring the question and mocking look of Valerie. We are still not inside the ruins. If I am not wrong, our power will be suppressed the moment we will reach the end of these stairs, Valerie said, looking in front of her. Evan nodded his head and didn't ask anything else. He wasn't worried about the fact that the power of the hunters will be suppressed by 3 levels below the rank of the ruin. And this time his source of confidence was not his rule breaker title. Even without the title, he was sure he can kill that monster. The reason? It was actually quite simple. The ruin will suppress the level of the hunter to D rank after they enter it. But what if the hunter is already D rank? Valerie might have forgotten it because of how he killed the ice troll earlier. But unlike her, he is just a D rank hunter. Since he is already D rank, how can this ruin suppress his power? It will be interesting when she will remember this fact. Evan smirked when he remembered how she was looking at him mockingly. After 2 minutes, Evan and Valerie finally reached at the end of the staircase. At the end of the staircase, they saw a normal wooden door. Evan and Valerie looked at each other, and both went forward at the same time. Valerie pushed the wooden door, and it opened easily. We will most likely be suppressed to D rank after passing through this door, Valerie said after the door was opened. Evan just nodded his head hearing her and tried his best not to laugh. Let's go. Valerie entered the door followed by Evan. Just as they passed through the door closed once again. Just as Valerie passed through the door, her power started to decrease. On the other hand, when Evan didn't feel anything after passing through the door, he just smiled and looked around them. Chapter 95. Valerie furrowed her eyebrows as she felt her power being suppressed. Form C+, rank to C, from C to D+, and finally from D+ to D. Although it is not the first time I am feeling this, it is still very uncomfortable, Valerie muttered to herself. Evan, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. His power remains the same. While Valerie was mumbling, Evan looked around him and saw they were actually standing in a corridor. The corridor was around 10 meters wide and 20 meters high. The wall of the corridor also had white crystals hanging on it that were illuminating it. Evan looked in front of him and saw the corridor wasn't big. It was just 200 meters long, and at the end of the corridor, he can see a big open area. He glanced at Valerie and saw her moving here and there like a stupid. Maybe she was trying to get used to her suppressed strength. Should we go there? I can see there is something at the end of this corridor, Evan asked her since he wasn't worried about the monster. Worst comes to worst, with his power he can always run faster than Valerie. Valerie stopped jumping around, and after a moment nodded her head. They walked towards the end of the corridor where they can see a big open area. Some strange things were written on the walls in a foreign language that they didn't understand. While walking, Evan and Valerie were very careful because they were afraid of traps. But luckily they didn't encounter any traps, and soon reached the end of the corridor. After reaching the end of the corridor, they didn't leave the corridor. Instead, they carefully inspected the open area while hiding inside the corridor. What the underscore? Evan muttered in a shocked voice when he saw what was in front of him. Valerie was also shocked when she saw what was in the open area. The open area was around 1 square kilometer in size. Around 100 meters away from them there was a small pond. The water of the pond was crystal blue, and at the center of the pond, there was a small stone platform. On both sides of the small platform, 2 flowers that were light blue in color were blooming, releasing an icy cold aura. The water around those flowers was frozen solid. Valerie was shocked because those were ice heart flowers that she wanted after clearing the dungeon, and there were actually 2 of them. On the other hand, Evan was shocked because of what was on the top of the platform. On top of the platform, a golden orb and a black ring were floating. Evan wasn't sure about the golden orb, but he was sure that the black ring was definitely an artifact. And just from the looks of the ring, he can tell that ring was a high-rank artifact. Evan took a deep breath and looked at Valerie, who was looking at the flowers in the pond. When Evan saw this, he immediately understood that those flowers were ice heart flowers that she wanted. Do you know what is that golden orb there? Evan asked her since he doesn't know anything about it. Valerie stopped looking at the flowers and looked at the golden orb and the ring on the platform. After a moment, she said in an uncertain voice, I think that is an information orb. Information orb? Evan asked, is this the thing that has information about the different things that you told me about? Although I am not sure, there is a high chance it is an information orb. Valerie nodded. Hearing Valerie, Evan was even more excited and hoped that the orb has information about the higher world. But soon he calmed down and remembered the main thing. Where is the monster who is guarding these things? Evan muttered since he didn't notice any monster there. Hearing Evan, Valerie also stopped looking at the golden orb and looked around them. But even when they finished looking around, they didn't find any monster. It is strange, Valerie said. Normally the monster always stays near the treasures to protect them. Evan arched his eyebrows hearing her and said after a moment, maybe that monster is inside the pond. It is quite possible. Valerie nodded her head. Do you have something that you can throw into the pond? Evan asked her. Valerie looked at him and asked, "Why are you asking me? Don't you have anything that you can throw?" "I didn't bring anything useless with me." "I also did not bring anything useless," Valerie said with a snort. "Don't you have lipstick or something that you girls always carry with you?" Evan asked in a doubtful voice. Valerie's mouth twitched when she heard Evan, but she used her right to remain silent. What a jock. Throw her lipstick. She brought the limited edition lipstick with her that cost 10,000 credits. How can she throw it into the pond? This guy must be dreaming. When Evan saw she was not giving him anything to throw into the pond, he once again looked into his storage ring. After 1 minute with a heavy heart, he took out a packet of MRE food that cost him 100 credits. Evan holds the packet tightly, and after hesitating for a moment his eyes become resolute. Since the pond was just 100 meters away from them, Evan easily threw the packet into the pond with his strength. Just as he threw the packet, both Valerie and Evan backed away, so that the monster will not be able to see them. Splash! The packet landed in water, creating a splashing sound. Evan and Valerie looked at the pond while hiding, but even after 10 seconds nothing come out from the pond. Just when Evan and Valerie were thinking the monster is not going to come out, something happened. Rumble. The ground in front of the pond started to shake. Boom! With a loud booming sound, the earth in front of the pond split apart, and a monster came out from it. Valerie and Evan were baffled when they saw instead from the pond, the monster came out from the ground. Hiss! They heard the hissing sound as the 10 meters long brown-colored python that was covered in scales and had one horn on its head revealed itself. One-horned earth python, Valerie and Evan said at the same time when they saw the full appearance of the python. Chapter 96. Hiss dash. The 10 meters long horned earth python hissed after coming out and looked around with its deep yellow reptilian eyes. The horn on its head was 1 meter long and was dark brown in color. The python scanned its surroundings but didn't find anything. It looked at the corridor, but when it saw there was no one, the python once again burrowed itself into the ground. Just as the python went inside the ground, the earth moved and the destroyed ground recovered quickly. Evan and Valerie, who were hidden in the corridor, looked at everything without making any sound. Only when the python returned to the ground did they sigh in relief. The defense of the one-horned earth python is very high. With our power suppressed to D rank, it is almost impossible for us to kill this monster, Valerie said with a frown on her face. Evan was also looking at the place where the python disappeared with a thoughtful look. Although his power was the same as before, even he knew that it will be troublesome to deal with the defense of the python. If it was any other monster whose defense is not that strong, we might had a chance to do something. But with the defense of that python and our current power, I don't think we will be able to do anything to it, Valerie said once again and thought about retreating. Evan looked at the treasures in front of him and said after a moment, "I will deal with that python." Valerie, who was thinking about going back, was stunned when she heard Evan. She looked at him and asked, "Do you have any way to kill it?" "Yes," Evan nodded his head. Hearing Evan, Valerie's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "What method do you have to kill that python?" "There is no special method. I will just fight against it and kill it like a normal monster," Evan said while shrugging his shoulders. Valerie, who felt they had a chance of killing the monster, was taken aback by Evan's response, and her face darkened a bit. "Are you joking?" "Nope." "If you are not joking, then are you telling me you will kill that monster with your strength suppressed to D rank?" Valerie said, while trying not to curse Evan. "Who said my strength is being suppressed?" Evan said with a smirk on his face. "I was a D rank hunter since the moment I entered this dungeon. Did you forget such a simple fact?" Valerie, who was holding herself back to not curse Evan, was stunned when she heard him, and her eyes suddenly opened wide. Valerie wanted to say something, but no words come out of her mouth. She was truly speechless. How can I forget this, Valerie thought when she finally remembered Evan is not a C+ rank hunter like her, whose strength will be surpassed. He was D rank since the moment he entered the dungeon. But now that she was thinking about it, she was even more shocked. Before asking Evan to come with her to the dungeon, she naturally searched about him to see if there was anything suspicious about him. With her background, it was quite easy for her to find out everything about Evan. She knew he has a special physique, and because of that physique, he wasn't able to absorb cores in the past. When she saw his strength increasing all of a sudden, she thought he must have solved the problem with his physique. Because of how Ethan cleared at 4th floor before her and even killed that ice troll with a single attack, she completely forgets that he is D-rank hunter. When she saw the smirk on Evan's face, she remembered how she was mocking him when he said it is not so difficult to take the treasure from the ruins. Ahem, Valerie cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and asked, "Are you sure you can deal with that monster by yourself? Although it will be slightly troublesome because of its defense. I think I can manage it." Evan nodded his head and said. Then he looked at Valerie and said with a smile, "Since I will be dealing with the python, it is natural that I will take most of the treasures, right?" Valerie's mouth twitched when she heard him, but she nodded her head and asked, "How do you want to divide? Don't forget I will be the one who will be dealing with the Silver Star Guild after we leave from here." "Don't worry, I am not an unreasonable person," Evan said, while trying to maintain an honest expression. "How about this? Since there are 2 ice heart flowers, we will both get one. We will share the information that we will get from the information orb, and as for that ring, since I am dealing with that python, I will be taking that ring as a payment for my labor." Valerie, who heard Evan, thought for a moment and find it quite reasonable. When she thought how each time she get a core and Evan took away them like a thug, she felt he will say something like, "I will take all the treasures, and you can take some cold water from the pond. I have no problem with that." Valerie nodded her head and agreed with that. Evan also sighed in relief because if Valerie asked for more, he won't be able to refuse her. After all, if not for her dealing with the Silver Star Guild, he won't be able to take anything from here. Evan smiled and started to walk out of the corridor. Evan just reached the end of the corridor when he heard a crunching sound from behind and looked back. When Evan looked back, his mouth can't help but twitch. Behind him, Valerie was eating popcorn with an excited expression. "Why don't you take out a chair and 3D glasses as well to enjoy the show properly?" Ethan said in a sarcastic voice, seeing she was eating popcorn. Hearing Evan, Valerie's eyes lit up, and the next second a comfortable chair and pair of 3D glasses appeared in her hand. "Thanks for reminding me," Valerie said to Evan and sat down on the chair comfortably. Evan was speechless seeing this and wanted to say something, but in end, he just turned around and walked out of the corridor. Chapter 97. Yevon walked out from the corridor and slowly went towards the pond. He was walking while stomping his foot heavily on the ground, so that the earth python will hear the vibration and will come out from the ground. And just as Evan expected, he just walked for 30 meters when he felt the ground around him start to shake. Rumble. Evan stopped walking and his focus heightened, and he looked around him with a focused gaze. Suddenly Evan felt the vibration from behind him intensify, and without hesitation, he moved away from there. Boom dash. Just as Evan moved away, the ground behind him burst apart, and the 10 meters long one-horned earth python come out from the ground. Hiss dash. The python hissed when it saw Eva after coming out, and his deep yellow reptiline eyes shone with brown light. Evan felt the ground below his foot shaking, and all hairs on his body stood up to no end. Without waiting, he quickly used mana reinforcement and moved away from there. Swish dash. Just as Evan moved away, a 3 meters long earth spear shot out from the ground. After moving away this time, Evan instantly charged toward the earth python. Because the distance was not big, Evan arrived before the python in an instant. His nether steel sword glowed with light blue light, and he slashed it at the python. Clang dash. The sound of metal colliding against metal rang out as a deep white mark appeared on the scale of the earth python. So tough. Evan's pupils contracted when he saw this, and he can't help but exclaim, "Hiss dash." The python hissed when it felt Evan's attack and tried to bite down him. When Evan saw the big mouth of the python with sharp fangs coming down toward him, he stomped his foot on the ground and quickly backed away. Boom dash. The python missed Evan and its fang clashed against the hard ground, sending some of the small stones flying in the air. Suddenly the eyes of the python shone with brown color, and the small stones that were sent flying earlier changed direction in mid-air and shot towards Evan like bullets. Evan, who just backed away, felt a lethal threat and saw 3 fist-sized stones coming toward him like bullets. Evan sidestepped and dodged one of the stones, but the other 2 were already in front of him. At the last moment, he lifted his nether steel sword to block the stones. Clang dash. Both stones clashed against his sword like bullets, and he slid 10 meters backwards because of the impact. Evan felt a numbing sensation all over his hand. The python did not give Evan any chance to react, and the ground beneath Evan's feet suddenly split open. Evan's feet sank inside the ground, and just as his feet sank inside the ground, it once again closed, trapping him in the same place. After Evan was trapped, the python moved and appeared before him in an instant. Not wanting to give him any chance, the python bit down at him with its giant mouth. Evan tried to free himself, but because of how fast the python was moving, he wasn't able to free himself before the python arrived before him. Boom dash. The large fangs of the python once again collided against the ground, and the python was stunned when it saw Evan suddenly disappear at the last moment. A black shadow moved on the ground going behind the python. Using shadow walk, Evan appeared behind the python. Not wanting to miss this chance, Evan slashed at the python with his sword once again. Clang dash. But the result was the same as the last time, and he wasn't able to cut through the scales of the python. Evan clicked his tongue in annoyance, and decided to buy a better sword after leaving the dungeon. His nether steel sword is just a D rank sword, and it is not effective against a C+ rank monster who is specialized in defense. Just as Evan attacked the python, it found his location and attacked him once again. Evan felt the ground around him tremble once again, and he quickly moved away from the python. Swish dash. Just as he moved away, another earth spear shot out from the ground, missing him barely. After Evan moved away, he looked at the earth python with a serious face. The python also didn't continue to attack, and looked at the slippery eel in front of it. Evan looked at the scales of the python, and saw he wasn't able to cause any damage using his sword. There was just a white sword mark and nothing else. In the end, he took a deep breath and loosened his grip on his nether steel sword. The sword dropped to the ground, and just as it touched the ground, it was engulfed by his shadow. After putting away the sword, Evan cracked his knuckles and grinned at the python. Since the sword is ineffective, I will just beat down you to a pulp using my fists, Evan said to the python, while showing a provoking smile. Hiss dash. The python hissed at Evan when it saw Evan's provoking smile. The eyes of the python shone with brown color, and 3 small stones started to float beside it. With its command, all 3 of the stones shot toward Evan with frightening speed. Evan sneered and greeted the stones with 3 shadow bullets. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. All 3 stones exploded in mid-air when they clashed against the bullets. After shooting the bullet, Evan stomped on the ground and appeared before the python in an instant. After coming before the python, he clenched his fist. The air around his fist trembled because of his high strength, and without waiting, he threw a punch at the python. Boom dash. Thunderous sound echoed out as Evan's fist clashed against the scales of the python. Hiss dash. The python hissed in pain when Evan's fist struck it. Evan's lips curled upwards when he heard the painful hissing of the python. Although he wasn't able to break the scales of the python, the impact of his fist still caused the python some damage. Chapter 98. Ebang dash. A 10 centimeters wide stone and a small black bullet clashed and exploded in mid-air. The stones turned into dust, and dust particles flew in the air. Swish dash. From the dust particles, a sharp sound rang out, and a head-sized stone came flying towards Evan like a meteorite. Evan quickly used mana reinforcement and quickly sidestepped. He felt a sharp gale of wind as the stones passed by from his face, barely missing him. Evan was panting a little, and there were some light injuries on his body. On the other hand, some of the scales of the python had light cracks from which tickles of blood were coming out. The deep yellow eyes of the python were furious as it looked at Evan with pure hatred. It has been 10 minutes since Evan and the python started fighting. After Evan stopped using the sword, although he wasn't able to deal any significant damage to the python, he was finally able to break past the defense of its scales, and was finally able to cause some light injuries. Even though the python didn't suffer any major injury, it still made it furious that it wasn't able to do anything to Evan, who like a slippery eel ran away from it after dealing some damage. Evan didn't care about how the python was looking at him, but he was also quite frustrated. Even after attacking many times, he wasn't able to cause any significant damage to the python, and he knew if this continues, sooner or later he will run out of stamina. The scales around the horn are the weakness of the one-horned earth python, but this damn python is not giving me any chance to attack there. Evan muttered with an annoyed expression on his face. If this was any other monster, he was sure that he could have killed it easily, but the defense of this monster is just too absurd. Evan once again felt some vibration around him, and quickly backed away from there. Just as he backed away, the area he was standing in a moment ago was split open. Evan ran around the python and shoot a shadow bullet toward its eyes. Just after shooting the bullet, he once again used mana reinforcement and arrived other side of the python. After arriving other side, he once again stopped using mana reinforcement and shoot another shadow bullet toward its eye. Evan was now more proficient in using both mana reinforcement and his skills. He can change between them very quickly depending on the situation. When the python saw Evan shooting a bullet toward it, it used earth control and used one of the stones from the ground to clash with the bullet. But it was stunned when even before the bullet and stone can clash with each other, Evan arrived other side of it and shot another bullet. The python's eyes shone with a brownish color, and whoosh dash. In less than a second, a 4 meters tall wall rose from the ground blocking the bullet. Boom dash. The wall shook a bit when the bullet collided with it, and some cracks appeared on it. But in the end, it was able to block the bullet successfully. When Evan saw the 4 meters tall wall, he thought about something and his eyes narrowed. The next second, Evan bent down forward, the muscles of his legs tensed up, and boom dash. The ground around him cracked open in spider web shape, and he shot towards the wall that the python created. When he was around 3 meters away from the wall, he used his running momentum and jumped up toward the wall. Evan arrived above the 4 meters high wall, but he didn't stop there, and using it as the support, he jumped up towards the head of the python. Boom dash. The 4 meters high wall was shattered with a booming sound as small debris flew everywhere. The python saw Evan trying to jump above its head, and its eyes flashed furiously. The python wanted to move away, but at this moment Evan stopped using mana reinforcement while in mid-air, and used the skill that he got after absorbing the core on the 3rd floor. Ice chains. 2 ice chains shot out from the ground going straight toward the giant head of the python. Because the python was focused on Evan and how suddenly ice chains shot out from the ground, the python wasn't able to avoid it, and the ice chains wrapped themselves around its mouth, halting its movement for a second. Sprut cough asterisk. Valerie, who already finished her popcorn and was in the middle of drinking cola, was so shocked that she choked on cola and spat it out. What the hell? She muttered with her eyes filled with disbelief. He even has ice type of skill. Now that she remembered Evan is just a D rank hunter, she knew he still have to awaken his class. Without awakening class, people normally have 1 skill or sometimes 2 skills. But here she saw Evan using more than 3 skills even before he awakened his job class. Now she started to doubt whether she is a fake C+ rank hunter. How can that guy have so many skills while being only D rank? Evan knew Valerie will be doubtful after seeing him using ice chains, but he didn't care much about it. Because of the ice chains, the python wasn't able to move away when Evan jumped up toward its head. Evan landed right at the top of its head and grabbed its horn. Hiss dash. The python hissed in anger, and the ice chains holding it broke apart. Evan didn't care about the ice chains, and once again used mana reinforcement. He lifted his fist and struck it right near the horn, where its scales are not as hard as other areas. Boom dash. Hiss dash. The python hissed in pain as Evan's punch landed near its horn. When Evan saw the result of his attack, he raised an eyebrow, because even though the scales were weak here, he still wasn't able to break them. Suddenly he saw the horn on the python's head started to glow in brown color, and he felt all hairs on his body stand up to no end. Evan knew if he don't grab this chance, he won't be able to deal with this python again. So in the end, he gritted his teeth and used mana reinforcement to 100%. Chapter 99. E-light blue light burst forth from Evan's body. As he used mana reinforcement to 100%, the light blue light condensed around his fist, and without waiting for a moment, he struck his fist directly at the large head of the python. Boom dash. The giant head of the python was smashed to the ground as spider web-like cracks spread all over. The horn of the python that was glowing with brownish color stopped glowing and returned to normal. Hiss dash. The earth python hissed in pain, and its body started to shake violently. Crack. The scales of the python around the area Evan just struck cracked open and were on verge of breaking. Evan gritted his teeth when he once again felt pain all over his body. Because of using mana reinforcement to 100%, He grabbed the horn of the python with one hand, so that he won't fall down from its head. Seeing the cracked scales, Evan once again lifted his fist and struck the head of the python once again. Boom dash, hiss dash. The ground around them was caved in, and the scales of the python were completely broken. Red blood spurted out as the whole body of the earth python was shaking violently. Seeing the scales were broken, Evan immediately stopped using mana reinforcement, and the light blue aura around him disappeared. Evan felt the throbbing pain all over his body once again, but he gritted his teeth and ignored it. He looked at the broken scales, and his eyes flashed when he saw the flesh of the python behind the broken scales. Evan extended his hand, and his nether steel sword come out from his shadow storage. He coated his sword in mana, and plunged it into the head of the python. Spurt dash. Hiss dash. Red blood spurted out as the python hissed in pain. Feeling the approaching death, a mad look appear in the python's eyes, and it tried to lift its head. When Evan felt the python was trying to lift its head, he sneered, and once again used mana reinforcement to 100%. Evan ignored the pain and lifted his fist once again. Boom dash. Hiss dash. Blood flew out uncontrollably from the open wood of the python, where Evan plunged his sword. Evan pulled back his sword and stopped using mana reinforcement. He lifted his sword and once again struck it on the python's head. More blood spurted out as the light in the python's eyes dimmed quite a bit. Hiss dash. Suddenly the python hissed in anger and 2 fist-sized stones flew into the air and went towards Evan like bullets. Evan didn't expect the python will still attack on him even in this condition and was caught off guard. He looked at the approaching stones, and he knew he won't be able to dodge the attack, and there was no time to use shadow bullets to stop the stones. Ice chains. In the end, Evan used ice chains that come out from the ground and clashed against the 2 stones. Boom dash. Because of using the ice chains at the last moment, he wasn't able to use too much mana in creating them. When the ice chains clashed with stones, they broke like glass, and ice particles flew everywhere. Even though ice chains were not able to stop the stones, the speed of the stones still decreased quite a bit. Evan used mana reinforcement at the last moment. One stone struck at his left hand, while the other one struck him right at the chest area. Arja. Evan groaned in pain when the stone struck him right in the chest area. Because of using mana reinforcement at 100%, his body was already aching all over. A faint tickle of blood comes out from the corner of his mouth, and he can't help but curse the sister of this python. Evan noticed after using that attack the body of the python shaking less and less. The blood that was coming out from its head already created a small pool around them. Evan once again pulled back his sword and plunged it inside its head once again. Spurt dash. More blood spurted out as the entire ground was painted red. The body of the python stopped shaking, and the light of its eyes was very dim. Evan was painting heavily, and all of his body was aching because of using mana reimbursement. He pulled back his sword with shaky hands, and come down from the head of the python. After coming down, Evan went in front of the python, and saw the eyes of the python was almost closed. But he can see, even though the python was on verge of death, it was looking at him with hate-filled eyes. Evan did not care about how the python was looking at him and pointed one of his fingers toward it. A shadow bullet formed on his fingertip that he shot towards the eye of the python. Because its eye was not protected by anything, the bullet pierced through its eye and destroyed its brain in an instant. Immediately the life force of the python faded away. When Evan saw the python was finally dead, he sighed in relief and relaxed his body. Just as he relaxed his body, he felt a throbbing pain all over his body, and almost dropped to the ground. Fu*K, I thought I will not use mana reinforcement to 100% before making my body stronger, but I was forced to use it 2 times in this dungeon. Evan cursed, and took out the healing potion. While drinking the potion, he looked at the platform in the middle of the pond, and hoped the things he will get won't disappoint him. After drinking the potion, he looked back at Valerie, and he almost coughed out blood when he saw she was coming towards him while drinking cola. He was not shocked because she was drinking cola. He was shocked because earlier when he asked her to give him something to throw into the pond, she said she did not bring anything useless. But seeing that stupid 3D glasses that she was wearing and the cola in her hand, he can't help but curse her. Chapter 100. Valerie, who just coughed out cola after seeing Evan using ice chains, wiped her mouth and sat down. After sitting down, she started to drink cola again. But just as she drank again, a light blue aura burst forth from Evan's body. PFF, COUGH**COUGH**. What the FU**K? Valerie can't help but curse, and spat out cola again, after feeling how Evan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and was even stronger than a C+ rank hunter. Her mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, but no word come out from her mouth. She wasn't even able to come out from the shock of Evan using ice chains, and now his power suddenly increased beyond C+ rank. Is this guy really a D rank hunter? Valerie thought and remembered the reason why she need the ice heart flower. Even if my physique is fully awakened, I don't think I can go past C+ rank, while being a D rank hunter. Valerie also has a unique physique called the Ice Reaper physique. This physique increased the power of her ice element skill, and gives her a very good foundation that helps her to stabilize her cores quickly after the breakthrough. Because of this, she can advance faster than other people. Along with these things, when she uses the power of her Ice Reaper physique, her strength increased greatly, and she can even fight against higher level hunters than her. Just like how she used it on the 4th floor against the Yeti. When she uses it, she can almost reach the power of B rank hunter while being a C+ rank. But since her physique is not fully awakened, she receives backlash whenever she uses it for a long time. She always thought her physique is quite amazing, and can be considered a top grade physique. But after seeing Evan, who although didn't reach B rank, but was able to surpass the C+ rank while being only D rank, she once again received a fatal blow. I am feeling like I am a fake C+ rank hunter with a fake top grade physique. Valerie was depressed, because she don't know what to say. Boom dash. She heard a loud booming sound, and come out of her shock, she looked at the python who was almost dead and took a deep breath. Then she looked at the can of cola and once again started to drink it. The world is very cold, only this cold cola can give her some warmth. After a few more seconds, Evan killed the python, and she put away her chair in the storage ring. She went toward Evan while drinking the remaining cola. But she noticed when Evan looked at her, his mouth was twitching. And although he didn't say anything, she felt he was cursing her. But she completely ignored it and looked at the platform in the middle of the pond. Seeing the ice heart flowers that can help her awaken her physique completely, her eyes shined a bit, and she regained some of her lost confidence. Maybe my fake top grade physique will become original top grade physique. After fully awaking, Valerie thought, and nodded her head. Should we go and see what are those things? Valerie asked, since she can see Evan's face was pale, and even his hands were shaking from time to time. Evan thought for a moment and then nodded his head. Although he was feeling pain all over his body, he still wanted to see first. What are the things that he got after fighting against that python? Evan and Valerie walked towards the pond, and he was surprised that he was feeling a little cold, just by standing near the pond. With his current physical power, it was quite abnormal for him to feel cold because of cold water. He looked at the 2 flowers that were blooming in the pond, and guessed they are the reason for this abnormally cold water. Valerie was first to walk forward, and just as she stepped on the water, a light blue mist emerged from her feet, turning cold water into ice. Evan, who was thinking he will have to swim in cold water, looked at her and gladly walked behind her. The closer they go to the platform, the more chilly the air becomes. At the halfway mark, Valerie even stopped using her power to freeze the water, because it was already frozen. After reaching the platform, Valerie didn't go to the platform. Instead, she went towards the ice heart flower that was blooming to the right side. Evan didn't say anything, since they already decided she will take 1 flower for herself. Evan looked at the second flower, and after thinking for a moment, he first went to look at the ring on the platform. Valerie came before the ice heart flower, and even though she is an ice element user, she was feeling cold all over her body. The flower was the size of a normal rose with 4 light blue leaves. At the center of the 4 leaves, a heart-shaped seed was floating, and was releasing a cold aura all over. Valerie took out a black box from her storage ring, which had some runes engraved on it. She carefully extended her hand to pluck the flower, and just as her hand touched the flower, it started to freeze. Valerie's expression didn't change when her hand started to freeze, and she carefully plucked the small flower. Just as the flower was plucked, it released an icy aura that made the surroundings even colder. Valerie felt her arm freezing solid, and she quickly put away the flower in the black box. Just as she put away the flower and closed the box, the icy aura disappeared, and she sighed in relief. With this, I should be able to awaken my physique, Valerie thought, and looked at Evan, who was standing in front of the black ring. After climbing the platform, Evan went towards the ring that was floating, and extended his hand to look at what is it. Thank you guys for listening. This was Necromancer of the Shadows. Hope you enjoyed and have a wonderful rest of the day. Come again.